All right, everybody, we are live at Collectco. It is being chaotic here. For the last half hour, me trying to drive here, do deals, and I'm finally live. I told y'all silver comes in waves and these collections, and we've just been hammered for about the last 24 hours. I mean, I don't use the word. I hear a lot of business owners and people saying, I'm swamped. Man, we've been swamped the last 24 hours. That's a true, I feel like I have literally been in a swamp. So we're trying to get our best to caught up and do some major deals, but some of these things require delicate calculations. I'm talking hundreds of ounces, thousands of dollars, and I'm just trying to make sure we have our math right before we tell anybody something. So, I apologize, but we're here, and we have 2, 4, 6, 8 crates of new vinyl. We got 4 crates of pre-owned, Laura's marking stuff. We got books, we got silver, we got a lot of cool stuff here. So, I'm going to text John Parker. It's hold on 1 minute. Okay. Whew. That was Otis with his squeaky toy. Yeah, a few people heard that, Otis. Congratulations, you made your appearance. All right, let's get all this cleaned up. Not all this, right, Tanner? We gonna clean all this up before I go live? Looks like you found some good books. All right, let me get ready. Good. That's what we need. I need to take this gigantic stack of posters that's in my way, and I told y'all one of the biggest things that's in our way here is never records. It's flat posters and rolled posters. That's our biggest problem here. And I'm about to do something with these right now. But yeah, that saved me a lot of space. Let me move these autographs. Okay. This is stuff I showed last night. I'm going to take this stuff up front. All right, I can see everybody's chats. Make sure you've hit the like button and the share button. Welcome. Huge night ahead. I mean, this is big time. Right, Tanner? This is big time. How much would the Beatles be worth if I signed by all 4 of them? Paul McCartney's signature's on there. If Harrison, Starr, and Lennon signed it, it would be 100,000 plus. It'd be a true. It would make it'd make headlines in our industry. That'd be a once in a lifetime find for us. But yeah, it's McCartney 7500. Starr would add a little bit more to it. McCartney's most, but you add Harrison or Lennon, then all four of them, you're talking six figures. Unfortunately, two of them's not with us anymore, so. All right. Man, some of this stuff got here fast that I've ordered. I knew they had a big backlog, but I didn't know there's going to be this much. All right. Paul McCartney. Here it is, Mark Fallon. All you got to do is say, I'll take it. It was signed. So here's the provenance. It was signed when he got the Gershon Prize at the Library of Congress. That was Obama was in office, and he played that night at the White House. So that's where it was signed. I was told it was signed was he was leaving the Library of Congress that night. He stopped and signed autographs, which is highly unusual for him to do now, hence the sharp increase in prices lately. I mean, you got to think one of his best buds got assassinated signing autographs, so he's obviously been hesitant over the years. He was much more so in the 90s, 2000s, but I think as he got older and things have gotten crazier, he obviously wants to be very protected. So, okay, we're ready to get started. Problem is there's usually a big stack of empty crates behind me, but not tonight. Here's some over here. Got it. I can work off one for right now, but yeah, I've got two more over here. Okay, here we go. A Deftones backstage pass. We'll work on that in a second. How many crates of new vinyl came in? That question is a question everybody always wants to know every night, especially John Robb. And John, I'm going to give you an answer. And then you can breathe a sigh of relief. Are you ready? Drum roll for John Robb. Here we go, John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crates of new vinyl, and John Robb just fell off his couch and he's rolling around screaming. He's so excited. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crates of new vinyl. And John Robb is losing his mind, running around his house yelling, just an absolute shock and excitement. 8 crates of new vinyl. I hope you're ready for it. I need you to average buying 3 records from every crate. That means John Robb's going to buy at least 24 records tonight. If not, then I'm going to be disappointed. How about coins? I've got how many ounces of silver over here? We've got 300 or 400 ounces of silver over here. Y'all's wishes have come true. We got bullion, we got eagles, we got bars, and we have enough, I think, to go around for everybody. If somebody buys all this tonight, then they're going to be putting out a lot of cash. Possibly 6 figures. That would be an epic sale if we sold all this tonight. With that being said, let's pull up this morning's video. Let's pull up the stuff that's sold out of here, and let's get auctions going. And this is going to be a busy show. It's already 6:21. First auction is Van Halen. Van Halen's a 1981 USOG Jacksonville press. It has the original on her sleeve, VG++ condition. Folks, we're talking about Mean Street. Van Halen's a $30 start. $30 start on that. Our next auction is Riot, Narita. Riot is a US, and this is early 80s, a Jacksonville press, near McMinus, a $30 start for Riot. Van Halen 30, Riot 30. So here's some stuff that's sold out of here. I'm looking for Volbeat, and I didn't hear him out on Howlin' Wolf interested. Nafia Yanya, yes, Volbeat, Colbert, U2, Slayer, and Doechii. Here we go. We have Howlin' Wolf, Moan in the Moonlight. Let me reply to Sarah Morgan. The price on this is $24.99. And hopefully she's watching. Howlin' Wolf is $24.99. There's that. And we have Sarah Watkins. She was in a band called Nickel Creek. This is her solo album. It's new. It's sealed. It's $34.99. We also have Moon Taxi Cabaret. Moon Taxi's $34.99. $30 start on Van Halen. $30 start on Riot. And then Titus Andronicus. That's a punk indie album. Double LP. $19.99. And this is Ray Sermon. $29.99. That's a rap album. Also, Dylan McDonald and the Avians, Out from the Door. Rock, $9.99. Franz Ferdinand, The Human Fear. Franz Ferdinand is $24.99. Them Vibes, and this is called Electric Fever. That's $24.99. And, yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans, first record of the night, sold to Scott Corcoran. And then over here, Mike Massey, sold on Titus Andronicus. And we also have Arcade Fire, $34.99. That's their newest album, Pink Elephant, and that's on red and black marble vinyl, $34.99 on that. This Nifur Yanya, that's sold to Chuck Wilson. Thank you, Chuck Wilson. That's sold to you. We got Doechii, Alligator Bites Never Heal. That is officially sold to Christina Curtis. Thank you, Christina Curtis. That's sold to you. Grimes, Art Angels. Grimes is $24.99. Divine Fits is $14.99. These are all sticker price. This is all the leftover stuff that Laura marked yesterday. This is all the new vinyl from yesterday. DRI is $29.99. There's 2 copies of DRI and DRI. There's 2 copies of that left. U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. U2 is $34.99. We have Soft Cell, Nonstop Erotic Cabaret. That's a double LP with bonus tracks, $34.99. And then Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss. And the first person on Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss was Randy Klein. Amanda Darby got a U2. Thank you, Amanda Darby. Those are sold and sold. We have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, remastered, $36.99. Trouble, self-titled, is $29.99. Rush 2112 is $36.99. And then Love and Rockets, and that is their self-titled 4th album, $29.99 on that. Otis is staring at me because he's like, why is this guy just standing there talking to himself? This is $36.99. Slayer, Rain and Blood. This is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. That's sold to him. And then also Led Zeppelin Live, Texas International Pop Festival. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. And then Volbeat. Volbeat is sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you on that, Sarah L. Morgan. And then the other Volbeat was sold to Derek Zazzaro. Thank you, Derek Zazzaro. Everybody got everything they wanted except Dwayne Worley put Colbert. That was his comment, Colbert. I'm not for sure what that is. Colbert. I don't think there's anything in here under the name Colbert. Not to my knowledge. I'm going to have to reply to him and be like, what was Colbert? So let me go over here. Dwayne Worley. I'm going to put what? Dwayne, are you on the chat right now? What was Colbert? Because I don't see anything in here called Colbert. I bet he put Volbeat and it auto-corrected. Somebody type Volbeat into their chat and see if it autocorrects to Colbert. I bet it does. Nobody been on Riot Narita. This is a buy it now for $30. It's a U.S. reissue. Riot can be picked up for a $30 buy it now. Nobody been on Van Halen. Van Halen is a buy it now for $30. That's for Fair Warning. Van Halen Fair Warning. That is this and this. That was supposed to be for Volbeat. I bet. I had a feeling. Okay, so Colbert, you would have been third either way, so let's put him on a wait list for Volbeat. So Volbeat, Servant of the Mind, this is a waiting list now. Let's officially put Dwayne Worley on a waiting list, okay? So Volbeat autocorrects to Colbert. Y'all know you can go into your settings in your phone and change all those autocorrects. You can actually type in, you can set your chat up, your phone, to when you put CSN, it automatically autocorrects to Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Now, for some people, that might be frustrating, but you can set it to do AB, and it automatically fills in Allman Brothers. That's how we have our chat over here set up, so I think they can key in stuff faster. Dwayne Sevilla gets right for $30. And what else do we have to do? How do I make a bid? You make a bid by commenting in the chats, and that's all you got to do. You comment in the chats, and then that means you're buying, and then we'll get you registered, okay? That's all that's left out of there. We went through these a bunch yesterday. That's all the new vinyl left from 2 crates: Zeppelin, Love and Rockets, Rush, Trouble, Pink Floyd, Soft Cell, U2, DRI, and then the pre-owned stuff from Laura was Divine Fits. I heard this is the lead singer from Spoon, Grimes, Arcade Fire, Them Vibes, Franz Ferdinand, Dillian McDonald, Ray Sermon, Moon Taxi, Sarah Watkins, and Howlin' Wolf, okay? That's all still available. Let's go ahead and put up more stuff from the bonus auction. How about Leather Wolf? Yes, Leather Wolf, street ready. Leather Wolf is an 89 USOG specialty press, VG++ condition, and that's a $30 start. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, so I'll pull that up right quick. It's $82.59 right now. Let me check over here. All right. No, my mic is on right now. My mic is live, and I am looking this up right here. Devious Johns wants the Sarah Watkins. Thank you. That's so to you. Okay. Thank you, Devious John. Getting some quotes on stuff. $18.68. Oh gosh, yeah. A tube from Ampex is they're $93 a piece right now. Yeah, so 88 would be a great price for those. Actually, that'd be a steal. But hey, maybe we can sell them all. That's the goal. Turn them and burn them. All right, here we go. Let's grab one of our first crates. We got a lot of the new Start Your Ear Off Ride exclusives. We got a ton of new Start Your Ear Off Ride exclusives. And here we go. A lot of pre-orders tonight. This is the night to do this. This is the night, and here we go. So first thing, Ray Sermon Dakota was $29.99. First auction right now, the first live auction is a 1989 USOG. This is a specialty press, VG++ condition. It has a notch right there on the jacket. I was trying to find it. There it is. Leather Wolf, $30 start, no bid yet. And by the way, the only no bid tonight has been Van Halen Fair Warning, an 81 USOG. That's a $30 start on Van Halen. Going once, going twice. Let's put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is All Things Must Pass, George Harrison. And this is a 1970 US OG. It's a Jacksonville press. It is just a $15 start. The records have a few marks and scuffs and even a couple feelable marks. So just a $15 start on that. George Harrison, All Things Must Pass, okay? I'm going to be trying to show you some bullion tonight. I have a great deal right now on American Silver Eagles. They are $88 a piece. $88 a piece. I got as many as you could want until I'm sold out, and then I don't have enough anymore. So buy them when you can. These are $88 a piece. 1 ounce uncirculated American Silver Eagles. So right now I'm looking about the cheapest you can buy them is you got to buy 20, and they're $93.40 a piece. So 1 ounce American Silver Eagles, I've got them for $88, and I have as many as you could possibly want, okay? $88, okay? And you just tell me your quantity, and I'll start counting them out, and we'll get them sold to you, okay? Right now I'm going to stack them on top of George Harrison. Let's get started with some of this new vinyl. Some of our newest new vinyl, including new releases. Stanley Richmond says he'll take 4. 4 sold to Stanley Richmond at $88 each, okay? That's tonight, right now. No more, no less. $88. Let's go over here to this. And let's jump over here. Paul Brothers says he'll take 2. Sold 2 to Paul Brothers. And we need to pull up John Coltrane, okay? John Coltrane. Let's find you, Mr. Coltrane. John Coltrane. Oh, also bid 30 on Leather Wolf. It was already at 30. And let's pull up John Coltrane. John Coltrane here. John Coltrane. The first one I have is this one. Olay Coltrane. Cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray. Rhino Hi-Fi series. There's several John Coltranes that come out this Friday. Here's the first one, Olay Coltrane. Let's pull up the original pre-order for this, and here we have it. This is $39.99. You're probably going to be hearing me say, Olay Coltrane. That's an old one. That's from back in, hold on, man, that's the wrong one. I was about to say, that's from back last year's, isn't it? Olay Coltrane, due out 07/05/24. Let me see what's going on here. Hold on a minute. Olay Coltrane. There's so many Coltrane pre-orders. That's one from last year. This is one, well, I guess that was posted last year. Is that how long ago that's been? But I've already got thumbs up against people's names. So the one I'm looking here, I posted June 29th, and it says due out 7/05/24. And Sean Feather got one, Cynthia Hergewin and Scott, everybody got one. But this is a different one. This is the new SKU. Let me see if I posted this one. Okay. John Coltrane. Let me pull this up. There's like 5 or 7 different Coltranes that come out this week. I don't see this one right off the bat, honestly. So let me try my best to scroll through here and try to find it. Okay, I'm just going to put Olay Coltrane. All right, and then let me update where we're at. Is that the new one? No. Is that it? No. There it is. I found it. Okay, I'm going to hit a dot so it's bumped up. All right, let me comment a dot. Okay, here we go. So this is sold. One, please. Edit, I apologize. I need to cancel my pre-order. Okay, so not one for Philip Hope, but we need to give one to Donna Turner, Mike Vandergits, Greg Layton, which is Jazz Grog, and Sean Lee Hooker. There's 2 extras. This is $39.99. This is it. $39.99. I have found it, and sorry, that was confusing. $39.99. There's 2 left. So this is John Coltrane, Olay Coltrane, Rhino Hi-Fi, due out this Friday. Olay Coltrane was the final album recorded by John Coltrane under contract with Atlantic Records, cut from the original master tape, $39.99. $39.99. Let's go back up here to the top, and let me figure out what is going on over here. First of all, I have 2, I sold 4 Silver Eagles to Stanley Richmond, 2 to Paul Brothers, Leather Wolf 30, Leather Wolf 31, and then we have Christina Curtis at 15 on George Harrison, Glenn on a Silver Eagle. That's sold to Glenn. These are $88. And Leather Wolf 32, Leather Wolf 35, Leather Wolf 37, Leather Wolf 38, Leather Wolf 40, Leather Wolf 45, and George Harrison 16. And I can't see the person anymore. Let me see what's going on over here. I think he's probably enough people's reported him. He's already gone. Man, I hadn't had to block somebody in a long time. Let me see what's going on over here. I don't think I can even see him anymore, especially on my end. I think between Twitch and or Restream, he's invisible now. So let me jump over here and find out. Let me see what's going on. Yeah, I can't even see it over here. But let me open this up over here as well. Okay. Sounds like somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed, eh? Okay. Might could do it from over here. Okay, that's been taken care of. So, let me get back on track here. We got new Start Your Off Right exclusives. I've only shown one. I've only shown one Coltrane. There's 2 extra copies. Let me get back to Chad Williams' account instead of Coletco now. All right, let me pull back up the group. Let me pull back up the pre-order, and let me tell you where we're at on Leather Wolf. Leather Wolf, the last bid was Devin Reese at $45. It's an 89 USOG specialty press, VG++ condition. That's at $45. George Harrison got a bid for 15, then 16, and then 18. Topographics out. Final call on that one, okay? Coltrane is $39.99. Here's the next pre-order. Fleetwood Mac Future Games. I probably going to be right on the button. This is one I almost forgot about, and I ordered them this week. And Fleetwood Mac Future Games. Let me pull up the pre-order. Here it is. Future Games Fleetwood Mac pre-order is $36.99. This is the Rhino Reserve Hi-Fi. Derek Cesaro wants to Van Halen buy it now for $30. This is the first new vinyl crate. Yes, the only other thing I've shown was the 6 a.m. video, and I've pulled everything out of there and sold a couple more. So Fleetwood Mac is first sold to Jerry Stone, $36.99. And then we got Julianne Roman. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, let me know. Bill Samus got one. Clifford Umstead got one. Autumn Betts got one. Scott Beebe got one, and I had a feeling I was right on the button. Yep, Fred Cardinale. If anybody else wants on a wait list, let me know. Fleetwood Mac Future Games. If anybody else wants on a wait list, let me know. That is sold $36.99. I'm going to leave these silver rounds right here where people can see them. They're actually 1 ounce American Silver Eagles, and they're $88. That's my first tube. That's what I have left. Okay, and then next, so if anybody wants on the wait list, that was Fleetwood Mac Future Games. I think I had 7, and we just sold 7. If anybody else wants one, let me know. They're going to be more in this week. Then I have Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath, and this is a Rhino Hi-Fi, and this is supposed to be $39.99, not $44. This is supposed to be $39.99. So right now I'm going to give you a $5 discount. I'm going to peel all these off and make them $39.99. This is the Black Sabbath. And Tanner, I'm going to step up front and get my laptop, and I'm going to need you to follow me up there. Okay? These are $39.99. Is this in an airtight, or what is this? You're going to tell me. Sometime. Well, not as, about the same as an Eagle, probably. No, that's probably when they were. I'm going to give you this. It's very important before we forget, and then something disastrous happens, okay? So, do you just want to carry this whole thing back there? Okay, I'll let you take care of that. It's kind of heavy. All right, Otis is up here. He said, "What? Oh, Chad? Are you up here trying to get that last Subway cookie? I bet you are, Chad. Don't let me fool me. You're up here trying to get that last Subway cookie." Golly, Otis knows me well. See, I was just telling y'all I was coming up here to get my laptop. In reality, I was up here getting my laptop. But, wait a minute, I said that wrong. In reality, I was up here getting my Subway cookie. Okay, let's open this up, and this is Black Sabbath. All right, and my waiting list for Black Sabbath are the following. Nope, 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 nope. There's no wait list for Black Sabbath. So this is just an amazing restock of the Rhino self-titled, $39.99. This is just an incredible, beautiful, fantastical, amazing restock of Black Sabbath Rhino self-titled, $39.99. I'm going to step over here and steal John's pricing gun. Speaking of pricing guns, we need to take action on that again. Let me step over here and grab this one. John, I'm stealing your pricing gun. Today is the 6th. He's been marking stuff. Don't forget, for anybody local, $2 records. Our front of our store is going to turn into a $2 discount outlet for most of the spring and rest of the winter and most of the spring, okay? So $2 discount outlet. It opens up at 10 o'clock in the morning, okay? And we'll be adding new stuff every day till literally our back room is cleaned out. So, man, let me get all this out of here. Whew. Sorry. Seems like it's a struggle to figure out the first half hour of the show. A lot's happened already. My head is spinning. All right, so over here, this is $18, and this is sold to Christina Curtis. Okay, that's sold to Christina Curtis. And then over here, Derek got Van Halen, Leather Wolf out, Stereo gets a Black Sabbath. And then over here, we have Thomas Fish wants a Black Sabbath. Sean Miller wants a Black Sabbath. And these are $39.99. Okay, Leather Wolf. 2 people that were bidding has asked where it's at because I haven't been properly calling bids like I should. The high bid is Devin Reese at $45. And Hoopy asked where it's at. It's at 45 with Devin Reese. Sorry that's took so long. I think we're about to get on a roll right now. This is right here, $45, Devin Reese. Next thing is this. We have Wasp. This is WASP. Wasp is an 85 U.S. club. It is side 1 VG, side 2 near mint minus. This is a $30 start. Devin Reese gets Leather Wolf for $45. Wasp is a $30 start. Let's put this here. Let's put that there. And we have another Rhino reserve, Roland Kirk, the inflated tier. Rashawn Roland Kirk. Let's look this up. Roland Kirk, and this is $36.99. And we have one pre-order, Greg Layton. Okay, this is $36.99. Pressed at Fidelity Rhino Reserve, another new release that comes out this Friday. Roland Kirk, the inflated tier, $36.99. I ordered 3. There was 1 pre-order from Jazz Grog. Thank you, Jazz Grog. 2 were left. Wasp is an 85 U.S. club, side 1 VG, side 2 near mint minus. That is a $30 start on Wasp, but that's now up for bid. Let's go ahead and put up the best of Judas Priest. Then I'm about to start putting up some of the advertised stuff. This is the best of Judas Priest. The best of Judas Priest is a 78 UK OG gold label, GULL, near mint minus. It does have a little bit of a seam split up here. The best of Judas Priest, a $25 start. And then the next pre-order was Steely Dan. And I don't think I have enough of these yet. And so I'm going to go ahead and tell you who got one. And then I'm going to go ahead and tell you how many more I am getting and how many more that you're going to want to see, okay? This is $29.99. This is Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. So this is the first time it's had like just a standard reissue. It's on clear vinyl. It's $29.99. Right now I've got 4 on hand. So to Clifford Umstead, Bill Samus, Terry Gearhart, and Scott Beebe. If anybody wants on a waiting list, I think I've already ordered 5 more, and Cynthia Herdron was first on the new waiting list. So I already have that on the pre-order, but whoever's watching, please make me a sticky note. Steely Dan, so to Cynthia Herdron, first on the waiting list, and anybody else right now that comments live, Everything Must Go. That's so to those 4 people, Scott Beebe, Terry Gearhart, Bill Samus, Clifford Umstead, and then anybody else, okay? Let me wait on this one because I have a feeling there's more of these somewhere else. At least I hope so. So there's another Coltrane. Let me wait on that. And then Wasp is a final call for 30, and Judas Priest has a bid for 25, okay? The only other thing on the table right now is 1 ounce American Silver Eagles, uncirculated, and these are $88 a piece. That's what I have left out of our first roll. I have them all night. They're going to be right there because we have people ask for bullion probably every night throughout the night, and we finally got some in stock. I had to, we've bought a few from locals, and then we've bought... we finally got some that I've been waiting on that came in the mail. So there it is. And that right now, from what I'm seeing, is a great price. We also have lights in from Van Halen. I'm going to go ahead and try to plug in one of these right now so we can show it. And then I'm going to read off the pre-order for these, okay? But King Diamond lights are in and Van Halen lights are in. So that's exciting. Here we go. More new vinyls. 8 crates tonight. Most of it pre-orders. Matt Nichols on 2 American Silver Eagles. Thank you. $88. Sold to Matt Nichols. $88. American Silver Eagles. Those are sold, okay? All right. Now over here, Wasp is a no bid. That's a buy now for $30. $30 for Wasp, The Last Command, side 1 VG, side 2 near mint minus. And Judas Priest has a new bid with Dwayne Worley for $26. Here is our next record. Another great Rhino, Paranoid. So if you need Paranoid, here's your chance. $39.99. Cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, $39.99. And then over here, we have Faces. And let me pull up the pre-order for that. But man, this is really cool to see this in print. They've actually reissued this just like the original in the die-cut slip. Cut from the original analog master, $31.99. Those look pretty cool, don't they? I was going to plug one up, but I'm afraid I don't know how many extras I have and would have to stop the show. But Van Halen lights are looking pretty dang cool. So wait later tonight, we'll knock those out. There's no waiting list for Black Sabbath Paranoid, so those are all still available. And then let's pull up the pre-order for Faces. This is a great album, by the way. So let's go over here and let's pull up Faces Long Player, F-A-C-E-S, and that's Long Player. And Faces Long Player is $31.99. This comes out this Friday, and this is actually analog. Ronnie Lane, Ron Stewart, Rod Wood, $31.99. Let's do the pre-order. They did a really good job on this, it looks like. $31.99. One for Stan McNessie. We got one for Todd Coe, one for George Ellis, one for Marco Martinez, one for Clifford Umstead, one for Scott Beebe, and one for Jerry Stone. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order for Faces, that was it. And now you know you're going to have to comment and say you want one live, right? Because I have a total of 2. I've got 4 extras. The hop stickers are on sideways for those. I got 4 extras, $31.99, okay? Judas Priest, so Wasp, here's the deal on Wasp. We had an offer and then we had a claim, okay? So Michelle Clements was second, but she claimed it at full price. So Hoopy, let me know if you want that for $30. We sold Matt Nichols 2 Silver Eagles. Those have been tagged. And then Judas Priest is at third. Kenny Case Jr. on 1 Silver Eagle. I think, hold on one second, where are those lined up at over here, Tanner? Is that it? Yeah. Did we pull one for Kenny? Dang it, I can't remember. I don't think so. Okay, Kenny Case Jr., let's go ahead and pull him for one, all right? I'll go ahead and set one over here just in case. Because I think one person got one, and then there's only one, so probably Kenny with the other one. So there's one for Kenny, and there's 2 more, which was Matt Nichols. I think I did, but I don't think I did, okay? Let me go back up, see if that's still on my chat. Let's see, Van Halen, Kenny Cates. There should be a single one before him. The other single one went to Glenn. Yeah, Glenn on Twitch then. So there should be a single, and then 2. Yeah, I got you now. All right, let's go over here and then, so we'll see if Hoopy wants it for full price. He does. So this is sold to Hoopy for $30. And then Judas Priest, $30. Eddie Pasir on Black Sabbath Paranoid. Thank you, Eddie Pasir. I think I almost missed that. This is sold to Eddie Pasir, Black Sabbath Paranoid. Thank you. There's 4 left. Thank you, Mr. Eddie. And then over here we had Judas Priest at 26, and then Judas Priest at 30, and then there's that, and then Michelle Clements, you were second on Wasp. He is taking it full price. Judas Priest 31, and then David Doyle does get a Faces. That's sold to David Doyle. And then we have 2 more Rhino Hi-Fis, a restock of ZZ Top Eliminator. She's got legs. She knows how to use them. ZZ Top. It sounds a lot cooler when Billy Gibbons is singing it. ZZ Top, I got a waiting list for a Recycler and another waiting list for a Recycler. I wonder if I messed that up and it's supposed to say Eliminator. Brian Thurman, are you on the chat? I have you down twice for a Recycler. I wonder if one of those is supposed to be Eliminator. Brian Thurman, are you on the chat? I know for sure he needed one of those. Bill Samus on Faces. You were another claim. So there's one sold to him. Now there's only 2 left, and we are going to go ahead and show another Rhino, and this is a new pre-order. And this is the Monkeys. This is a new one we haven't had. Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones, a new Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. And I'm about to show you, this is only the 2nd crate of new vinyl, and I'm about to show you what you've missed out on in case you want to get on a waiting list or stuff that's still in stock until everything is gone. But this is the new Monkeys. We sold one to Sherry and we sold one to Brent Robley, okay? That was the only 2 pre-orders, Sherry Darnell and Brent Robley. We're going through new stuff. Finally, we got a great delivery of new vinyl, a lot of new stuff and a lot of pre-orders. It seems like it's a struggle nowadays, I think just due to shipping and holidays, but we should be back on pace. Let's put up a new auction, but first we need to update Judas Priest. That was at $31. $31 on that. We sold 2 Faces live, and then Sarah Weiberdink on a ZZ Top. I got her down for that one. Then Priest is at 31, okay? This is a 78 UK OG on Gull, yes. This is an OG Judas Priest. It does have a little bit of a seam split, and the last bid on this was $31. $31 on that. So let me show you a few things we sold out of already. I sold out of Fleetwood Mac Future Games Rhino Hi-Fi. Those are $36.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. And then we have a waiting list going for Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. That's on clear vinyl. That's now back in print as a single LP. And then everything else is still in stock as of the moment, okay? And before I show that, let me wait, okay? That's another ZZ Top, but I'm going to make sure. Okay, so let's put up another request. I hadn't done any of the advertised stuff yet. Haven't done any of the advertised stuff yet. But first, let me go ahead and put up Alice in Chains. Oh, man. Alice in Chains. This is We Die Young. It's a 2022 limited edition record store day. Sealed EP, $25 star for Alice in Chains. There is that, okay? I'm going to be posting. Actually, let me knock it out right now. Let's see. We had Pink Floyd, Wall. I'm actually going to get this live right now in the group for everybody, okay? So, y'all, the announcement can be made because I think we're going to sell a bunch of these. This is the first lot we've done. From any kind of 90s band, and I'm about to post the pre-order right now. The first lot from a 90s band, and this is live right now. I was going to post it so I could let everybody know. Best way to sell a bunch of them, let everybody know right now to the almost 300 people watching. Going up for pre-order right now, our first lot box of any 90s band, Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains, and it's going up for pre-order right now. As soon as that video uploads. That's our lot box. It's about to go up. So if you want on that, I've put up an Alice in Chains record, and that reminded me, that one is ready to go, and it's uploading. It takes a long time to do a video because they have to scan it for copyright and all. There we go. Now you can go pre-order it. Alice in Chains is up for pre-order. That's the next one we're doing after Pink Floyd, The Wall, and it's the first one of any 90s band we've done, so very cool. It's going to be an orange font, so it's not really going to change colors. It's just going to be really orange and red. It's just going to kind of flash orange and red. Because of the logo, it looks a lot better in orange, so they had to do it just like that. Okay, so Judas Priest is at 32, Alice in Chains 25, 30, 33, 40. And let me condense over here the last crate of new vinyl that we just had. And what happened to those? There was only a handful. Here it is. So far, here's everything that's left in stock from tonight's sale. Let's do it right here. Let's start right here. We have Black Sabbath Paranoid in stock, $39.99. We're down to 4 copies. Faces Long Player, analog, $31.99. ZZ Top Eliminator, Nick Bargeron, I can give you one right now. Nick Bargeron, I can give you one right now. The rap album started in about 7 minutes. Let's give Nick Bargeron an Eliminator right now. That is sold to him. And then Monkeys, are these numbered? These are numbered to 5,000. Yes, limited edition 5,000. Well, it says limited edition 5,000. I think that means they're numbered. So $39.99. I have 2 left on Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. Nice. Another Pleasant Valley Sunday. That's going to sound awesome. So there's 3 of those left. And then the first Jazz Rhino hi-fi we have left is Ole Coltrane. And then Black Sabbath self-titled, the other Rhino. A lot of Rhino and a lot of analog high-quality stuff in here. Roland Kirk, the Inflated Tear is the other one. Roland Kirk, the Inflated Tear. That is $36.99. By the way, that's plastic. I don't really like these. I hope everybody's putting these in brand new sleeves because these aren't the greatest, as y'all can see. That way, it's protected. $36.99. Gerald says he'll take one. Great. But the first thing I've got to do is start a new crate because this one's filled up in a hurry. And they're probably all going to fill up in a hurry until all the new vinyl's gone through. John's got 4 crates of vintage here. Laura's marking stuff later tonight. Tanner has literally got me a library over here. You should see the stacks of books over here next to me for later tonight. I mean, it is like a library over here. We've been trying to get through Fred's Goodwin stuff to make room. Paul leaves tomorrow on about a 5-day buying trip to go buy 30,000 new albums, and we really don't have any place to put them. So that's why we're trying our best to get rid of some stuff back here. Gerald Whitworth gets the Monkeys. That's what's left out of the first 2 crates. We'll keep going right after I tell you. Judas Priest is at 40, and this is Alice in Chains, We Die Young. Alice in Chains, We Die Young, 2022 limited edition record store day. That's not in print. Awesome stuff there. $52 with Matt Nichols. Judas Priest is at 40. You outbid somebody, and Dwayne's back in at 41. So Dwayne and Dwayne, spelled 2 different ways. The battles of the Dwaynes right now on that. All right, this next album is another huge pre-order. I think this is the biggest one of the week. Never had it in stock, never had it in print. Very, very cool. Let's knock them out. How much are these, Chad? These are only $29.99. These are only $29.99. This is the Ramones Greatest Hits. The Ramones Greatest Hits. $29.99. And there's a lot of pre-orders for this. Unfortunately, about 5 of them came in with seam splits, but hopefully that's enough. We have enough for everybody tonight, okay? So, Alice in Chains still getting bids. Judas Priest still getting bids. And I'm about to start a third auction of new advertised stuff. Silver Eagles, $88. That's what I have left out of the first roll. And here's the Ramones. Bizarrely, there's actually 2 different ones coming out today. Or Friday. There's the Rocktober, the Rhino, Start Your Year Off Right on black ice. And then there's just a standard one coming out on clear. I don't know why they did that, but this is the Start Your Ear Off Right. Hey Ho, Let's Go. The Ramones Greatest Hits. First time I've ever seen it on vinyl, new in print. Mark Morris was the first pre-order. Mark Morris was the first pre-order. Thank you, Mark. The high bid right now on Alice in Chains is $56 of Matt Nichols. Chris Frazier's out, so that's a final call. The high bid on Judas Priest is Dwayne Sevilla at $45. Now it's up to Dwayne Worley. Now, more Ramones. We have one for Michael O'Brien, one for David Polkey. One for Michael O'Brien, one for David Polkey. There's that. Stephen Tuttle says he'll take 5 Silver Eagles. Thank you. First time I've had Bullion in stock to finally sell like this in a while. 2, 4, 5 sold to Stephen Tuttle. $88 a piece. There's that. 5 for Stephen Tuttle. Thank you. Next 2 pre-orders on Ramones is Philip Holt and Mike Massey. Philip Holt and Mike Massey. John Miller and Matt Algram. John Miller and Matt Algram. Jen Cast and David Eberly. Jen Cast and David Eberly. Next is Jerry Stone and Rick Peabody. Jerry Stone and Rick Peabody. Sean Lee Hooker and Clifford Umstead. Sean Lee Hooker and Clifford Umstead. Matt Shiker and Jim Sedale. Matt Shiker and Jim Sedale. Shannon Mashaka and Bill Samus. There's 2 more sold. And then Eric Fisher and Joshua Cross. Eric Fisher and Joshua Cross. 2 more sold. And then 2 more to Sherry Darnell and Scott Beebe. We're not done. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, let me know. But we are all of a sudden chipping away at these quickly. What is the Alice in Chains? This is a 2022 limited edition record store day, new and sealed. This was their very first release. There is an OG of this that exists. It's called We Die Young. And this is sealed, and it's a final call to Matt Nichols for 56. He's out on Judas Priest. Dwayne Worley is. So final call to Dwayne Sevilla for 45. Let's count out some more Ramones. When I'm done, I'll let you know how many extras I have to give out the live people. We have 1 to George Jones. We have 1 to Scott Dwallow. We got 1 for Fred Cardinale. We got 2 for Glenn Kesey. That's 3 more sold. And then we have 1 for Terry Gearhart and 1 for Mike Owen. Make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records, so you can get in on these pre-orders. Robert Barnett and Ken Halplin. So to Robert Barnett, so to Ken Halplin. Brian Call and Kelly Vladerchek. Pam Murray and Brent Robley. Brent Robley and Pam Murray. Terry Lee Watts and Mark Weiss. Okay, so now I have how many left? Okay, I've got 3 beautiful ones left, and then I've got 2, 4, 6 with extremely very light seam crackles, okay? So the first 3 people will be getting these nicest ones I have, and I think the first person I seen was Rob Fordham. It was. Rob Fordham gets one, then Michael Snared, then Kristen Barnett. Kelly already got one. So here's how many I have left. They do have light seam splits. These aren't too bad. You can do 1 or 2 things. You can claim one of these, or you can go on a waiting list for another. But FYI, these do have light seam crackles. They will be same price, $29.99. Okay. Couldn't recall if we're on the pre-order. Rob got us covered. We don't need the one I just asked for. Okay. Let's put that one back. And then Chris Bryant, you're going to get one without a seam split for sure. Okay. I think Edwin Blom is passing on the Alice in Chains. So this is sold to Matt Nichols for $56. $56. And then Judas Priest is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $48. And perfect time. It's top of the hour. It's time for some of our advertised auctions. And y'all can already see there's great stuff in the bonus crates, eh? Great stuff in the bonus crates. And this is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $45, okay? Chris Bryant, you got a nice Ramones, unless you're passing all together. And then over here, he said, okay. And then Richard Allen, I'm going to give you the lightest seam split I've got. which is that right there. If that's not okay, let me know, Richard Allen. And if anybody else wants on a wait list for a nice one, that's what I've got on the Ramones. That's very unfortunate, but there's that. And let's pull this right over here, and let's go through another crate. There's one whole crate that's packed full, and it's not priced. I'll have to do that one live. That'll be the last one I do, and it's got a wide variety. Let's go ahead and put up more auctions, and let me bring over the next crate, which has a lot of cool looking new stuff in it. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. If you could read my mind, girl. Down, when I see me down. The phones on me, home, homes, you are here, so home, I hear. That's Gordon Lightfoot, by the way. You're welcome. Golly, look at all these records to put up for auction. Whew. Okay, let's start off with Nirvana. Let's start off with something that could cause manic chaos. This is Nirvana, At the End of Lonely Street. Compilations of various home and studio demos from 89 to 92, Nirvana, unofficial, EX, a $35 start. Here is Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind, Rhino Reserve, okay? Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind. And this is $36.99, and that's the one I was mumbling earlier. If you could read my mind, girl. A classic. And this is the first time I've ever seen this offered in an analog format. I kind of want to keep one if there's any left over tonight. $36.99, Gordon Lightfoot. So I got one for Sherry Darnell. I've got one for Jerry Stone. I got one for Clifford Umstead, and I have one for Jeff Mallwood. So we do have extras of these. They're all beautiful, they're all new, and they're all analog Rhino Reserve, $36.99. Lacquer's cut from the original analog master tapes. If you could read my mind, that is $36.99. Let's jump back over here to the top. Make sure I didn't miss any other claims. So Chris Bryant got a Ramones. He's good with it. Richard Allen was good with a one with a light seam split. We got a request for New Kids. We got a request for Queens of Stone Age. Nirvana has a bid for 40. We have a request for Bush Razor Blade Suitcase. We got a bid on Nirvana for 35, a bid on Nirvana for 40, a bid on Nirvana for 50. We got a request for Garbage. We got a request for Moby, another bid on Nirvana for 35. We have a request for Built for Spill, Nirvana 60, Nirvana 75, and then we have Nirvana at 100 and Nirvana at 100. Let's find another auction, but first, here's another Rhino Reserve. Oh man, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name, and it felt good to get out of the rain. And in the desert, this is $36.99. It's America's self-titled first album. Another one, Lacquer's Cut from the original analog master tape by Matthew Luthans at the Mastering Lab. Wow. $36.99. Wow. $36.99, America. There's one for Todd Coe. Thank you, Todd Coe. There's two for Alvo Dabney. I love that first song, too. Living on a Riverside. That first song is awesome. Riverside, go check that one out. There's two for Alvo C. Dabney Jr. We got one for Clifford Umstead, and we got one for Scott Beebe. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. And then let's do some live claims. David Doyle, Doug Jeppesen. Two more sold. There's two more left in stock. Analog America, an analog Gordon Lightfoot, and how about Rough Cut? What? This comes from the bonus crate. An 85 USOG specialty press, near mint minus, a $25 start. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Have you subscribed? Have you followed? Are you paying close attention? Have you walked your dogs? Are you ready for what's about to come next? You definitely need some jazz in your life. John Coltrane, Coltrane's Sound. Let's do this one next. John Coltrane. I can't hum any Coltrane. That would be a challenge, and I wouldn't be qualified. So this is $39.99. There's a lot of different Coltrane pre-orders. Let me try my best to find all these. I think there's 5 or 7 coming out this week. So I'm trying my best just to find the pictures over here in the chat. Not that one, not that one. Okay, we might have to do apostrophe S. Sometimes it's hard to find these in the group. Coltrane Sound, okay? And let's put up another auction. There it is. Okay, I found it. Coltrane Sound, $39.99. So here's the deal. Nirvana 170, Nirvana 200, Rough Cut 25, Nirvana 220, and now Rough Cut. And now let's put up another advertised auctions. And man, a lot of these, y'all are telling me I'm not even familiar what the covers look like. I know Third Eye Blind was requested. Let's go ahead and do that. Top of the hour, here we go. Third Eye Blind blue. This is a 2013 limited edition translucent blue vinyl with insert. The cover does have a little bit of bending according to Laura. Right up in here, yeah, these jackets like this that are made to hold 2 LPs typically are very well known for doing this, but that's a nice one overall. $25 start on Third Eye Blind, okay? I'll update all the auctions right after I tag these Coltrane's. These are $39.99, one for Kelly Gabney, one for Brent Robley, one for Sean Lee Hooker, and one for Jazz Grog, Greg Layton. All right, so those 4 are sold. We got 3 extra Coltrane's in stock. 3 extra Coltrane's in stock, $39.99. A mono mix, cut by Kevin Gray, limited edition Rhino. All right, so here's the Nirvana. It's a final call to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $250. It's an unofficial. It's a compilation of various home recordings and studios outtakes. 1989 to 1982. It's called At the End of Lonely Street. Has that sticker on the cover, and this is a final call to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $250. Rough Cut has one bid with Sarah Wyberding for $25. Sarah, you missed Def Leppard autographs last night. Rough Cut is an 85 USOG specialty press, near mint minus, one bid for $25, and that's a final call to Sarah Wyberding. And then Third Eye Blind, the bids are 25 and now 30. Nick Bargeron bid 25. Kelly bid first at 30. So that right now is at 30. Here's our next pre-order. Man, I almost messed up and missed this. I was like, how in the world did I miss a Van Halen release? Van Halen live at Wembley, 1985. Now, this was recently a Record Store Day release is what I'm being told. And they've went ahead and repressed it, recorded live in London. $29.99. Van Halen, $29.99. And I think a couple people were upset because they stood in line for hours and hours possibly on Record Store Day waiting for this to come out. And then not too long later, here it is on black vinyl in print, or you can buy one just sitting on your couch. $29.99. Here's the pre-orders. Mike Massey and Travis Woods. Now, bear in mind, I think the Record Store Day is colored vinyl, but I'm sure it's much more. Michelle Clements and Stanley Richmond. There's 2 more sold. And we have 2 more people. Daryl Johnson. Actually, let me wait right there. So I've tagged 4 for Mike Massey, Travis Wood, Michelle Clements, Stanley Richmond. My crate is full. So let me swap out crates right quick. And let me do that. And let me tag the rest of these. I don't know how I missed. I wish this was posted weeks ago, so we probably could have sold 3 times as many, but somehow, of course, I missed it. Daryl Johnson, Scott Markheim, and then Autumn Betts and Chris Smith. So I've got 2 live here to sell live, and then we can start a waiting list. I think I've already ordered 5 or 10 more because I was like, man, I bet we'll sell a bunch of these live. Michelle Clements wants one, and then MT Matt wants one. Does anybody else want a Van Halen? It's now a waiting list. Live at Wembley, 1995, okay? Those are sold, and those are sold. The pre-order was Mike Massey, Travis Woods, Michelle Clements, Stanley Richmond, Daryl Johnson, Scott Markham, Autumn Betts, Chris Smith, and we've sold 2 live, and I'm trying to grab more out of the crate, but it's empty. So over here, the Nirvana is sold for $250 to Kelly Wlodarczyk. Rough Cut got a new bid. It's now at 30. Same person with a high bid, though, Sarah Wyberding. And then Third Eye Blind is with Kelly Wlodarczyk at 50, okay? And Michelle just needs one. Did you claim one live? Hold on a minute. Michelle claimed one live, and she was on a pre-order. Okay, we got 1 extra Van Halen. Brad Waits, I'm going to give you one right now. No, MT Matt. MT Matt gets one. Is that right? Who was first? It was Michelle. She don't need a second one. It was MT Matt. He already got one, so Brad Waits. Brad, you're giving one right now. Okay? Brad, you're getting one right now. Now, Randy Klein. First, Tom Kelly said he already bid 30 on Rough Cut before Sarah. Tom Kelly was the first person who bid 30 on Rough Cut. Then James Chilcote bid 26, and then Sarah bid 30. So, Sarah, you're actually out. 2 people on the wait list for Van Halen, Randy Klein and Paul Brothers, and Third Eye Blind is at 60. We have some people that are dying to bid on Queens of Stone Age. And they said, Chad, I've got to go walk my dog. My wife's yelling at me. My kids need help with their homework. Please, for the love of all things good and holy, before I just have an absolute freak out, there's been between 7,000 and 3,000 people say, Chad, listen, we're here for one thing and one thing only, to bid on records. And there's one that we all want. We woke up thinking about it. We've been thinking about it while we've been at work. We've been thinking about it driving home. We thought about it when we got home. We've turned on our computer. We refreshed for 45 minutes waiting for you to start the show, and we're here, and we're ready to bid on Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf. This is an unofficial from 2014. This pressing aims to replicate the 2002 UKOG pressing and includes the bonus tracks that were exclusive to UK and European EU only. That's an expensive record. This is the unofficial press. It has a little bit of a crease over here. VG Plus, this is a $30 start. A $30 start on Queens of the Stone Age. There's been some people tell me they've lost sleep over that. $30 start on Queens of the Stone Age. Good luck to all those that are bidding. Rough Cuts at $40. TEB, Third Eye Blinds at $65. That's a $30 start. VG Plus vinyl. The cover is probably VG just because of that crease. Now, we had a Van Halen wait list, Randy Klein, Paul Brothers, and anybody else. Next person is, there was Stan McNessie, okay? They're talking about this Van Halen. Anybody else? Live at Wembley, 95. Let's go through another crate. Here's what's left in here. If you could read my mind, $36.99. America, by America, $36.99, their classic debut. And then John Coltrane, Coltrane Sound, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Queens of Stone Age has a bid. We're talking 35, and then somebody else bid before that. Let me condense this over here, and let's go through another crate. Awesome. I've already sold almost 3 crates of new vinyl. This is what happens when new releases come out. And man, I've ordered a lot of other stuff too. There should be quite a bit show up over the next couple of days. We've got new lights to tag later tonight. So Van Halen lights are in. Not all of them though, okay? Not all of them. The rest should be in next week. So half of the Van Halen lights are in, and then all the King Diamonds. So if you were early in the Van Halen pre-order, you'll be charged this week. If you definitely got a King Diamond, you'll definitely get this one this week. And we should be expecting t-shirts very soon, okay? T-shirts very soon. Give me 1 second on some more silver. I'm going to give you a little bit more variety over here on silver. I have random 1 ounce silver bars. Same thing the other night. We had people line up and it's like, my gosh, Chad, this is what I've been waiting for. 1 ounce silver. It is same price as the Eagles, just to keep it simple. And these are $88, okay? 1 ounce silver bars, $88. I got them. I think I've got 100 of them. I've got them for $88 a piece. I know some people like bars instead of eagles or rounds, so there's your bars. Your pick, okay? There's that. Let me put these eagles over here. These that has sold. And let's go through another crate. So, first thing I have is this. I have Rough Cut. Sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $40. Third Eye Blind should be a final call to Kelly Vlodarchek. Third Eye Blind, final call to Kelly Vlodarchek. This is $65, a 2013 blue vinyl with insert. Light crease right up here, EX vinyl. Final call, $65. Queens of the Stone Age, the first bid was $30, and then there was a bid for $35, and then there was a bid for $45. Okay? And then over here, we have, I don't know, Tim, I'll have to check. Matt Nichols wants 2 silver bars, and then Paul Brothers on 2 silver bars, okay? Those are sold and sold, 88 and 88, and there's crab chips, good. I had like a little bit of crumbs that were stale left in a bag last night. I finished them off and threw them away, so I need a restock. This is really cool. I just posted a pre-order for this a couple of days ago. True Romance. Kind of a Quentin Tarantino film. He did the screenplay. but as usual, an awesome soundtrack. The score music by Hans Zimmer. Look at some of these other artists on here. John Waite, Soundgarden, Robert Palmer, Chris Isaac, and it's on turquoise blue vinyl, True Romance, and I've never had this available just to order. Not saying it's never been available on vinyl, but I've never been able to order it since I've been selling vinyl for about the last 5 or 6 years, since the big modern boom of new vinyl is what I call it, the boom of new vinyl. $38.99 for True Romance. Before I start calling those out, let's get some new auctions going, okay? Third Eye Blind over here. The last bid on Third Eye Blind was Kelly Wlodarczyk, and that sold for $65. There was a big request for Queens of the Stone Age. It looks like it's still getting bids, but we are near the bottom. And just FYI, we have a whole bonus crate of auctions, and it looks like tonight's advertised stuff is insane. There is a little short crate of Japanese. I think it's mostly 45s. Let me take a look. Yeah, there's like 7 Japanese pressings and then some Japanese 45s. So we'll try to get to those. They're kind of third in line right now, okay? Yes, let's go ahead and do the first wrap. I'm going to do Biggie, the Notorious B.I.G., a Vinyl Me Please edition, Ready to Die. A 2017 Vinyl Me Please edition on really cool colored vinyl. It's on white and red splatter and red and black splatter. It's near mint. This is a Vinyl Me Please edition. Biggie is a $35 start, okay? And then let's add one more. First, Queens of Stone Age. Did the other person go out? Brain Toss. It's up to you. Okay, Edwin Blom has it for $55. I think I ordered 10. And then Laura had already ordered 5, and then I ordered 5 more. So I think we got our first 10, and then we're going to see if we have enough for everybody. So we got Chris Frazier and Scott Dwallow, Autumn Betts and Daryl Johnson, and then Sean Lee Hooker, okay? So everybody else that commented live will be getting one. The first claim was, we sold 2 bars. We have Jerry Stone on 1 and Gregory on 1. Gregory on 1 and Jerry on 1. I have not seen this movie. Never seen it before. Looks like an awesome soundtrack. We got Paul Brothers on 1. El Snapatan said Big. That was for Biggie, and it's already getting bid. So I've got 2 left in stock, and I think there's 5 more on the way from another distributor where Laura went ahead and ordered some too. That's okay, because I think we're going to need them. True Romance is on turquoise colored vinyl. The Unforgettable Soundtrack, the Quentin Tarantino penned cult classic, Alabama Worley, turquoise pressing. That's from Real Gone Music. Real Gone Music's been doing all these 90s really cool out-of-print soundtracks and glam and stuff like that. They do a really good job. Amanda Davis wants one, $38.99. Brain Toss is out on Queens of Stone Age. This is sold then to Edwin Blom. Nice battle on that one. Sold to Edwin Blom for $55. Biggie's at $50. Now Biggie's at $60. We got 1 True Romance left in stock. Let's grab another auction, and let's do something else from the... I'm still hitting stuff from the bonus crate to make y'all know. Here in a minute, we'll pause completely on the bonus crate, and I'll bring over just the advertised stuff. But after the advertised stuff, we're going to be selling stuff like this after all that's gone. This is Y&T Black Tiger, an 82 USOG near mint minus, a $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? Next thing is this. We're good at the bottom. New Kids on the Block coming up. Here is this right here, the Dust Brothers. This is the soundtrack to Fight Club. The soundtrack to Fight Club. Another soundtrack that I've never seen in print, new for this Friday. I told y'all there's a bunch of awesome stuff this week. Holy moly. And we're just getting started. Fight Club. Let's pull this up. Fight Club is $39.99. It is on pink vinyl. Let me read you a hop sticker. Start Your Ear Off Right with Rhino, 2026. The Dust Brothers iconic score. Pressed on pink vinyl, $39.99. And the soundtrack for this at $39.99 was the following: Derek Cesaro, Kelly Wlodarczyk, Scott Ranatan, Tim Floyd, Stacey Brown, and Scott Dwallow. That should be Derek Cesaro 1, Kelly Wlodarczyk 2, Scott Ranatan 3, Tim Floyd 4, Stacey Brown 5, and Scott Dwallow 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 3 extra copies. 3 extra copies. Thank you on that one. That was Darius Cesaro, Kelly Volodarchik, Scott Rannington, Tim Floyd, Stacey Brown, Scott Dwallow. Over here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got 3 copies. Next thing over here is Biggie was at 70, Y&T 25. And then over here, we have Brain Toss on a Fight Club, Biggie 73. We're not supposed to talk about it. You're not supposed to talk about Fight Club. Once again, a movie reference that I don't know what y'all are talking about. Can y'all do some references from like National Treasure, Godfather, you know, a James Bond movie, maybe something I actually know one night? This is Notorious. The Notorious, B.I.G., Biggie Smalls, Ready to Die, a Vinyl Me Please edition, 2LP remastered at Alchemy, a remastered, beautiful 2LP, and Lonnie Jolly has it for $73. In the middle is Y&T Black Tiger, an 82 USOG Indianapolis Press, near mint minus. It is a $25 start, and there's only one bid at $25. We have some people lined up and ready to fight for New Kids on the Block. This is an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG in EX condition. New Kids on the Block hanging tough. This is an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG EX condition, a $20 star. There's 2 Fight Clubs left. There's 1 True Romance left, and we got a restock of ZZ Top's first album. And once again, these aren't supposed to be 44. If they're supposed to be 39. If I do my normal price formula for these, they're supposed to be 44, but I try to match on this Rhino stuff the list price, if that makes sense. So we have kind of a formula I use. I try to match list prices when I can, but I kind of have a formula I use when I price new vinyl to fit our needs on cost, etc. And these are actually supposed to be 44, but I go ahead and just do them for 39. That matches the MSRP list price, and I think that's why we've been so successful selling hundreds and hundreds of these Rhinos, because I can get them down. I'm making obviously less money, but it helps out a lot, and I think there was a waiting list for this. ZZ Top's first album, I actually don't see anybody, okay? Maybe that's order 2 because I haven't had it in a while. $39. We sold a G+, like really low grade OG copy with a promo sticker for almost that much. And I was like, man, if somebody just needs a copy to play, this is the ultimate pressing. Kevin Gray analog, $39.99, okay? So let's go up to the top, and Biggie, the last thing I did say was Lonnie Jolly at $73, New Kids on the Block 20, New Kids on the Block 50, and then over here we have Y&T 27, Y&T 27, New Kids on the Block 20, New Kids on the Block 25, and then New Kids on the Block 25, but Kelly Volodarchik already opened it at 50. Y&T got a new bid for 30. I think Hendry, you got outbid. ZZ Top sold to El Snapatan. ZZ Top sold to John McPatriot. Those are now gone. Y&T at 31. Y&T 33. Doug Jeppesen, if it's okay, you'll be first on ZZ Top waiting list. These are relatively in stock. Anybody else? ZZ Top. Doug Jeppesen first on the waiting list. Next is another new release from Rhino. This is Start Your Ear Off Right. Faces, a nod as good as a wink. Faces, Faces. This is cut from the original analog master and has one of my favorite Rod Stewart songs, Stay With Me. Oh man, that's a good one. Ron Wood on guitar, $29.99. Faces, a nod as good as a wink. We sold a bunch of these because I have a lot of them right there. It looks like Biggie's done. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. This is sold to him for $73, remastered, and that is sold. Lonnie Jolly, $73. We have Y&T as 37 with Tom Kelly. That's still getting bids. Their catalog's out of print, and to my knowledge, New Kids on the Block, I think that's only in print as a picture disc. I've never seen that in print on vinyl. So New Kids on the Block, it did have a bid for 50. Everybody else is out. Kelly still has it for 50 to my knowledge, right? There's still bids coming in for less, but just so everybody knows, if you can hear me, her bid from almost now 3 minutes ago still stands at $50. So everybody else is still out. We got a request for Built to Spill as soon as I can find out what the cover looks like. But first, let me read off the pre-order for this Faces. This is a nod as good as a wink. These are $29.99. And then we have Marco Martinez and we got Stan McNessie. We got Clifford Umstead and Alvo Dabney Jr. wants two of them. So there's three. One for Clifford, two for Alvo, one for Richard Yeager, one for Mark Barbosa. And then we got one for Scott Beebe and one for Jerry Stone. And then Brent Robley, I don't know if you're on the chat or not, but I'm just now seeing your question. You said, is this just a regular release? Why not they do an audio file? They probably will do this later in audio file, but it's actually cut from the original analog master. So Brent, I'm just now seeing your question from 4 weeks ago on the post. But yeah, this is cut from the original analog master. So I don't know, it's got to be pretty close to as analog or a high quality audio files you can get. It's just not a Rhino Reserve or a Rhino Hi-Fi, but it is cut. That is all analog there for $29.99. Okay, so New Kids 52, New Kids 60, New Kids 55, New Kids 65, New Kids 75. What about Y&T? The last bid, Hendry went out. Tom Kelly has it for $37. Let me pull up the hot pictures and figure out what Built to Spill looks like. I don't know what that is. I apologize. You know, I do sell records every night for a living, but sometimes y'all throw me curveballs on this stuff. Here it is, Built to Spill. I'll see what it looks like. It looks like an abstract painting on a white cover. So it's amazing every night doing this how much stuff I still see for the first time. I mean, just every night on here, hours and hours and hundreds of hours, thousands of hours throughout the year. And every night we still get hit with new stuff that I just don't know about. And here's one right here. I mean, I'm familiar, but I just didn't know we had this tonight. Built to Spill, U in reverse. Built to Spill is a 2007 U.S. limited edition, a $55 start. $55 start on that. Okay, New Kids is at $75. There it is. Glad y'all are watching. Otherwise, it would have been put up much later because I don't know a lot about that. And the only thing left in this crate was one True Romance soundtrack. And I've got like 4 or 5 more on the way, $38.99. This is the Fight Club soundtrack, $39.99. Faces, all analog, $29.99 with Stay With Me. I think we've been through 5 crates of new vinyl, and everything left is in one right now. And we got 2 more to go through. We got 1 more that's priced and ready to go, and then we have 1 that needs pricing, and I'll have to do that one on the fly, and it's got a wide variety of stuff, including a lot of new stuff that didn't get posted for pre-orders, okay? A lot of new stuff that didn't get posted for pre-orders. Roger Waters, $850. Roger Waters, $850. Roger Waters, $875, and it's yours. I'll give you a free Benjamin Franklin for free, okay? Or you can think of it as $975, and I'll give you a free Benjamin Franklin, okay? Swift, we take $1,500. I can't do $1,500 on Taylor. No. There's a guy that I know that would buy this, and he's called Guy. He goes by Guy Shard. He just hadn't been on the chat in a few days, okay? I think this is good as gold. Good as, literally, good as gold sold. He just hadn't been on in a few days. Roger Waters is sold to Stephen Parton, $875. Everybody buckle up, put on your headset, or if you have on a headset, you might want to turn down your volume. We got a Grail going to a new home. Let's take a close look at it. This is sold to Stephen Parton, $875. Laura, I need a new sticky note made. I was thought about freshen up the wall with new autographs. But first, this is sold to Stephen Parton, one of my favorite Pink Floyd albums, signed by one of the masterminds behind it, Roger Waters, JSA, gold paint pen. Incredible. Adjust your volume. Here we go. Sold, $875. It's done. Done. Wow. Okay, so thank you. And speaking of Taylor Swift, I'm negotiating on a rare Taylor Swift autograph right now. I mean, I've been talking to this woman for months. It's some serious money. The most I've ever paid probably for one single item signed to try to resell. But man, it's something that I honestly think Taylor herself might be interested in it. I'm not joking. So we're trying to do a deal. I've been emailing her for a couple months now. Whew, I hope I can get a deal done, but it's I can't really talk much about it. Obviously, it's going to remain pretty confidential until a deal's done. But if it's here, it's going to be an amazing piece. I mean, so that'll keep some people wondering, what could possibly be something she would want? Amazing. All right, here we go. We need to fill in that slot back there. Y&T. Y&T, I got to get caught up here. Y&T is sold, though. Y&T is sold to Tom Kelly for $37, okay? Thank you, Tom Kelly, on that. Over here, Built to Spiel's at $75. And then New Kids on the Block, Kelly Vlodarchek, the last bid was $75, okay? Fred Cardinale wants a Faces if he didn't pre-order. Fred Cardinale gets a Faces, and then somebody else, Catherine Lutz. 2 more Faces sold. And that means there's only one left. One for Fred Cardinale, one for Catherine Lutz. That is sold, and that's sold. Thank you and thank you. And then let's go right over here. Built to Spiel 70, Built to Spiel 75. There's that, there's that. Okay. Now, we have Built to Spiel at 80 and New Kids on the Block over here. Let's see. X-Wing did go out, right? X-Wing went out. This has been with Kelly for almost 6 minutes at $75. She's right. It's time to sell this. $75. So that just leaves Built to Spiel. Thank y'all, and thanks for everybody that bid. If I missed anybody on Faces, let me know. Let me put up something else over here. We're gonna need a sticky note. Okay, we're gonna need a sticky note. Let's put up another. I'm liking my idea of an autograph wall. Maybe it'll help me chip away at some of these. Let's see. Let's do. All right, let's do Neil Young. If we can get, at some point, Laura, no rush, a sticky note that says Neil Young, signed $1,275. $1,275, Neil Young. Live Rust, signed. Okay? The Randy Road slides will be a featured auction sometime in the future. They're going to require a lot of research, advertisement, and I've got to get with some professionals to figure out the true value of those, okay? Here we go. We have Gods of Rock and Roll. Now, this was huge. When I found out about this, Ed told me about it like at the Christmas party. I neglected the pre-order up until about 48 hours ago, and we've sold a ton. So I think there's already more on the way. I think we're going to be sold out already tonight, even having almost a whole crate full. So this is a picture disc. This is a picture disc, $24.99. Gods of Rock and Roll, Ozzy Osbourne and Billy Morrison. Now, I think Billy Morrison was the guitarist for Billy Idol, and this is $24.99. It's called Crack Cocaine, and it's Ozzy and Billy Morrison, Gods of Rock and Roll, $24.99. Now, I'm not even going to have any left tonight. If you know for sure you want one and you wasn't on the pre-order, go ahead and get in line right now. We should be able to complete the order by the end of the week. The first one goes to Scott Dwallow. These are only $24.99, new from Ozzy and Billy Morrison. Pretty cool there. So let's go up and put up more auctions. But first of all, Built to Spiel. We have Built to Spiel 70, 72, 75, 78, 80. And then over here, we have 81 and 85 and 90. Okay, let's pause right there, put up another auction, and then I'm going to call out some more. So we have a lot of requests. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff asked about. Y'all have to keep reminding me. I'm trying my best to chip away at them. Let's go ahead and put up, let's see what's going on with Garbage here, okay? Garbage is 20th anniversary. This is the 2015 20th anniversary limited edition translucent pink vinyl. And this, for some reason, is never in stock, even on black vinyl. Garbage is a $35 start. All right, we got Stacy Metternich and Todd Kilgore. Stacy Metternich and Todd Kilgore. Devin Reese gets 2, and Danny Thomason got 2. So 2 for Devin Reese and 2 for Danny Thomason. Next over here is Marco Martinez and Darren Wortman. These are $24.99. And then we got Tony McDaniel and Darren Wallace. Tony McDaniel and Darren Wallace, and then Matt Algram and Tony Riddle wants 2 of them. All right, that has filled up another crate. Let me swap out crates right quick. I've stopped at Tony Riddle, and like I said, there's definitely more on the way, so it's probably going to get to the point tonight when we're at the end of this crate where I'm just taking down people's names. When the rest comes in tomorrow or Thursday, we'll be able to finish the order and then have more extras. So there was plenty in stock as of like this morning when I was making sure, because I noticed they didn't ship the other 15. So here we go. Let's keep calling these off. Recall and Scott Smith. Recall and Scott Smith. Sean Sam and Mike Massey. Sean Sam and Mike Massey. Jeremy Vite and Robert Barnett. Jeremy Vite and Robert Barnett. Cynthia Herdron and Nick Bargeron. And then we got Kevin Knight, and then David Campbell wants 2 of them. We got Michelle Clements and David Pitts, Troy Schrark and Stanley Richmond. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, go ahead and get in line right now. John Smetzer and Sean Mankel, and then Clifford Umstead and Scott Markheim. And then we got Jamie McCord and Terry Gearhart. These are $24.99. Jamie McCord, Terry Gearhart, Wes Will, and then Shane Divers gets 2, and then Autumn Betts, okay? So here's who's still left on the pre-order. Here's who's still left on the pre-order. James Davidson, Patrick Boatnight, Randy Stevens, Stephen A. Young, Colette Litworth, Dwayne Worley, Lily McCurry, Brad Waits, Rob Fordham, and Susie Relove. I got 10 people still on a pre-order. Those will be the first people to get one. James Davidson, Patrick Boatnight, Randy Siebert, Stephen A. Young, Colette Whitworth, Dwayne Worley, Lily McCurry, Brad Waits, Rob Fordham, and Susie Breedlove, okay? So anybody else will be next in line. They will be in this week unless for some reason they just don't show up. They should be in this week. First thing was Built to Spiel was our last auction. Built to Spiel was at $81. Then it was at $85. Then it was at $90. And that's with Gabe Calabro, $90. Then $95 of Lucas Hanoft. The first person live on an Aussie waiting list will be Kenny Cates Jr., then Chris Gardner, then Paul Brothers, and then we got Jerry Stone, and then Ron Eaton, and then Willard Dunham, and then Kelly Gabney, and then Christina Curtis on 2, and I think that was 9 people, okay? So that's 9 people. Anybody else, let me know. These are $24.99. We're talking about this right here, Gods of Rock and Roll, Ozzy Osbourne and Billy Morrison, $24.99, okay? Anybody else? There's 10 people left, and I think I called out 9 people tonight. I'm going to read out the live comments one more time. Kenny Cates Jr., Chris Gardner, Paul Brothers, Jerry Stone, Ron Eaton, and then it was Willard Dunham, and then Kelly Gabney, Christina Curtis with 2, and that should be 9 people, okay? Now, Built to Spiel. I think I've seen somebody saying they needed to retract their bid. If you're the high bidder and you're bidding, you cannot retract your bids. Lucas Hanoft has it for $95, and then Gabe says cancel my $90. Gabe, you can thank Lucas. That was a close call. If you're bidding, we have to sell it to whoever's the high bidder whenever I say sold, okay? Do not have bidders regret when you find out you're about to win it. Lucas Hanoft has this for $95. This is going once, going twice. This is a 2007 USOG limited edition, $95 on Built to Spiel, U in reverse. That's at $95 going once, going twice. Garbage is a 2015 US. That's a 20th anniversary edition. It's on limited edition translucent pink vinyl. Has the original on her sleeve, near, mint, minus, and pristine. The high bid is amenities at $65. Matt Nichols, you're out. El Snapatan wants on Aussie. That is another 10 people on a wait list. So we got 20 people total on an Aussie wait list. Anybody else, you might want to let me know right now if you want in, because I'm going to make sure I've got 15 more on the way that should be here tomorrow or the next day. And then I'm going to make sure we have enough for any more body extra this week, because some people just don't like waiting lists, right? Right. All right, let me make sure we have these ready to go. I'm ready for more new auctions. There's some insane stuff tonight. And yeah, let me go ahead and get, so we have 15 more on the way. 5 of them, that's 5 extras. Let's go ahead and get another 10. And maybe 15, and I think this would be a great thing to have in stock, right? Yes. All right. Let's go ahead and do 20, actually. I'm going to do 20. All right. Make sure we have plenty of these things. All right. There we go. All right. Next is this. We have Garbage Out, Final Call to Amenity 65. We have a request for Moby. We have a request for Counting Crows. Did you say you have a Randy Rhoads autograph? It's the AIC Alive album. Alice in Chains is already sold. Which Ozzy? Ozzy is Gods of Rock and Roll, Ozzy Osbourne, Billy Morrison. We have a waiting list going, okay? We have a waiting list going for those. So, Built to Spill is sold to Lucas Hanoft. Lucas Hanoft gets this for the winning bid of $95. He only had it for 7 minutes. Garbage. The last bid on Garbage was amenities at 65. Matt Nichols went out, final call. Matt Nichols also wants on that Aussie waiting list, and maybe Nick Bargeron, okay? So, let's find first, this right here is going up for auction. This is a 2018 Vinyl Me Please Club edition of Moby Play. Turquoise vinyl, $35 start. Seth, You're Fired, also on Gods of Rock and Roll, okay? That's another person. Seth, You're Fired. Next pre-order is Coltrane. Coltrane Plays the Blues. That's what it's called in French, Gerard Le Blues. Coltrane is $39.99. Another Coltrane pre-order for tonight. Let's pull it up. Coltrane, $39.99. Here is the pre-order for this. It's another Rhino, $39.99. Here we go. I think that's what the rest of this crate is. I've got one for Derek Cesaro. I got one for Sean Fairweather, one for Scott Beebe, one for Greg Layton, one for Shepard Michael. Okay? And that leaves a total of 4. Amenities wants one. There's one sold to him. And now there's one more. The Randy Rhoads are slides. They're unpublished photo negatives of a Randy Rhoads concert with, I think, Quiet Riot. We found them. I don't have a lot of information about them. They're going to require extensive research and information. I have them over here. It's one of those things we'll sell on a special night at a special time. It's not an autograph. They're unpublished photos of Randy Rhoads and Quiet Riot playing live. Soon to be sold in a future date. I think you just tagged me in the pre-order. I probably did. Don't put Nick Bargeron down on a wait list if he got one already. Amenities got a Coltrane, and TBI Music Room gets a Coltrane. Moby has one bid for $36. I guess there's only one person interested in bidding on Moby. It's a final call. It is near mint minus and pristine. Garbage over here. This is officially sold. The high bid on this was amenities at $65. Let's go over Moby one more time, head to toe. This is a 2018. This is a Vinyl Me Please limited edition turquoise colored vinyl. It is Moby Play. It's got the original under sleeves. This was a Vinyl Me Please Club exclusive. It is near mint minus and pristine. It's at $45. Let the bidding begin. While I'm changing crates, for those that like silver, I've got 2 options in stock. American Silver Eagles, $88, or one random 1-ounce bar. Some of these are even really cool. They're just completely at random. $88. American Silver Eagles, you know what you're getting there, or random 1-ounce bars. $88. I've got them right here. That's my first tube of bars, and that's what I have left out of the first tube of Eagles. Buy silver, $88. It's right back there. You don't have to wait until Sundays anymore to buy it. I've got it right back here anytime until those are all sold out. I'm going to change things up right quick. I'm going to go ahead and go through a vintage pre-owned crate, and then I've got one more full crate of nothing but new vinyl, but I'm ready to go ahead and do one crate of vintage pre-owned. Buy it now, best offer. It's all check condition, and then we'll knock out that last crate of new stuff, okay? The last crate of new stuff. First, let's knock out this short and sweet crate of vintage. Buy it now, best offer, okay? I'm ready if y'all are ready. It's going to be short and sweet. Let's put up another auction, okay? First thing is this. We got Moby at $45. We have Stephen A. Young wants one Silver Eagle at $88. Thank you, okay? All right. We have Moby at 46, Moby at 50. These are sold. Appreciate that. This is going right over here. There they are. Boom. Okay, next, these are all buy it now or best offer. Here we go. What is the Ozzy in the top right? This is Ozzy Osbourne, signed photo with Randy Castillo and Zakk Wylde, $1,275. That's going to be the same price on Neil Young. Let's put up another auction. The next auction is going to be White Stripes. This is Live Under the Lights of the Rising Sun, Tokyo, Japan, 2000. A 2014 USOG Third Man Vault package, 2 LPs, a 7-inch, a flag. We are missing the flag. It's on black and red vinyl, and the singles on gold vinyl. White Stripes is a $35 start. White Stripes is a $35 start. Okay? Next thing is this. I have Led Zeppelin 2, a specialty press, EX condition, $59.99. $59, not bad. EX $59.99. Joe Perry from Aerosmith. I've got the rock and rolls again. Joe Perry, EX $17.99. Styx, Crystal Ball, VG $9.99. Foreigner, self-titled, VG Plus $14.99. And the English Beat, what is? English Beat, VG Plus $17.99. Moby is at 55. El Snappatan gets the Beatles. Whitesnake 35, Whitesnake 40. El Snappatan gets Joe Perry. The last bid on Moby's 55. New bid on Whitesnake, or excuse me, on White Stripes at 40. Next auction is Alice in Chains. Don't Open, Dead Inside. I forgot about this Alice in Chains. Oh my gosh, another Alice in Chains bootleg. Buckle up after what happened last night. Don't Open, Dead Inside. Unofficial, recorded there in Lollapalooza, 1993 in Portland, Oregon. EX edition, a $35 start. Holy moly. Next is Thomas Fish on Foreigner. Sold. Christina Curtis second. I still got Styx. I still got English Beat. Genesis, and then there were 3. VG Plus $14.99. The Trio, Dolly Parton, Linda Ronstadt, Emmylou Harris. VG Plus $17.99. Nipsey Russell, Confucius told me. Nipsey Russell, Confucius told me. VG Plus $9.99. Also over here we have Jim Croce. You Don't Mess Around with Jim. VG Plus $9.99. You Don't Mess Around with Jim. And we have Elvis Costello, Punching the Clock. Elvis Costello, Punching the Clock is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Up at the top, Moby was at 55. Fred Cardinale, you was outbid. Whitesnake's opened at 35, and then we got a bid for 40. Then we got another bid from 40 with Fred, and then a bid for 43. Alice in Chains, 37. Alice in Chains, 35. White Stripes, 45. Alice in Chains, 50. Alice in Chains, 35. And then Alice in Chains 53, Alice in Chains 60, Alice in Chains 50, Alice in Chains 35. Christina offered 12 on the Trio. That is sold. Alice in Chains 69, White Stripes 45, Alice in Chains 55. It's up to Fred Cardinale on Moby. If Fred says out, it's sold to Vladarchik for $55. They've had it for a couple minutes now. Alice in Chains 67. We have Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. This is VG Plus $24.99. The Fix, Phantoms, VG Plus $17.99. Guadalcanal Diary 2x4. That's EX $22.99. And The Police, Outlandos D or More. Roxanne, VG $12.99. So Alice in Chains is now at 70. Moby got a new bid for 57. Moby 57, White Stripes 47, Alice in Chains 75. That's where we're at right now. We also have ZZ Top Tres Hombres, VG Plus $24.99. Hall & Oates is VG $9.99. And Jeff Beck, There and Back, VG Plus $14.99. The Police is sold to Todd Saw. Next is Stephanie Hill on Jim Croce. That is sold. You Don't Mess Around with Jim. Moby has a new bid for 58. Alice in Chains has a new bid for 76. And White Stripes is at 50 with Fred Cardinale. Also over here, we have Genesis, Wind and Weathering, EX $17.99. Solarplex, you were second on The Police. El Snappatan on Jeff Beck. And we also have Muddy Mississippi Waters Live, EX condition, $36.99. And we have The Who Sellout, VG Plus, $34.99. That's on the original label, $34.99 on that. Wow, great check condition crate. Last bid on Moby is up to Fred Cardinale. Vladarchik has it for 58. Fred Cardinale just bid 60. Over here on the end is Alice in Chains at 80. Ivan R on Muddy Waters. El Snappatan second. And the last bid on White Stripes, Patty went out. Fred Cardinale has the White Stripes live at $50. That's going once, going twice, okay? White Stripes is a new bid for $52. Here's what's left in this crate. Sticks Crystal Ball, VG Condition $9.99. The English Beat, what is? English Beat is VG Plus $17.99. Genesis, and there were three. Then there were three. Follow You, Follow Me, VG Plus $14.99. Nipsey Russell, Confucius Told Me, VG Plus $9.99. Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock, VG Plus $14.99. We have Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's a gatefold double LP, and Mr. Dylan is VG Plus $24.99. Christina, I've already sold Hall & Oates, but I have the Fixed Phantoms, VG Plus $17.99. El Snapatan gets Genesis. Alice in Chains 86, White Stripes 55. What about Moby? Moby has a new bid for 61. Fred, you're out on that. Guadalcanal Diary, EX $22.99. ZZ Top Tres Hombres is VG Plus $24.99. Hall & Oates, no, this is still available. My bad. Christina, I'll sell that to you for $6.99 if you want it. Let's just call it 7. Genesis Wind and Weathering is EX $17.99. The Who sellout was VG Plus $34.99. Yes, that was a buy it now or best offer crate. No more, no less. Will be later whenever Laura brings some stuff up here that's just mind-blowingly amazing, and everybody starts freaking out. Then there's chaos, then there's riots, then people are outside trying to break in, and then I get killed, and then the whole show's over. Wow, we don't want that to happen. So first thing we have is Tim Jensen. What's on the black box in the right corner? Tim Jensen, your pick of bullion. American Silver Eagles, $88. 1 ounce bars, $88. I've got bullion in stock for you and everyone else that's been wanting some. We've already sold big row over here. I'd like to sell all of it tonight. Let's go back to the top. First of all, Moby was the final call to Vladarchek for 61. It was up to Fred Cardinale. He has not bid again, but we'll say a final call to Vladarchek. Moby, $61. The last bid that came in on White Stripes was Fred Cardinale at 55. James Hicks went out. That's a final call. And then Alice in Chains, the last bid was Stanley Richmond at $90, okay? $90 on that. Steeks got an offer for 7 with Scott Oman. Sold. She said she will take Hall & Oates for 7. Sold to Christina. So those are sold and sold. Scott Oman 7 Steeks. Christina sold Hall & Oates 7. And then next over here is Alice in Chains is at 94. And we have Willard Dunham on 188 bullion. Do you want a bar or an eagle? Do you want a bar or an eagle? And Mark Olson says he'll take silver 2 ounces. Do y'all want bars or eagles? I got random bars. They could literally have anything on them. Okay, I've got, like, I bought 50 just random. The bunch of these are Johnson Matthey, but I've had some literally like vintage American Eagle looking ones. So just whatever on that one. I've been bidding on the White Stripes. Ryan Mashaka, Ryan M is at $60. Okay, there's that. Next is over here, and we're almost done. We're almost done. So Fred Cardinale, I've lost Fred Cardinale. That's a common occurrence. Mark Olson wants 2 1 ounce bars. Those are sold to Mark Olson's. He gets 2 1 ounce bars. And then over here, we gonna see which one Willard Dunham wants, okay? All right. Now, these, I got to get my pricing gun out. We're going to price a lot of this stuff on the fly. I already got some cool new stuff in here that I've ordered for some people, and Laura had ordered that we had to restock. So here we go. Willard Dunham also wants a bar. People love the bars. People love bars. This is like one of our best sellers. At some points, I wish I would have had hundreds more, if not thousands of these, but I get what I can when we can. So 2 sold to him, 1 sold to him, and we got a call. That's why I was late. I was on the phone with basically a wholesaler. A guy has 7 bars that weigh 15 pounds each. No, it wasn't that much. I forgot that it was 1,500 ounces. 1,500 ounces. And I was like, oh my gosh, I got to pause and reset here. We got 2 more bars sold to amenities, and so I had to try to do a deal on that. I've been working math. I've been on the phone. I was driving. I was on my calculator. I woke up. I had all these missed calls, people trying to call me back, trying to get quotes, trying to do this, because a lot of these big deals we try to buy and then have already sold. So, man, it's like, where it peaked over $80 again today. I've had people, Chad, I need to buy silver. Chad, I need to sell silver. Chad, I need to buy silver. Chad, I need to sell silver. I told Tanner, I was like, let's unbox everything. let's have it where if anybody gets on the chat tonight, we have it back here all night long, okay? We have it all night long if anybody wants it, okay? So there it is. We sold 2 more bars to amenities. And then over here we have next, Moby Play. The last bid was Vladarchek at 63. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid on Moby. Over here we have Moby Play. Moby's a 2018 Vinyl Me Please limited edition turquoise vinyl. Okay, this is a final call. Final call. This is Moby Play. This is a 2018 Vinyl Me Please Club. Vinyl Me Please Club, Moby, the last bid on Vladarchek is at $63. This is the high bid with Vladarchek at $63. It's a 2018 U.S. reissue, Vinyl Me Please Club, turquoise, okay? This is a final call, and Vladarchek has it for $63. Fred Cardinal, that one's pretty much just all up to you. Next thing over here is this, the White Stripes, Live Under the Rising Sun. Fred Cardinal, it's up to you as well on this one. The last bid that came in on this was a Ryan M, and Ryan M has this, for a final call. Ryan M has this for a final call. This is White Stripes, and Ryan M has this for $60. Fred Cardinal, you're also out on this. Fred has bid 65 on Moby, and now Vladarchek's out. And then Fred wanted to know what the third and final auction was. This is Alice in Chains. It's a live unofficial. Josh Jones has this, and Josh Jones has it for $94. It's a final call. Okay, next thing was we sold 2 bars to amenities. He got 1. Chad, you remember which sign Neil Young got my ball? It's Harvest? No, it was... Let me think about that. And then George Sherritt says he'll take 3 silver bars. What was the other person? So amenities got 2. Right, we got amenities with 2. And then the next person over here was George Sherritt. He gets 3. Those are sold to George Sherritt. And then Todd Emick says he wants 1, okay? Those are sold over here. There's that. Next, and Willard Dunham also wants an eagle. How many do I have left? I think I've got 40, 100, 3. I've got 83 left. I got 83 left at $88 a piece, okay? That is a great price. The cheapest you can buy a roll right now, they break down to $93.40. $88 a piece on them. White Stripes is at $62. Ryan M, you've been outbid. Fred has come back from the dead. We lose Fred Cardinal sometimes. He's back, and he's bidding on both auctions. Alice in Chains, though, is sold to Josh, and this is sold over here to Josh Jones for $94. Sorry for the delay. There's a lot going on. I'm being slammed with questions, comments, concerns, statements, etc., etc. And Willard Dunham on an eagle, and Mike Massey also. Okay? There's that. Okay? The phone's ringing up front. Probably people trying to buy and sell silver and buy and sell records and buy and sell Kiss collections. Okay, let me get some stuff priced. This is going to require me to pull up an invoice and a calculator. This is going to be awesome. We're going to price a lot of this stuff on the fly right here. Bear with me as I do that. Let me find the first couple invoices here for these. And let me do this right now, okay? And boy, do I have a busy inbox going on over here. Holy moly. Boy, sometimes if you ever want to think about starting a business, let me tell you this right now. You got to be prepared for all day, all night, no breaks, no vacations, constant selling, constant this, and it's fun. That's why I did it. It's like every day, all day, just endless madness. It's an endless, just crazy madness around here. I don't think we've had like a slow day of madness in like a long time, okay? What year are the Eagles? I'm not guaranteeing an eagle. I'm just telling you it's an eagle. If we start doing dates right now, things could blow up, literally. Fred Cardinal, you're out on White Stripes. Ryan M is back in at 65. We definitely need new auctions. Moby is sold to Fred Cardinal at 65. White Stripes is at 65. Fred Cardinal, I need you to bid again, okay? We got Stanley Richmond on 2 silver bars. Those are 2 more sold, $88 a piece, okay? Now, Here we go. White Stripes. I've got Faith No More, Angel Dust. Let me get my price gun ready. I'm going to price these on the fly. And right over here, we got Angel Dust. This one is $64.99. There should be a waiting list for this. Angel Dust is $64.99. $64.99. Faith No More, Angel Dust. $64.99. Okay? Faith No More, Angel Dust, $64.99. I'm also over here on my laptop. Now, my laptop over here for Angel Dust shows the following. Angel Dust, and this is a waiting list for Sean Holford. Sean Holford, you was on a waiting list for this. One sold to Sean Holford. I got one extra copy at $64.99. All right, that's sold. Let's put up another auction, and we have a request for the B-52s Wild Planet. The B-52s is a 1980 U.S. Jacksonville OG. This has the original on her sleeve. This is a $25 start. I want the Eagles. Don't care the years. I'm not paying Eagle price for generic bars. I have Eagles. If you're saying you want all these, I'll need payment tonight. I think I have 90. I had 100. I've got 82 Eagles left. If you want them, I'll have to have Tanner send you an invoice tonight. That will be 88 times 88, $7,744. If you can pay the invoice tonight, I'll go ahead and mark you down for all of them. $7,744. There's no sales tax on that. I will have you an invoice sent tonight. Just let me know, and if you for sure want them and you can pay tonight, I'll do it. There should be 88 left, $7,744. I should have 88 left at $88 a piece. Next is the White Stripes. The White Stripes is at 67 with Fred Cardinale. The B-52s is at 20. So, Ryan M., you've been outbid. There's one more, Faith No More, left. I've got two. This is new. This is new for this Friday. This is Steve Martin, and I guess I need to start pulling up these prices before I show a record. Otherwise, we're going to be behind over here. And then Steve Martin, I think sometimes I can search these faster than looking for them on the spreadsheet. Let me just do that over here. We got Steve Martin, okay? Steve Martin, and this is right here. And Steve Martin is these are just $24.99. So they have finally put his albums in print for Rhino. This is $24.99. $24.99. This is Rhino, Start Your Ear Off Right, $24.99. Double Platinum Certified Comedy Smash and 1979 Grammy Award winner for Best Comedy Album, $24.99, okay? $24.99. Let's go back to the top. We had White Stripes at 67. We have the B-52s at 20. El Snappatan wants 20 Eagles. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll see what I can do over here. Give me 1 second. Let me line up all these other ones that have sold. And we need a roll of Silver Eagles to El Snappatan. All right, those are sold and sold. Those are sold and sold. Let's do these, and let's do these, and let's do these, okay? Let's do this right over here. Boom and boom. There's that, there's these, and there's those, okay? That was the last thing that I saw over here. First thing is this. Let me go up to the top. El Snappatan, 20 Eagles. I'll hold that thought for 1 second. Matt Nichols wants one individually. So to Matt Nichols for 88. Steve Martin, so to George Jones. White Stripes is a new bid for 70. Fred Cardinale's out. And then over here we have B-52s. One left, one Steve Martin, and then, oh yeah, this is really cool. Let me pull up the price for this right quick. I told y'all this was coming, and I didn't know if I was going to get them, so I didn't post a pre-order. These are, let me do the math right quick, and these are really cool. So, these would be $46.99. $46.99. Okay. I've got The Godfather. Really cool here. This is from La La Land Records. The original score. Awesome artwork on the cover. Much better than the original, just the logo. It's on cannoli cream and Mo Green swirl colored vinyl. How cool is that? Cannoli cream and Mo Green swirl colored vinyl. They did $750. Dropped a hammer on White Stripes. Well, if I did right now, Fred, you wouldn't win the auction. Ryan M. has had it for 2 minutes at $70. I'm going to be serious when I say I've got to really upgrade your internet. I've told Fred Cardinale I would pay to have his internet upgraded as much stuff as he buys. And he said, no, don't do that because I would spend another $10,000 a month for you. It would be worth me upgrading his internet. You were actually outbid. I've been waiting for you to bid again. It's at $70. George Scher on 2 Eagles. Okay, give me 1 second on that one. And we have up at the top, White Stripes at 72. Now it's at 90. Okay, those are all still getting bids. And then Godfather, 1 sold to George Jones and 1 sold to Paul Brothers. Okay, those are put away. What an awesome soundtrack that is. And let me snap over here and grab this next thing I've got. I need to crack open another one of these, and I need to crack open another one of these, it looks like, right? Yeah, okay, so give me 1 second. Working on a few deals over here. Stuff's going haywire. This is like the scene in SpongeBob when everybody's running around, you know, in his mind and everything's on fire and everybody's running around screaming. So give me 1 second over here. Let me get another one. Let me get a roll open. So give me 1 second. Okay, so this is an air horn. There's 20 Silver Eagles in here, and these are sold to El Snappatan. Okay, this is 20 times 88. These are sold to him for $1,760. $1,760 sold to El Snappatan. I have these sold. Thank you. That whole roll there sold to El Snappatan. Air horn. Those are done. Thank you. Now, the reason I had to grab another one is because we're still selling some individually over here. So let me do this right here. Let me crack open this mint roll, and we need to sell some more individually, which I've been calling out, okay? So let me get these lined up over here. There we go. All right. Done. All right, there's that. Let's try to get some more auctions rolling. We have way too many auctions still to sell. Way too many auctions still to sell. So over here, I have the following. I have White Stripes. Matthew Copus has this for $90. Rhino and everybody else is out. Rhino and everybody else is out, okay? Rhino and everybody else is out. Anybody else want to bid on this? The last bid was Matthew Copus at $90. The B-52s, the last bid was the only bid with Tim Rory. He got this for $25. Tim Rory got this for $25. Let's put this away, okay? There's that. That is sold. Now, this, there's been some people go in, out, lose connection, back in. We got to make sure everybody's done. Final call for $90. I think we're done. It's up to Fred Cardinal. We have the Godfather soundtrack, $46.99, new from La La Land Records. I still have going up for auction, Trick Daddy. Let's do that one right now. Trick Daddy's a 2001 OG VG condition, a $35 start. Trick Daddy, Thugs Are Us, $35 start on that. We also have a request for Godfather's $46.99. White Stripes is still getting bid. Fred says, I'm not done. I am still bidding. Y'all must be crazy if you think I'm done bidding on this White Stripes record. We have Sunvolt live at the bottom line, February 12th, 1996, a 2016, and this is a $25 start. Now, Charlie Buck is most known unknown request. Is that a actual request? Is that something I'm missing? TBI Music Room wants a Godfather. There are 2 left in stock, okay? A lot of this is new stuff from last week and this week that's still available. Now, the reason I had to open a new roll of Silver Eagles earlier is because we sold another one to Matt Nichols, and then we needed 2 more for George Scher. So there's 2 more for George Scher, 88 and 88. And then the name of the Steve Martin album is A Wild and Crazy Guy, new for this Friday, $24.99. And then David Tate wanted 1 Silver Eagle. There's another one sold to David Tate for $88. White Stripes, $72. We sold a Godfather, White Stripes, $90. And then over here, we had info on Godfather, soundtrack, new colored vinyl from La La Land, $46.99. And then we had a request for Counting Crows, a request for Sunvolt. White Stripes got a new bid for $92. White Stripes got a new bid for $110. We got a request for No Doubt. We have Trick Daddy at $35. 25, Sunvolt 25, Sundope 25, a request for No Doubt. What is the White Stripes again? 3-6 Mafia, Beetlejuice request, Silver, another 3-6 Mafia, another bid on Sunvolt for 27, another bid on Sunvolt for 30, Trick Daddy 38, Sunvolt for 30, and Jay Nutra says he'll take a Silver Eagle for $88. Random 1-ounce silver bars, also $88. Sunvolt 35. Fred Carnell wants a Godfather. Another Sunvolt bid for 35. Sunvolt 40, Sunvolt 42, Sunvolt 45, Sunvolt 32. What is the White Stripes? Fred Carnell needs to see it again. It is live under the lights of the rising sun. Tokyo, Japan, 2000. It's a third man vault package, number 21. And this is a final call to Matthew Kopis. Once again, Fred Carnell, it's all up to you for $110. This next record, I've got to get a price on it. Night Terror, Return of the Witches. I think this is something new, like literally new band and new album. It's called Night Terror, and let's do the price on this right quick. Night Terror. Night Terror, the last price that came in on this. 1 second, here it is. Timeout, hold up, and this was $29.99. This comes out Friday, $29.99. This comes out this Friday, $29.99. Plus, my crate over here is full, so these are $29.99. Night Terror, Return of the Witches. And then let me get a price for this. Looks pretty cool here. And this is a metal record that I've only ever had OGs of. I think it's the first time I've ever seen it in print. It's new for this Friday. And this is a band that goes under the title of, give me 1 second, and I'll tell you because I don't want to speak too soon here. This is... okay, let me figure out which one was first here. This one was that one, and this one is $44.99. $44.99, okay? This is Oz, Fire in the Brain, $44.99. Silver vinyl, never seen this in print before. Oz, Fire in the Brain, new for Friday, $44.99. Up at the top, we got Trick Daddy had a bid for 40. We have White Stripes, Fred Carnell is still bidding. He's at 115. Matthew Kopis, you're out. White Stripes 115. El Snappatan wants 20 more Silver Eagles. White Stripes at 125, and then that's where we're at, okay? El Snappatan also wants Oz, $44.99. I've got to start a new crate. Give me 1 second. This one's full. That was a new record I've never seen in print before for Friday. Let me put this right over here. Let me put this over here. Let me grab this over here. Let me do this right here. So, right over here, that's sold to El Snappatan. And then he said, Snappy out. I guess that means he's passing. I'm not for sure. Matthew Kopis is back in on this at 125. Fred Carnell's out. Let's look at Trick Daddy again. The last bid on Trick Daddy over here was Jeremy Rourke at $40. Does anybody else want to bid again? It's a 2001. This is OG. Jeremy Rourke has it for $40. It's a final call. The last bid on Sunvolt over here. The last bid on Sunvolt over here is a 2016 U.S. reissue record store day exclusive, limited to 6,000 copies. And I'm showing Sunvolt for the last bid of $45, and that's with C. Crage 007 at $45. Is anybody else bidding? C. Crage has that for $45, okay? And then we have White Stripes, and this is now up to, guess who? Fred Carnell. Matthew Kopis has it for $125. Next comment is, he said, passing... El Snappatan said, Ozzy, $45. First of all, this is not Ozzy Osbourne. It's $44.99. Then he said, Snappy out. Then he said, Snappy meaning out, meaning that was my last, sorry. So you do want the Oz record, which is not Ozzy Osbourne, Fire in the Rain, for $44.99. Now, Trick Daddy has a new bid for $41. My God, Jim B is bidding. Holy moly, what's going to happen now? Sunvolt's a final call, and once again, I've lost Fred Carnell on the White Stripes. We've really got to upgrade his internet connection. Otherwise, it's going to be a long night if Fred Carnell's bidding. Final call. We'll give him the benefit of an internet reconnection, and then we'll stop there. I've sold another roll of Silver Eagles and then another 10. I can't tag those right now, but I won't forget about them. I won't tag those right now. I won't forget about them, okay? Let's put down John Mincemoyer on a waiting list for this. John Mincemoyer wants on a wait list for that. No problem. Let me go ahead and show the next record. I know how much this is. This is $39.99. It's a new Blue Note Tone Poet, $39.99. Fred, you're 30 seconds on the clock, or I got to go ahead and sell this. I'm sorry, but it's just been way, way too long. $39.99. I've got 3 pending Silver Eagle claims. Hank Mobley is $39.99. This is Hank Mobley, Blue Note 1560, cut from the original analog tapes. Kevin Gray, there it is. Grab them while you can. A new Blue Note Tone Poet. $39.99. Trick Daddy's at $45. Jim B, you've been outbid. Amenities wants Hank Mobley, sold. Jay Nutra, how many Eagles did you want? Jay Nutra wanted how many? So he wanted 9 more for a total of 10, okay? I can do that. So give me 1 second. What about Sunvolt? Okay, this is sold. Man, sold. Lost Fred Cardinal. We can't give that any more time. Matthew Kopis gets that for $125. Doug Jefferson on the other, Hank Mobley. And whoever had Sunvolt last is the final call. Bear with me. There's probably more going on tonight than ever before in the history of Coletco. This is sold to who? C. Craig 007. Is that Craig Sweden? If so, thank you, Craig. And have you got a free record this week? If not, we need to send this to Craig Sweden for free. And thank you, Craig. Let me know if you've got one this week or not, okay? If not, let me know. If you have, then I still might give you even another one. Trick Daddy. Next over here, we have another Oz. 3 warnings. So make sure John Mincemore is on the wait list for the other one. Oz is another one. This one here is called 3 warning. 3rd warning. It's on magenta colored vinyl, and this one's also 44. We actually got 2 of these. Gabe, you're out on Sunvolt. Okay? That was already sold. All right? There's that. And we have $44.99. These are sold to anybody that claims them right now, $44.99. So bear with me. We've got 3 air horns, okay? We've got 3 air horns to blow. I hope you're all ready for this. Give me a second. I'm going to show a few more records before we get to them. I haven't forgot, okay? And over here, we have Trick Daddy. Jim B's out. This is sold for $45 to Jeremy Rourke. Let's put up all new auctions. I still got Wiz Khalifa. I still got Kanye. I still got Lupe Fiasco. I got 3-6 Mafia. I got Too Short. I got Duck Sauce. I got Beetlejuice. Let's do those 2. We got 3-6 Mafia Unbreakables. 3-6 Mafia is a 2023 Record Store Day sealed blue and black marble vinyl, $45 star. Beetlejuice original motion picture soundtrack, 2024 Beetlejuice splatter, $35 star. Let the bidding begin. Now, the last thing I had on vinyl, we sold out of Hank Mobley. Sunvolt got a late bid, already sold. And then we have Craig gets the Sunvolt for free. Whoever's watching, thank you, Craig Sweden, for all your help. Send that to him at no charge, okay? And then we have a request for No Doubt. We have a request for Bjork. And we have a request for the other 3-6 Mafia. Beetlejuice 35, Beetlejuice 35. Now, I've got to take care of a little bit of business right quick. All right, I've got to do a little bit of business right quick. And the first thing I got to do is do this right here. All right, so first thing is we have 10 Silver Eagles. First of all, 9 more sold, and 9 more. Let's do John Kaiser's 10 first. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's $880 to John Kaiser. And then 2, 4, 6, I'll do Jay Nutra's last. And then another 20 to Amenities for $1,760. So this is sold to Amenities for $1,760. These are sold to John Kaiser for $880. So there's 10 for John. There's another 20 for El Snapatan. I think I was saying Amenities. El Snapatan on the roll. El Snapatan on the tube there, okay? That's for El Snapatan. 10 more, and then I got to get some more over here out for him. All right, and so those are sold, and let me open up this roll right here. And let me open up this roll right here, and then we to do another 9, not Amenities, El Snapatan. Okay, and then let's count out, let's open up another fresh roll here, and these are going to be Jay Nutra. Jay Nutra already got 1, so we're going to give him another 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, okay? And we're going to set these over here, and so he gets a total of 10. He gets a total of 10 for $888. So those are all sold. Another 10, $888. So those are done, and let's put those right over here, okay? Thank you. So Jay Neutra gets a total of 10. John Kaiser just bought 10. Amenities has bought 40. I mean El Snapatan. El Snapatan. Wow. Okay, so next record in here. Let's process. This is another new one for this Friday. I'm in a crate of like brand new stuff for this Friday. It's a lot of stuff that didn't get posted for pre-order. And next is Eric Gale's $39.99. Eric Gale's is $39.99. Get ready and adjust your volume. We got to blow an air horn, okay? Eric Gale's is called Crown, and this is a limited edition 2 LP silver vinyl, $39.99, okay? There's that, and then over here, we have the following. We have a request for No Doubt. We had a request for Bjork. Actually, let me keep this simple. Everything that was advertised tonight has been requested. So hopefully you have no more plans for at least the next hour. We have Beetlejuice 35, Beetlejuice 35, Beetlejuice 36, 3-6 Mafia 48, and then we had I'm scrolling, and then Patty K on Eric Gale. That's sold for $39.99. And we have 3-6 Mafia and Beetlejuice. So these are final calls. 3-6 Mafia. The last bid on this is a final call to Eric Dog at $48, going twice, going 3 times. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. This has a new bid for $40. That's with Ivan R, $40. There's one Eric Gale. Now, this pre-order I was pretty shorted on. I've only got one. New ELO Face the Music, $29.99. Right now, I've only got one, $29.99. This is ELO Face the Music. Air horns on deck, a big one. Actually, 3 for Kaiser, Jay Neutra, and another one for El Snapatan. But here is Electric Light Orchestra Face the Music. And this was a surprise, and I posted it quickly. I grabbed what I could, and this is $29.99. The pre-order was the following people. I have Melanie Jennings, Clifford Umstead, Terry Gerhart, Marsha French, and Mike Conway. Excuse me, this is sold to Melanie Jennings. So Clifford Umstead, Terry Gerhart, Marsha French, and Mike Conway is still on the pre-order/waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? If anybody else wants one, let me know. That was for ELO. That one has Strange Magic and Evil Woman on it. Let's end some of these auctions, and if there's no other bids, and I'm at least going to add one more new one. This is also new for Friday. Okay, this is also new for Friday, $39.99 for this next record. $39 for Fear Factory. Fear Factory's earliest recordings remastered, limited to 300 on metallic silver with blue purple, and this is only $39.99. Fear Factory Concrete. I've got 2 of them. Let's put Jerry Stone on a wait list for ELO. So Clifford, Terry, Marsha, Mike, and then Jerry Stone. And I've got plenty back order just whenever they come in. I don't expect that to be limited edition. 3-6 Mafia did not get another bid, right? 3-6 Mafia sold to Eric Dog for $48. And then this is Beetlejuice, the original motion picture. This is Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. I think this is this Beetlejuice is the, which one is this? Donna Summer, MacArthur Park, Trash, Scott Weiland, Richard Harris. This is a waxwork of the original movie, right? Or is this the second Beetlejuice? You know, I really don't know. I've never seen either one of them. I know, go ahead and yell at me, scream, do whatever you want to do. I've never seen either one of them, so I apologize. I think this is the soundtrack with actual music, not score music, to the second movie. The last bid was Ivan R at $40. Jerry Stone on ELO waitlist. Fear Factory. 1 sold to Jay Neutra. 1 sold to Michael Salazar. Solarplex first on the waitlist. Anybody else? Solarplex first on the waitlist. I'm going to go ahead and order 3 more to cover his and then 2 extra copies. I've got it pulled up right now because I'm pricing these live. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Bush. And this is Bush Razor Blade Suitcase. A 2012 limited edition orange vinyl. Bush has the original under sleeve near mint, a $35 start. Next record, hey, I need more of those from earlier. Hold on a second. I'll tag that in just a second. And then, okay, here is this other Eric Gale. I'll put up the other 3-6 Mafia in just a second. Yes, I'll make sure to do that right now. Here's the other Eric Gales. And thank you, Laura, for dropping off the water. I definitely need a monster. This one is $34.99. Here's another Eric Gales. This one's $34.99. The bookends. Eric Gales, $34.99. Eric Gales, the bookends, $34.99. Okay, I've got two of those. And let me go ahead and show you this next record. Boy, what was that? Let me take a look at that again. I don't remember ordering that, so I'm glad I have my laptop over here handy. Okay, and this one is 40, let's see, 30, 40, let me do the math. I can do this a little bit better than list price. Let's do these for $46.99. That's actually better than list. $46.99 for Deliverance. The list on these are $48.98. $46.99 for Deliverance. A 35th anniversary of the 1990 Speed Metal Classic with 8 bonus tracks. $46.99 for Deliverance. Weapon of Our Warfare. $46.99. So here's the update. Beetlejuice was that final call for $40. I'm scrolling. We sold out of Fear Factory. Solarplex first on the waiting list. Next thing was Beetlejuice got a new bid for $42. Ivan R, you've been outbid. Master Ma also on Fear Factory waiting list. We have George Jones on an Eric Gales. That's sold. There's one left. Bush 35, Bush 40, Bush 47, Beetlejuice 45, Jeremy Rourke on Deliverance, Bush 42, Bush 40. Let's find the other 3-6 Mafia. Man, the amount of auctions still over here is crazy. There's Counting Crows. Somebody's been asking for that. There's No Doubt. Somebody's been asking for that. Let me try to find the other 3-6 Mafia. There's a lot of rap tonight. That's another reason a lot of people's on. I said a few months ago we wasn't going to have another rap night for a year, but this is what happens when you buy collections. You just never know. Here we go. 3-6 Mafia. This one is most known unknown. That's what people's been asking for. It's numbered. This one's numbered 69. It's near mint. It's on colored vinyl, and it's a $75 start. $75 start on that, okay? Now, I had to get up for a few minutes. Did I miss my ELO request? So, David, I'm glad you're watching. So, I need to do a correction. Melanie, if you're watching, David Dole, I was hoping that person, and it's him, would be the person who got this. So, David Dole was the first person who told me about this. And he was asking, did he get it? And you did. We need to change this to David Dole. Without his knowledge, I wouldn't even known about this, him asking about it. This goes to David Dole, then Melon Jennings, then Clifford, then Terry, then Marsha, then Mike, and then Jerry's on that list, okay? David Dole asked me about this last week, and that's the only reason I had a note to order it. The problem is I didn't make a note of whose name that was, so it's David Dole. He gets that one. Okay. Wow. What is going on? So we have Fear Factory waiting list. David Dole gets ELO. Bush had got up to 37 and then 42. Jeremy Rourke got a Deliverance. Beetlejuice 44. Bush is at 45. 3-6 Mafia 75. And Master Ma wants a silver bar. You got it. I'll give you this nice silver town with an eagle, an American bald eagle. That's sold to Master Ma for $66. Now, here's the high bids on these current auctions. Beetlejuice. The last bid that came in was Stephen Parton at $45. Everybody else is out. If you're not Stephen Parton, you do not have Beetlejuice at $45. In the middle is Bush, a reissue on gold, orange looking vinyl. I'm showing Pergy 33 at $45, now $48. 3-6 Mafia was a $75 start. Now it's at $78. Now, we're going through a new crate of newly priced stuff. I'm doing them one at a time. Here's Jefferson Starship. Jerry Stone has first rights. Jerry, I actually saw your message on the way over here. I was on the phone doing deals with Silver, and I was like, I ordered this exclusively for you because I had a feeling you would want it. Because the last time I ordered one and I ordered a couple extras, I didn't have any luck selling them. So I was like, I'm going to order one for Jerry. I have a feeling he wants one. And then if anybody else wants one, I'll do a special order. Jefferson Starship. This is the Friday Music new pressing on colored vinyl. Jerry Stone, if he wants it. And then I have, I forgot about this. Haven't had this in a while. Let me look this up right quick. And this is pretty cool. Let me look this up and figure out the cost on it. Let's see here. Sorry, these aren't priced. I thought I had everything marked for Ed, but I was one crate short. And so this is a little bit more fun. It takes a lot longer, but it builds up a lot of suspense, and I can probably tell you more about it. So I need to price this record right now if anybody wants it. I can do them for $79.99. Black Sabbath, the Ultimate Collection. The very best of Black Sabbath, a gatefold double LP, Go Vinyl. That is $79.99. It's a Go Vinyl, $79. They had another version a few years ago. It was like a 4 LP box. This is a 2 LP gatefold, $79.99. Jerry Stone on this. I had a feeling. It's Jefferson Starship, colored vinyl, Friday Music. Anybody else? Now, George Jones wants Black Sabbath. Anybody else, that'll be a special order. I can have those in. And then what about Beetlejuice? There was no other bids, right? I see B's and Bushes. I think those are all for Bushes, and that means this is sold to Stephen Parton for $45. Okay, let's get a wait list started for Black Sabbath, and then let's see where we're at on 3-6 Mafia. Here in a minute, I'll do a big purge and show you all the silver that's still left. Trying to not mention it right now because it's kind of slowing down this crate of new vinyl. But man, we've sold a lot. I never did blow the air horn, did I? Let me do that right now. We need 3 air horns. I'll just do 3 short little bursts, okay? This was for Jay Nutra, $880, 10 Silver Eagles. John Kaiser, 10 Silver Eagles, $888. And then Amenities bought another roll. So here we go. Adjust your volume, please. 3 air horns. Thank you, everybody. This is the makes number 4 and number 5 tonight. Nice. All righty. So Jeremy Todd on Black Sabbath, Solarplex on Black Sabbath, and Jerry Stone on Black Sabbath. All right. So 1, 2, 3. And I've got those right over here ready to order. I'm glad I have my screen pulled up. I can like order this stuff live. Not Amenities. My bad. El Snapatan. El Snapatan. Gosh, I'm going to get in trouble with one of them. I'm getting El Snapatan and Amenities mixed up. Not Amenities. Okay, let me skip that one because I don't remember that one. And let me look this up right quick. Golly, my brain's in another place tonight. This is why I got to go up front and get a monster after this crate. And we got to reset because we got all new vintage stuff, Laura's marking stuff, and we got all this other silver to sell, which has been chaotic, plus all these new vinyl pre-orders, plus all the other new vinyl, plus lights, plus more lights, plus Funkos came in, plus new vintage stuff, plus this, plus that, plus you, here's me. Golly. Okay. Dr. John is 34, Zuzu Man. It's on silver vinyl. Dr. John Zuzu Man, $34.99. And I have, let me wait on that one. And this one's $59.99. Faith No More, King for a Day. Let me make sure there wasn't a wait list for this. Faith No More is $59.99, okay? So right over here, we have the following. Black Sabbath is what we got a wait list going for. The Ultimate Collection. It's a double LP Go Vinyl Gatefold Jacket, $79.99. Jeremy Todd on a wait list. Solarplex on a wait list. Jerry Stone on a wait list. Danny Thomason wants 10 Silver Eagles, $880. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 Silver Eagles. So did Danny Thomason, $880. Thank you, Black Sabbath Hoss. I'll blow another air horn again for you. 3-6 Mafia, $880. 3-6 Mafia, $80. Danny also wants a Black Sabbath Hoss. And then over here we have, will there be new blankets? Soon. Yes, I ordered a few the other night, special orders for some people. Okay, now, are we done on Bush? Razor blade suitcase. Bush over here, razor blade suitcase. This was done, I'm pretty sure. Pergy 33, 55. Let me make sure Brain Toss went out. Brain Toss, you were outbid on this. I think that's pretty recent, so let me give him a chance. This is at $55 with Pergy 33. Brain Toss, you're out. Your last bid was 51. 3-6 Mafia was the 2017 UK of most known unknown. It's a 2 LP with bonus tracks on splatter. It's numbered 69 of 300, and the last bid on 3-6 Mafia was Eric Dog at 80. Eric Dog at 80. Somebody got outbid. He has that for 80. We sold a DJ Not So Good. And then next thing over here, Adam Garvey also on Black Sabbath, Cindy Yarborough on Deliverance. That was my last copy. Deliverance sold to Cindy Yarborough. That's not the movie soundtrack. That's a speed metal album from 1990, 35th anniversary edition, okay? Bush has a new bid for 56 with Brain Toss, okay? Over here, that Dr. John was for the taggers, no. Dr. John. Danny Thomason got Dr. John. He also got 10 Silver Eagles for $880. And then here is King's X Dogman, which give me a second to look up the price. I know MT Matt wants one, right, MT Matt? King's X Dogman. These are $49.99. $49.99. This is King's X Dogman. $49.99. El Snapatan, he gets, MT Mac gets one and Tim Rory gets one. Wow, those evaporated quickly. And then I have one more thing here to check the price. If anybody wants on a waiting list, I'm looking at them right now. They're in stock, and they will be in this week. I think we're done on 3-6 Mafia. Jeremy Rourke bid $81. Who got outbid then? Somebody got outbid then. Eric Dog got outbid, and that means that Charlie Buck said out. So, Eric Dog, this goes back to you. Now Bush is at $58. Now we need another auction for sure. Counting Crows recovering the satellites. Final. This is a 2017 US, a $75 start. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $420. Wow. Okay, let me look up the next record here. Sorry, I'm having to look these up live, but I'm also kind of taking orders. I'm going to go ahead and order at least one more King's X. That's in my cart. And then Hatebreed over here. Hatebreed, this is new for this week. These are $39.99. $39.99 for Hatebreed Supremacy. $39.99 for Hatebreed. New for Friday, the top 40 album of 2016, remastered. It's on green, Up in Smoke, green vinyl, limited to 500. $39.99. Bush is sold to Brain Toss for $60. Counting Crows has one bid for $75, and 3-6 Mafia is sold. And 3-6 Mafia is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $81. Fred Carnell never did get back on the chat. We lost him big time. Remember, he got outbid on those last couple auctions. He hadn't been bond back since then. Solarplex Studios on Hatebreed. There's one left. And then let me go ahead and check this next thing here. This is that, give me 1 second to check it. This is Brown Acid, the 21st trip. I think this is a compilation series they've been doing. It's called Brown Acid. And give me 1 second to check prices on this. Brown Acid, the 21st trip, various artists, $36.99. And this is a compilation. It's, as you can expect, tripped out psychedelic music, kind of. 1974, 1970, 1969, 1970, 71, 69. That's some of the years of this music. Brown Acid, $36.99. Let's go ahead and mark those. I'm going to show you everything in this crate that's sold out and what's still left after we got these last few, and then pretty much all the new vinyl left for tonight. Then we got 3-4 crates of new vintage plus whatever Laura's been marking, etc., etc., etc. So Solarplex got a Hatebreed. There's one left. It is sold to Hiram. This is Hatebreed Supremacy, $39.99. If you want this Faith No More, it is $59.99. Next is George Burleson wants the Last Dr. John. That is sold. Hatebreed's $39.99. Ryan Ass and then Mark Stanley. Tim Jensen wants 10 Silver Eagles. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let me go see if I have, if I need to open another roll. Let me see if I need to open another roll over here. Let's see here. How about I give you 8 and 2 prospectors? Okay. And let me check the prices on these. Some people might want these. These are 85, vintage 1985 Englehart prospectors. I've got like 10 rolls of them. I think I've got over 100. They're Engelhart 1 ounce silver prospectors. How about 2 of those and 8 silver eagles? They're the same price. These are vintage. They carry a premium. They're uncirculated from 1985. $88 on those, okay? So I can do 10, 8 eagles and 2 of those if that works for you. That should be 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, okay? And I'll have to I owe you another air horn. I owe Danny an air horn. I owe you an air horn. Next thing over here, El Snapatan wants on the King's X waiting list. You got that. We sold another 10 eagles, Brown Acid, King's X, and then Pass on Hate Breed. And then we have over here, I have the following. I have Alice Cooper. This is Dirty Diamonds. Let's check this, and let's also check it for a waiting list, okay? Alice Cooper, give me 1 second. And this one's called Dirty Diamonds. Alice Cooper. The price on Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds, just FYI, let me find it. This one is $33.99. And let me check now for a waiting list. Alice Cooper, I have a wait list for classics. I have a wait list for, that's it. So these are $33.99, Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds. $33.99, okay? $33.99. There's 1 and there's 2. I've got 2 in stock, and this next record is called Al Green, Let's Stay Together. I don't remember ordering this. Hopefully it wasn't a special request for somebody, because I didn't order it. Lord, do you recall? I don't recall. Yeah, there was no note or anything. Al Green, let's look this up. This is a classic album. This is also $33.99. Classic soul album, $33.99. Okay, let's go right over here and let's do this. So Counting Crows, this had 1 bid for $75. And this is $75 with Gabe Caballero. He has it. I think everybody else is done, and that's about to sell for $75. Counting Crows Recovering the Satellites is a 2017 U.S. reissue. It has the original on her sleeve. It's near mint, and it's at $75 with 1 bid. All right, this crate is definitely worthy of a recap. That was a big one. And let me make sure that was good with Tim Jensen. He said, sounds good. Okay, we're good to go then. So, here's what we got. We have the following. Counting Crows is at $75. 1 bid, final call. This was a crate of new vinyl, most of it new stuff for this week. It wasn't priced. Now it is all priced. I'm about to recap it. I'm about to show you what else sold out of here. We got plenty of auctions, and let me go ahead and put up another one. There was a big request earlier for Jesus and Mary Chain, Barbed Wire Kisses, B-sides, and more. Jesus and Mary Chain is a Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 on blood red orange vinyl, $35 start for Jesus and Mary Chain. That is now up for bid. So the first thing left in here, all these are available. I have Faith No More Angel Dust, a double LP gatefold. Sean Holford, you was on a waiting list. You got one. There's one left. $64.99. That's an import. The only way it's in print. That's why it's a little bit more. It's an import. Counting Crows is sold to Gabe Calabero for $75, 1 bid. Jesus and Mary Chain. These are new, sticker price, brand new, and then we're about to do some vintage buy it now best offer next. Next auction is going to go up right now, and let's go ahead and do Etta James At Last. Etta James At Last is the 2016 U.S. Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 2,000 on green vinyl. Track B5 is misspelled spoonful instead of spoonful. It's a $35 start. Jesus and Mary Chain also already has a bid for $35. I have one Godfather soundtrack left. This is The Godfather. It's a new, really cool label, La La Land Records. It's on cannoli cream and Mo Green swirl colored vinyl. The Godfather. That is awesome score music, of course. $46.99. One could say epic. We also have Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy. Steve Martin is a Rhino, Start Your Ear Off Right. The first time I've ever seen these in print, $24.99. Final call on Jesus and Mary Chain. It has one bid for $35. Final call. As of right now, there is no bid on Etta James. Going once, going twice. Final call. Here comes No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. No Doubt is the 2014 U.S. Limited Edition 500 black and white swirl, $55 start on that. We have Ryan Eaton on Steve Martin, sold. Kanye coming up soon. Can I get Guns N' Roses? If so, how much? Stand by for a price. You ready? Guns N' Roses. You're talking about Live Era. I can order that. It's not in stock right now. That came out a while back. I haven't actually ordered, I think, since it came out. You know why? Because I think it's been out of stock ever since it came out. Let me go check one more place. And Guns N' Roses is out of stock. If I did get it, it would be $89.99, but you can go on a back order, okay? We got Godfather to Deadhead Jim. That's Jim Ciascio. No Doubt has a new bid for $55. This is new. I think it's a new metal album, Night Terror, Return of the Witches. I listened to a couple tracks. Sounded pretty cool, but other than that, I don't know a lot about them. $29.99. Etta James Details, Jim B. This is a 2016 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 2,000 on green vinyl. Final call. Only one bid on Jesus and Mary Chain. Sold for $35 to Robert Warner. That is done. No bid on Etta James. Final call. One bid on No Doubt. Also a final call. We have Oz. Third Warning. New magenta colored vinyl. Oz is $44.99. That has been out of print. It's a double LP, $44.99. Eric Gale's Crown, 2 LP silver vinyl, new pressing for Friday, $39.99. Bob Riger on the Steve Martin waiting list. I can get the other ones too if anybody's interested. All right, there's that. And then we have another Eric Gale's, The Bookends, green vinyl, single LP, $34.99. The other Faith No More, King for a Day, $59.99. Hatebreed, there's one left, Supremacy, Up in Smoke, green vinyl, $39.99. Actually, there wasn't supposed to be. There was one sold to Hiram and one sold to Solarplex, so I didn't pull the other one out. There's that. And then Brown Acid, the 21st trip, $36.99. And then Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds is $33.99, and Al Green Let's Stay Together, $33.99. No Doubt still getting bids. Now 55, now 56. Let me put these other pieces of silver away before they fall or get lost or crash or burn. Anyway, that would be bad. That would be really bad either way. So let me put that away, and let me start bringing out everything I have left in stock so y'all know what is going on over here, okay? And I'm going to bring out, I have 1985 Englehart Prospector rounds. All right. I'm going to show you, and then I've got bars, okay? I'm going to leave all this back here so it's very eye-catching, okay? $88 a piece. I've got 4 rolls there. There's more where that came from. I got random 1-ounce bars, no picking, no choosing, and those are also $88. And I'm sold out of Silver Eagles at the moment. Okay. They have the Steve Martin Brothers. They do. That's another one, yes. Bjork is on deck. Next question was No Doubt 58. Etta James is a $35 start. Okay, we have a wait list going for King's X Dog Man. And then we sold out of Deliverance over here. And this is Deliverance Weapons of Our Warfare. That's $46.99. And that's about it in there. The rest of the stuff, restocks, will show up later. Now, there was also 6 crates of other new vinyl tonight. Most of that was the new stuff and pre-orders that's been tagged and sold out. I have other stuff to show, but it's time. It is time for a crate of new vintage. Buy it now, best offer, okay? We've only done one short but sweet check condition crate. Let's get at it. Now y'all know what's in stock with silver bullion back here. Get it while you can, okay? We have, ooh, great neck adjustment. Oh, great. All right. Here we go. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Lots of cool auctions still to run. Bob Riger wants on the Steve Martin Brothers wait list. Etta James has one bid for $35, final call. No Doubt is tied. Stanley Richmond bid $65. Doug Jeppesen bid $65. So it's up to Stanley Richmond on this one. Okay, and then over here, let's go ahead and grab a third auction. I'm still going to pull something from the bonus crate just to let you know stuff like that is still happening. And this is Y&T Mean Streak. Y&T Mean Streak is a 1983 USOG near mint minus, a $25 start. I still got a few more new things here to show. Let me show Taylor Swift first. This is that newest Life of a Showgirl. We had a waiting list for this, so let me go ahead and pull that up, and let me confirm the price on this. Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl, and this was, give me 1 second, I got to search all products for this one because it's technically not vinyl. It's a Japanese CD, I think, right, Laura? And let me search this, newest. And give me 1 second. Man, all these books over here that's come in. This is the Japanese Life of a Showgirl Deluxe. Yeah, these were $59.99. And I should have one extra. $59.99. I've got 2 extras. It has a CD with guitar pick bonus. There we go. So this is $59.99. It's a Japanese Life of a Showgirl. We had 2 people on a wait list, and I'm going to have 2 extras. Let me look these up right quick. Let me tell you who was on a wait list, and let me tell you who else maybe wants one, okay? So I know 2 are sold, and then there's 2 more extras here, okay? And that's Taylor, that's Tay-Tay right there, Life of a Showgirl. And let me pull up, let me pull that up. And this is Taylor Swift. And Dwayne Sevilla and Jordan Underhill. Dwayne Sevilla and Jordan Underhill. Okay? That was the waiting list. Mike Torres wants one. There's 1 extra. Japanese with guitar pick. Jordan Underhill, Dwayne Sevilla, and Mike Torres. Okay? Those are all sold. Let me lay those right there. And then this is really cool. Pam Murray was on a wait list for this. They come in quickly. This is Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. This is one of those new graphic novel adaptations of her music. This is Joan Jett and the Black Hearts, I Love Rock and Roll, 40 by 40. So they've took 40 Joan Jett songs and they've adapted it into a graphic novel comic book. $39.99. $39.99. It's called Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Pam Murray was on a special order for this the other night. And then the last one over here, is sold to Stephen A. Young. So we're sold out of Taylor Swift again, and there's 1 Joan Jett left if anybody wants it, okay? It's kind of like the Anthrax book we had. Same thing. And we still got Anthrax in stock, too. It's like a graphic novel adaptation. Okay. Next thing is this. Etta James got a new bid for 36 and a new bid for 37. Then No Doubt get another bid. Doug Jeppesen bid 66. Stanley out. This is sold to Doug Jeppesen for 66. And then Y&T has a bid for 25 and 30. Rock Show, you've been outbid. Let's get started on this crate, and then I need to go up front and emergency level go get a cup of ice and some energy drinks, okay? We got a long ways to go. We have Coliseum Live, a 2 LP. This is new vintage stuff, never shown. Buy it now or best offer. Coliseum, $24.99. The Eagles, Hotel California, OG with a poster, super clean and nice. On a Dark Desert Highway, Cool Wind in My Hair. Next is Ringo by Ringo Starr, gatefold with poster or booklet, $26.99. Ooh, haven't had this in a while. The Great Neil Young compilation. It's called Decade. This looks like a French copy. It is. It's a French press, maybe made in Germany. $39.99 or a French release. It does have some sticker residue, but that's awesome. $39.99. Calvin, are you done on Etta James? And Rock Show, are you done on Y&T? The Eagles is $39.99. OG gatefold with poster. Ivan getting the Great Neil Young. El Snapatan wants the Eagles. Let me make sure Salty Prison Songs doesn't want it first. Let me make sure Salty Prison Songs doesn't want it first, okay? Let me put that right here. And there's that, all right? There's that. So, first thing we'll do is this. We have The Mothers of Invention, Fillmore East, 1971, $39.99. That is another German press, $39.99 for that. El Snapatan on the Eagles, that's sold. And then over here, we have Bazin, B-A-Z-A-N, Live Electrical Audio, 2010. That's under the genre of indie rock, $39.99. Etta James still getting bids, and Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Operator. All right, Tom Kelly, you get Y&T for $40. And we have next, it's Sergeant Not Salty. Do what now? Salty Sergeant? Oh, that says Salty Prison Sergeant. Okay, definitely not songs. My bad. Sorry. These Twitch handles can throw me for a loop. Okay, we got Too Short Cocktails. Too Short Cocktails is a 2024 Record Study exclusive on Blue Jay Splatter. $35 start for Too Short. That's now up for bid. Over here, we have Dawes, New Ragtime Foley's. That's sealed $14.99. Info on Neil Young in the back. Neil Young is signed by Neil Young, $1,275. Wine Tea was sold for $30 to Tom Kelly. $30 to Tom Kelly, not 40. Make sure that goes in for 30. I thought I said 30. Evidently, I said 40. Etta James is at 40. Calvin Ward, it's up to you. Too Short's a $35 start. This is all new buy it now best offer. We still got Dawn's, Jim Croce. This was called Basin. We still got Frank Zappa, Ringo Starr, and Coliseum. This is Starbucks, Searching for a Thrill. Starbucks is $14.99, Searching for a Thrill. And the Eagles' Greatest Hits, OG and Boss Cover, $34.99. Very nice, $34.99. Also, Pretty Grable, Rare Recordings, that is sealed at $19.99. And we have the Cars, Heartbeat City. The Cars is $29.99. The Allman Brothers, essentially a greatest hits. And The Road Goes On Forever, $34.99 for the Allman Brothers. Etta James is sold, and Etta James is sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $40. Thank you, that. Too Short's a $35 start. Going once, going twice. No one's bid. Bid should be rolling in $35.40, $45.50, $55.60, $65.70. But right now it just has one bid for $35. Neil Young is signed. Letter with JSA, $1,275. Our next auction is Silverchair Frog Stomp. Silverchair is the 2014. This is limited edition 1500 on blue vinyl. Frog Stomp from, is this music on vinyl? This is just SRC Sony. Okay, $35 start for Frog Stomp. That's now up for bid. Mothers of Invention. This German press over here looked really clean and really nice to me. The Mothers, Fillmore East, June 1971. Yeah, I'd grade it EX Plus or better. The Roger Waters Signed Animals did sell earlier. Yes, $875. Love and Spoonful, so nice. Love and Spoonful, that's a compilation with Do You Believe in Magic, $9.99. Never seen that one before, that comp. Pacific Gas and Electric is $19.99. That's Get It On Blues, $19.99. Too Short, final call. Silverchair has a bid. Let's grab something from, quote, the bonus crate. How about some Parliament? Parliament is the clones of Dr. Funkenstein, a 1976 USOG Pittman press. Strong VG. Parliament is a $25 start. Has the original Casablanca inner sleeve. Adam Bernardi on Mothers for $30. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have Stanley Turrentine Cherry with Milt Jackson, CTI, 1972, $29.99. And Stevie Wonder Intervisions. Stevie Wonder is a gatefold jacket, $24.99. Silverchair has a new bid for $40. Nobody bid on Too Short. That's a buy it now for $35. One of our first no bids of the night. And then also we have Now a Ways Tired. Now a Ways Tired, the complete 2-record gospel collection as seen on TV, $14.99. Silverchair $35, Silverchair $40, and then Parliament $25. Fox Digital gets Too Short for $35. Jason Thomas was second. Next is Hollies, Another Night. The Hollies is $14.99, and Coliseum 2, Gary Moore is on this album, $19.99 on that. All right, let me introduce a third auction, then I'm for sure 100% going up front to grab something to drink. But let's pull something from the advertised bunch here. I still have to put up for auction right now, Bjork. You got to keep reminding me if you're waiting for something. I mean, you got to ask me over and over and over and over. This is a 1995 UKOG. It does have some cover damage right up here, this little split and a little bit of wear. This is a 95 UKOG VG Plus. Laura loves Bjork. A 3-heart rating. This is going to go up for an $85 start. $85, a 1995 original. Okay, the Silverchair was a 2014 U.S. reissue on blue vinyl. 2017 reissue on blue vinyl. Okay, and that's at $43. And now Silverchair's at $45. Parliament has one bid for $25, and there's Bjork. What a night so far. Here's what's coming up, just FYI. We're into our second of 4 crates of new pre-owned, plus whatever Laura marks. I'll be doing a quick recap of new vinyl sooner than later. We've already went through 6 crates. Everything left is in a crate and a half. I'll be showing those one more time. I've got new lights to tag later tonight. I've got new lights from King Diamond. I've got new lights from Van Halen in. Half the orders in, by the way. We'll be tagging those momentarily. I am over here at my ice machine fixing a cup of ice so I can put Monster in it and we can have Chad all giddied up. And just FYI, I think the theme for tonight, I didn't really know when it was all going to be delivered, but we had a heck of a time with silver, and we've sold a lot of silver tonight. People's hot on for some silver bullion, for sure. Hot on for some silver bullion, and we have it. We got a lot of it, and we've sold a lot of it, and we got a lot more left. But if you're interested, just holler at me. I'll hook you up. I'm basically at 88 an ounce tonight. It's been tough to acquire. I'm in no hurry to sell it personally. Tonight, we got we're on the eve of having a $2 sale here at the store. Laura just dropped off a crate. We'll do that one next. Thank you, Laura. Off to a busy start for the first year. It all comes in waves, and we've just had incredible leads on collections. I mean, if Paul goes out and buys everything, and then the Kiss collection that's on deck, if all that turns out like it's supposed to, then man, we're gonna be busy. Okay. Whew, I got my Monster poured. Thank you. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Okay, I'm good to go. Thank you for the time out. I've been nonstop there for about 3 hours, and that's the first time I've actually paused to even like take a breath. Okay, so silver chair, I think we were done. Dakota Dotson has it for 50. Devious John went out. Dakota, are you a first-time buyer? Thank you for sticking with me. Sorry I had to walk away. This is sold to you for $50, and if you are a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll get you registered. Okay, are coins better than bars to hold value? Silver Eagles are a great buy. Silver Eagles are always a great buy, but what I've noticed, it depends on the brand of the bar. You know, if they're vintage, this and that. I mean, there's a lot of different factors. Plus, right now, there's premiums are kind of vary from day to day. So right now with the silver we have, I'm trying to just keep it one price per ounce. One may be better than the other. So you got vintage Eaglehearts, or you got brand new Eagles, or you can get bars. A lot of people like bars. It really just don't matter, I think, right now, the way the market is. If this was a couple years ago, I'd say, yeah, Eagles, I would buy those. They should be selling more. But right now, silver is silver the way the demand is. That's what I'm seeing. Silver is silver the way I'm seeing a demand right now. Parliament got one bid, and this is sold to Brian Legan for $25. Nice pull from the bonus crate, and then Bjork is a final call. And Bjork is the final call. And Bjork is the final call to Lucas Hanoff. Just one bid at $85. We're about to sell it, okay? We're doing a new vintage buy it now best offer crate. Here comes Kanye. He's going up right now. Kanye West is called... Kanye West is a 2014 sealed deluxe edition, 35, 808s and Heartbreak, deluxe collector set, 35 on that. There's that Allman Brothers. That's a great compilation. $34.99. Where did I get to? Sorry, I lost my spot. I stopped right here with what? Coliseum. Here's Youngblood. That's a soundtrack by War. It is in partial shrink wrap, $29.99. Kanye has a bid for $35. Hooters, Nervous Night. Hooters is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Pacific Gas and Electric starring Charlie Allen. That's $19.99. And we have Hard Pour Pornography. Bobby Braddock. This is in shrink, $9.99. Bjork is sold to Lucas Anoff. One bid, $85. That is sold. Kanye's over here at $35. I still don't think we blow the air horn for a couple people. There's that. And then here's Dr. Hook a little bit more. Dr. Hook is $14.99. And John Waite, Mask of Smiles. John Waite is $14.99. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Scorpions is $29.99. Love at First Sting, $29.99. And Aerosmith Rocks. I'm back in the saddle again. Great stuff in here in this vintage buy it now best offer crate. 271 people still watching. If you're still waiting for a bonus auction, let me know. Let's go ahead and put up Air. This is called Pocket Sympathy. Air is a 2015 limited edition white vinyl seal, $35. Kanye's about to sell for $35, just one bid. And then J Neutron, S25. Scorpions, I will sell that to you for $25. That's sold. That was the second cover. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, a 79 Scandinavian press. $34.99 on this. Has a really cool textured kind of thick inner sleeve I'm not familiar with. That's a really interesting one there. $34.99 for that great live album. And then over here, we got George Harrison, Somewhere in England. George Harrison is $24.99. $24.99. And Danny wants 10 Ingle Hearts as well. All right, let me do this right here. 10 more Ingle Hearts, and these are sold to Danny Thomason at $88 each, okay? There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So he bought 10 Eagles, 10 Eagle Hearts. Those are sold to Danny Thomason, $880. And we need to blow another air horn. I think I had one earlier I missed, and then there's 2 for Danny. So these are beautiful, uncirculated vintage Eagle Hearts, 1985, $88 a piece, okay? We have Kanye has a last-second buzzer beater bid with Jim B, Charlie Buck, and that is now, you've been outbid, it's at $36. GMB wait for like literally the half-court buzzer beater shot. Air has a bid for $35. Dr. Hook, 10. And then Dr. Hook, 10. Stanley Richmond was first. Let's go ahead and sell that to Stanley for 10. Travis was next. We have the Outlaws bringing it back alive. The Outlaws is $19.99. And Philip Bailey, Chinese Wall, in shrink wrap. Philip Bailey, $14.99. And Formula 30 is a 1983. That's a 2 LP compilation. Great compilation, $26.99. Yes, these are $9.99 silver. These are $9.99 silver. Here's what the Ingle Hearts look like. They look like a Prospector mining. Very cool. This has been a popular series. The vintage ones always carry details, always carry a premium. We got a new lower crate on deck. Thank you again to Danny. That's sold to him, $880. Let's put those right over there. Now I'm going to warn everybody for another air horn. I think I know I need 3. I can't even remember what the last ones were. Honestly, somebody bought another 10, then somebody bought a roll. At this point, I've lost track. We're up there with like the most air horns for getting up there in the top 5 shows, I think. Adjust your volume. Wow. Precious metals. I've always told myself if I could clone myself, there'd be a Chad back here doing this, and then in the back part of the store there'd be a Chad selling coins. So we have Dr. Hook 10, Kanye. What are the details? The details is a 2014 U.S. reissue deluxe sealed. It has 1 bid for $35 and now another bid for $36. Air has 1 bid for $35 with Murphy Stillman. We're about to sell it. And earlier we had a first-time buyer. Welcome, first-time buyer. Make sure you've messaged our page. We need your email address and your mailing address, okay? We need your email address and your mailing address. Make sure you get registered and make sure you are signed up. We'll invoice you a week from yesterday on Monday, okay? Rick Berrien says he takes 5 prospectors. So to Rick Berrien, 245. I got you down, Rick. 5 at $88 each, okay? There's that. And then we have Big Brother and the Holding Company. Big Brother and the Holding Company is sealed, $19.99. Sealed, $19.99. We have Jerry Lee Lewis, Rural Routes #1. Jerry Lee Lewis is $9.99. And a unique and startling musical adventure out of this world. That's a 1961 press, $19.99, okay? Over here, we have Rick Barron on 5 Prospectors, Lonnie Jolly's at 39 on Kanye, George on 2 Engleharts. No worries about the spelling. Engleharts are spelled E-N-G, Engle, E-N-G-E-L-L, and then H-A-R-D. That's the brand. 2 for George Sherritt, 88. Thank you, and thank you on that. Okay? And then Danny Thomason on BB, and that was the Heavy Sounds compilation here. I think that's what he was wanting. And then over here, we have Mickey Gilley, 10 Years of Hits, Pasadena, Texas, $14.99 on that. And then we have Remember the Yardbirds, $19.99 on that. Daniel Farrow on Jerry Lee Lewis, that's so to Daniel Farrow. And we have James Cotton, Cut You Loose. This is 2015, $24.99. And we have Yes Relayer, $19.99. Okay, so next thing was Kanye at 37. Danny got the Big Brother compilation, which was Columbia Heavy Sounds. That was pretty cool. Daniel Farrow on Jerry Lee Lewis, Kanye at 40, and then ST on 2. He wants 2 Engleharts at $88. That's so to him. And then over here, John McPatriot on Yes. And then Let's Sell Air to Murphy Stillman for $35. Rick Barron gets Out of This World for $15. And then James Cotton for $15. So those are sold, sold, and sold. Kanye, the last bid was Jim B at $40. Lonnie Jolly, you've been outbid, okay? So Yes went to John McPatriot. ST got 2 Engleharts. And over here was a question. So serious question. When you decide to sell silver, who do I sell it to? Anybody. You can sell it to us if you're in a good enough position or just need to cash flow it, or you can, yeah, I mean, whenever you get to sell it, I mean, it's kind of up to you. I know a lot of people have sold it back to us when they're in a good, I mean, I bought a 100-ounce bar from somebody. Probably we're going to do a deal tomorrow. He's going to make, he bought it from me about 4 years ago. He's going to make almost $4,000 on it. He bought it from me about 4 years ago. He's probably going to end up making over $4,000, and he's selling it back to me. So he bought something about 4 years ago. He's made about $4,000 on it, and he's selling it back to me. And that's where a lot of this stuff's coming from. A lot of this stuff is where people's bought it from me at $22 and $23 an ounce, and now they're selling it back, and they've made a ton of money on it. Morrissey, Your Arsenal. Morrissey is a 2014 US 180 gram. This album does not seem to be in print currently. I don't recall seeing it either. $35 start. Lonnie Jolly's out. We're about to sell it. Big Brother's already sold. I got Alvin Lee and Company in flight. Alvin Lee is $26.99. Quicksilver, What About Me, $19.99. And then Aerosmith, Rock in a Hard Place. This is a nice copy. Does have a little bit of a crease up here, but that's a gold stamp promo. $29.99 for Aerosmith, Rock in a Hard Place. Okay, now this crate has a lot left in it. I think some people was hopping on and off because I was in transition. You probably missed out some great stuff here. I'm just going to try to breeze through these titles one more time, and then I'm going to go through this new crate Lewis marked, which probably has insane great stuff in it. And then there's 2 more crates of vintage stuff from John. I'm now trying to go literally as fast as I can. Morrissey has a $35 start. Let's do another vintage. Let's do another pull from the this crate. Leather Wolf. Leather Wolf is an 87 USOG specialty press in shrink with hype, near mint minus, has the hype sticker. The shrink's a little torn here, but we had a Leather Wolf earlier with a lot of demand. $30 start on that. Aerosmith sold for $25 to John McPatriot. Thank you on that one. As soon as I said that, Michael Thrower was claiming it at full price. That is unfortunate, but I am going to sell George Burleson Quicksilver for $15. Let me reply to Tanner right quick, because let me do this 1 second. Okay, did I not claim James Cotton first? James Cotton was sold to Ada Bernardi for $15. Did I not pull that? Ada Bernardi Did I not say that was sold to you for $15? I could have swore I did. Out of This World, James Cotton, Errol Smith, and Quicksilver, okay? Right over here, there's this. Out of This World was sold for... Out of This World was sold to who? Out of This World. Rick Berrien got this for $15. James Cotton was sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Errol Smith was sold for $25 to John McPatriot. And Quicksilver was sold to George Burleson for $15, okay? There's that. Those are all done. Now, Kanye is officially sold to Jim B. This is sold to Jim B for $40. Somebody called the police on them. Theft. We have Morrissey, $35. No one's bid yet. A 2014 U.S. Your Arsenal. Final call on Morrissey for $35. Leatherwolf has one bid with MT Matt for $30. Chad, last night you said you would order me a Slayer South of Heaven vinyl. Would you able to get a Hell Awaits also? Make sure make sure Steve Weaver's on a wait list for Slayer South of Heaven. And then also make sure he can get a Hell Awaits. I'll let you know by Friday if all those have come in. Some of them may be here as soon as Thursday. Let's put up another auction. And this is NXS Kick. NXS Kick is an 87 OG with the original inner sleeve, EX++ near mint minus, a $35 start. I'm just going to read the titles in here. I'm going to say the prices on some of them. If you need to verify something, let me know. We have Coliseum Live, $24.99. Ringo by Ringo Starr, that was $26.99. Bazin, B-A-Z-A-N, live at Electrical Audio, 2010, $39.99. Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, don't miss out, $14.99. That's a good one. Don's New Ragtime Foley's, we had Starbuck. Eagles' Greatest Hits was $34.99. Betty Grable, Rare Recordings, 1930, 1970. The Cars, Heartbeat City. Who's Gonna Drive You Home Tonight? Final call on Morrissey, one bid, $36. Leatherwolf did get a bid. Now it's a final call for $30. No one's been on NXS, $35. The Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever, $34.99. Love and Spoonful, Pacific Gas and Electric, Stanley Turrentine Cherry, Stevie Wonder Inner Visions. We have Nowadays Tired, Holly's Another Night, Coliseum 2, War Youngblood soundtrack, Hooters, Pacific Gas and Electric, Hardcore Pornography. We had John Waite, Aerosmith Rocks, Back in the Saddle, $24.99. The Cars was an OG pressing of Heartbeat City. No Condition Notes, $29.99. Bradley's Asked, and then Adam Bernardi. Neil Young, Rest Never Sleeps. OG Scandinavian. George Harrison. The Outlaws. Philip Bailey. Formula 30. Mickey Gilley. The Yardbirds. And Alvin Lee. Okay? Morrissey over here. First thing, Bazin, not for sure how that A goes, is sold to Ryan Eaton for $30. But I needed to swap out a crate before I put another single record in there. So let me put that right there. Awesome. 5th crate of vinyl sold tonight, and we hadn't got halfway through new arrivals, and we hadn't done a single discount crate yet. Whoa. And we probably have a whole crate of auctions that will be gone before the end of the night. Whoa. Amazing. Let me put away some of the silver before everything falls off the table and crashes and breaks into a million pieces. We don't want that. Fortunately, this stuff can't break and crash. Fortunately. All right, let's see here. Let me start a new row. All right, and then 2, and then 2. All right, thanks, everybody. Now, when everything slows down a little bit later tonight, we'll go through all these bars. I have a whole tub of bars. And then we bought a bunch of commemoratives, U.S. Constitution, Civil War, World War II, stuff like that. When things get a little bit slow tonight, probably after 11 for you late night people that are interested, I'll be able to spend a little bit more time showing you specifics what I have over here. Otherwise, right now it's just random Engleharts, which are all the same, or a random bar. So there's that. All right, so this was sold for $30. And then over here, I have Bazin 30, NXS, a new bid for $36, and then Jim Croce sold to Michael Thrower for $10. I'll take it. The John Waite's Ignition over here. John Waite's Ignition. Let's see, Mickey Gilley. Nice. It's nice. No Condition Notes. It's a gatefold double LP, recall. Let me check the gatefold. I don't want to happen like what the Leonard Skinner happened. Yeah, nice gatefold. So I apologize. I'll tell you live what happened when that Leonard Skinner. So a lot of times John's trying to mark stuff as fast as possible. Rick Hall had bought a Leonard Skinner, and when he went to open it, it was either stuck together or it had been stuck together, and there was gatefold damage. Sometimes John forgets to make a note, or he might not have even tried to open it. He's here every day. just like Paul and Laura, trying to mark as many records as possible, and we end up overlooking stuff. And Ed will always take care of you. If we overlook a major flaw in a record, we will take care of you, I promise, okay? So first thing I have is NXS 36. We sold Bazin for 30. We sold Jim Croce for 10. I never did get the John Waits, did I? Christina, $14.99 for Mask of Smiles. And then over here, we have Greg O'Time. Chad, do you still have some Faces Long Player? Who are you over on YouTube? Greg O'Time, Faces Long Player. I think you're in luck. I have at least one left. Faces Long Player. Let me try to find it. Long Player. Do we have an extra long? I have 2 long players. This is new, cut from the original Analog Master. That's sold to Greg O'Time 442. That's sold to him. And then over here, NXS 37, NX 40. What are the coins? Give me 1 second. And then over here, Mickey Gilly sold to Recall for 10. NXS 41, NXS 45, and John Waite sold to Christina for 10. Leatherwolf, 1 bid to MT Matt for 30. And then over here, we got Morrissey. The last bid that came in on Morrissey was the following, and that was Morrissey, and that was Morrissey to Chris Meisner for $36. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. Brian Legan was going to offer 12 for Mickey Gilly. There we go. Recall, that $2 makes up for the Leonard Skinner fiasco, okay? All right, anybody else? Give me 1 second. I'll show you the silver. What was the almonds? That's The Road Goes On Forever. It's a 2 LP compilation, $34.99. Black Hearted Woman, Dreams, Whipping Post, Midnight Rider, Statesboro, Stormy Monday, Hoochie Coochie Man, Stand Back, One Way Out, Blue Sky, Ain't Wasting Time No More, and Melissa. That's my 2 favorites from the Allman Brothers. Ain't Wasting Time No More, and then Sweet Melissa, one of my favorite. That would make my top 10 of all time. Melissa by the Allman Brothers, $34.99. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. Over here is NXS, and the last bid was Travis Woods at $47. Tim Zarnota, you've been outbid. We need new auctions. And let's go through this next crate that Laura's marked. These will be sticker price, no more, no less. Sticker price, no more, no less. Let me do a little bit of sorting and cleaning up back here behind me. There's crates and stuff thrown literally everywhere. Let me move these around. Golly. It's crazy how much stuff is already accumulated around me. We got literally a library of books stacked over here. We're going to try to do those later tonight if we have time. And over here. All right, so let's go ahead. Buddy Johnsey, Stand By. Allman Brothers is sold to Michael Thrower for $30. Stand By, Buddy Johnsey. So this is sold to Michael Thrower for $30. NXS is at $50. Let's grab this lure crate. Let me peek in it right quick. Ooh, what is this here? What kind of yes is this? Ooh, okay, I'll leave it in there. Let me see what else we got in here. Nice, y'all gonna like this crate. Oh my gosh, here we go. A crazy, awesome lure crate. And get ready for this to be pretty much absolutely obliterated. So here we go. Let me try to stand up with them. Oh my gosh. Whew. Okay. Thank you on the almonds. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Let's do a pull from the bonus crate. White Tiger. Man, putting up some cool 80 stuff. White Tiger, an 86 USOG EMC record, strong VG, a $30 start on White Tiger. There it is. Okay. All right. I got one more silver dollar. All right. All right. Before I get started, here's the current in-stock silver bullion for tonight. I have, this is a guarantee, you're getting these, an 85 Englehart silver 1 ounce 999 Troy ounce prospector, $88. And then right now, they will be sold at random, but I have 1 ounce bars. just whatever's here. You may get the Liberty Bell, this or that. Not even going to show them. They're just 1 ounce, 999 bars, same price. We're currently sold out of Eagles. We may have more by tomorrow, but right now we don't have any left. So 1 ounce silver, you can pick bars or rounds. You can just say rounds if you don't know how to spell Englehart. Some people have maybe not even heard of that before. Your pick, and just let me know until we run out tonight. But right now, I can give you a rough estimate. There's 20, 40, 60. There's at least 80, 120, 40, 60. I probably have 180 ounces left. I probably have 180 ounces, so don't be afraid to buy as much as you want, okay? These are all sticker price. Here we go. First thing I have is Kamasai, Washington. This is a 2018 OG. It's a contemporary jazz fusion. I know a lot of people speak very highly of this. $44.99. NXS is sold to Travis Woods for $50. White Tiger has one bid with John Kaiser. Tiger Kaiser has White Tiger, one bid for $30. That's a final call. Let's grab another advertised auction over here. And that next one is this. Fish, Party Time. Surprised more people hadn't requested Fish. This is a 2011 USOG, and it's been out of print ever since. $75 start on that. Pavement. Pavement is Pavement, Slanted, and Enchanted. It's a 2010 reissue, $27.99. Pavement, Slanted, and Enchanted, $27.99. Also, Otis Redding, Complete and Unbelievable, the Otis Redding Dictionary of Soul. This is a 2016 reissue, sealed Otis Redding Rhino double LP, 7 bonus, plus the 7-inch reissue of the 66 single. Try Little Tenderness and I'm Sick of Y'all, $34.99. Let's sell White Tiger to John Kaiser. Tiger Kaiser gets that for $30. Fish is a $75 start, going once, going twice. Let me see over here if we have Wiz Khalifa. I have it right here next. Wiz Khalifa. It's called Black Hollywood, spelled B-L-A-C-C, a 2014 white and black split, $35 start on that. Robert Warner on Otis Redding, so to Robert Warner. Still got Pavement, still got Kamasai, Washington. Buddy Johnson wants 3 bars. You got them. I'll give you these 3 on top here. Here, I'll give you these 3 matching ones. Go ahead and just give you an idea. 3 with the Constitution, SD Bullion, and the Liberty Bell. Those are sold to Buddy Johnson, okay? $88, $88, $88. Wiz Khalifa has a bid for $35. Noah Khan Stick Season, $29.99. Those are not cheap whatsoever. New Noah Khan, big new artist, $29.99. That's in the realm of Americana there. Also, we have OX4, The Best of Ride, or OX4, The Best of Ride, a 2015 record store day. That is sealed, $34.99 on that. Also, we have Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's a corporate world. Indie Rock, $14.99. Dale Earnhardt Jr., $14.99. Also in here is Beyonce Lemonade on Lemonade Yellow Vinyl, $24.99. Nobody bid on Fish. That's a buy now for $75 if anybody wants it. Let's grab another auction. Was there a Daft Punk? There was. Get Lucky featuring Daft Punk remix. So what exactly is this? This is a 2013 OG. Some of these have sold for as much as $104 sealed. Daft Punk Get Lucky. It's a $40 start. Is Fish a studio album? You know, I really don't know. I'm not educated enough on Fish to tell you that. Somebody probably can help us out. Is Party Time a studio or live recordings? I have a feeling it's studio. It looks studio. ST on Ride. That is sold to ST. That's sold. And now Daft Punk has a bid for $40. Wiz Khalifa is about to sell for $35. And we have Jason Isbell on the 400 unit reunions. Jason Isbell 17. Fish is live. My intuition was wrong. Fish is a live album. Also, Vampire Weekend Contra. That is $19.99 with a note from Laura. Great album. Over here we have Uncle Bad Touch. This is Uncle Bad Touch. It's a rock album from Nashville, $9.99. Oh, wow. I was about to say a Jim B with another half court, possibly at the last millisecond bid. Wiz Khalifa, $36. Now $37. Jim B, you're on a 60-second timer. Daft Punk's at $41. George Burleson does get Fish for $75. Now Daft Punk's at $43. We have Love Revisited, sealed $24.99. Vampire Weekend was $19.99. PJ Harvey, Rid of Me. PJ Harvey is $22.99. And Yola, Walk Through Fire, Soul R&B, Shrink Wrap, $14.99. New bidder on Wiz Khalifa, $38. Troy Robinson. Daft Punk's at $48. Gab Caballero on Vampire Weekend. Now we have a new bidder, Troy on Wiz Khalifa. Next auction is going to go up right now, this time from the bonus crate. I see Led Zeppelin 4. That's always a good pull. A 1975 U.S. reissue has the original on her sleeve. $35 start on Led Zeppelin 4. PJ Harvey is officially sold to ST. Daft Punk's at $44. Next thing over here, the Hives, Veni Vidi Vicious, is a 2016 reissue, Garage Punk, $27.99. Tanner's sending me some notes over here. No, of course, silver set at $88 right now, credit card. What you got to remember is, no one's really said anything tonight, but I'll bring up a good point. Right now, the credit card fee, if you at $80, is $2.40. So anybody buying silver tonight, I'm going to do a public service announcement that really helps out CollectCo. It costs you no extra money, and it saves us a lot of money. Literally, by the end of the year, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you can get set up to pay with a bank draft, ACH transfer, instead of paying with a credit card or debit card. Because right now, any $80 transaction, I think we pay like $2.04 in fees. So $2.40 for, I think, forever $80. So just an FYI, anybody buying silver tonight, or, you know, especially if you're going to start buying a lot, $1,000 a week or something from us, if we can get you registered for an ACH bank transfer, all that extra money goes directly to us in savings. So there's a way you can register. That includes on your invoice too, buying vinyl, but especially on silver, because if you don't know, a lot of silver prices you see are a lot of bank wire transfer. And if you have to start paying with a credit card, etc., it is actually fees on top of that. Most large bullion transactions, they either have to have a verified check and you got to wait for it to clear, or you got to do a bank transfer. Most of these big bullion deals, they do not take credit cards. If so, you got to pay the 2.9. Ours is included in the price. I'm just saying, as an announcement, if you could ever help us out, locals pay in cash, and if you're ACH transfer, that's going to save us. I mean, if you have a $1,000 invoice, that saves us a lot of money. I think technically it saves us $30, you know, on $1,000. It saves us probably $35 if you have to key in your credit card on an invoice. I think it's 3.5% and 30 cents. So there's that, okay? So that helps out a lot. Daft Punk right now is at 50. Just want to let everybody know about that. Daft Punk's at 50. If you hadn't already got that set up, now some people's like, I can't do that because I've got to use a credit card. That's okay, but that's one thing to know, okay? So that saves us a lot of money. So imagine if you have a $1,000 invoice a week and you can just pay with your bank draft, and you know that's going to save us, you know, you could just, one customer doing that could possibly save us, I don't know, several thousands of dollars. There's that. So I don't do checks. I don't do checks at all. But if we absolutely have to, it has to be cleared. But it's just a lot to keep up with. The last big check I took, the guy is still making payments every month to me so he don't go to jail. The last huge check I took for somebody, it bounced like a rubber ball. And he is still paying me a monthly payment of $50, so he literally isn't in jail. So we don't do checks anymore. Okay, sorry, I wanted to make that announcement while everybody's on here. If you can ever get registered for that, that's awesome, okay? ST got PJ Harvey, Ron Duffield on the Hives, Chris Knapp was second, and then where are we on Wiz Khalifa over here? Wiz Khalifa, the last bid was Jim B, tied with Troy Robinson at 38, and then Johnny Hancock bid 50. So Johnny Hancock's at 50, Jim B and Troy, you're out. Led Zeppelin, a $35 start, no bid, and then Daft Punk over here, Joe Barrios has it for 50, Charlie Buck's out. Next is Burn Your Fire for No Witness. This is $17.99. Burn Your Fire for No Witness, Angel Olsen, $17.99 on that. Over here we have Eminem Encore, and Encore is a 2014, $27.99. But yeah, when you check out on your invoice, there's a where you put in your routing number and your account number, and if you have the money in your account, then you can pay us directly, and it saves us at the end of the year. Oh man, you don't want to know what I paid in credit card fees in 2025. It would make some of y'all have to go puke. We have the Keels, Keep on Your Mean Side. The Keels is sealed, $19.99, and Block Party hymns. Block Party is electronic indie on white vinyl, and that is sealed, $19.99. Daft Punk is sold to Joe Barrios for 50. Wiz Khalifa is sold to Johnny Hancock for 50. And if anybody wants Led Zeppelin, it is a $35 buy now. That was just the next random pull in the bonus crate. Let's get back to the advertised auctions as soon as I can figure out how to get Wiz back into his sleeve. Awesome stuff tonight. I can't believe it's already 9:33. It seems kind of early, but it's also kind of late, and we still got plenty of stuff to put up. Let's do some stuff I recognize, like Kate Bush, Hounds of Love, Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God, Romp, romp, romp. Kate Bush, Hounds of Love, an 85 US Jacksonville EX edition, $35 start. $35 start on that. And then Chris Knapp on the Keels. That's sold to Chris Knapp. I use my Venmo. Yeah, I think a lot of people prefer to use credit cards, Venmo stuff, so it doesn't come right off a checking account, so our wife's like, But if you can, man, we try to really encourage. I mean, we've had some people, buy $20,000 at a time in bullion from us, and we're like, hey, we got to have a check or cash, or we got to figure out how to do, or a wire. A lot of big deals. Like, I've always asked people how they do these big sports cards deals when they sell like a $500,000 sports card, and they usually do like wire transfers. So Chris Knapp on the Keels, thank you. And then Van Goose, Post-Truth and Bird Feeders, electronic psych experimental record, $9.99 on Van Goose. And this one is Interpol, Marauder. Interpol's on white vinyl, $19.99. By the way, Led Zeppelin, I did get that off the table. That was a 75 VG Plus with the inner sleeve, $35 on that. Okay, Kate Bush over here is a $35 start. Jim B on BP, and BP was for Block Party. That's sold to Jim B, okay? There's that. Wired for anything more than 4 digits. That would be fantastic. Yeah, we need to make that almost a policy. Write that down, Tanner. Tanner's over here talking to me live because he's like, man, we're selling a lot of stuff, and I'm over here also calculating how much we're losing on credit card fees, since a lot of this stuff was bought at slim margins to flip, just FYI. Kate Bush, 35 over here. Do the sound again. Womp, womp, womp. That's the Kate Bush Deal with God sound. Womp, womp, womp. 85 OG, $35 start. Next is Bob Riger on Interpol. That's sold to Bob Riger. And Murphy Stillman on Van Goose. That's sold to Murphy Stillman. Okay, over here we have Coldplay, A Head Full of Dreams. Coldplay is sealed, a 2015 OG, pink and blue, $39.99. Coldplay, $39.99. Donna Summer, Bad Girls. Donna Summer over here is called Bad Girls. It's a 2021 Record Store Day, red and blue vinyl. We got Kate, we got Donna, and we're also going to go ahead and pull up something from the bonus crate. Oh, man, look at this. Ozzy Osbourne, Night Terrors, 180-gram cloudy vinyl, 10 live tracks featuring Randy Rhoads, an unofficial live, numbered, and this is a $35 start. Chris Knapp next on Interpol, and we got Future Island singles. This is a synth pop record, $14.99, $14.99 on Future Island singles, and Kopecky Family Band, Kids Raising Kids. That's an indie rock album, $9.99. Charlie Buck's in on Kate Bush. Jim B wants to know how much CP was. Coldplay. Coldplay is a 2015 OG on pink and blue vinyl, $39.99. Ozzy has a bid for $45. Donna's a $25 start. Next thing we have is Parquet Courts. This is Human Per per what? Human performance. Thank you. And I guarantee on the back there's going to be a note that says Laura loves parquet courts. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heart ratings. I think she likes parquet courts. $19.99. Thank you. And yes, Interpol was Marauder. That's the one you got, Bob Reiger. Aussie opened at 45, and then we got bids for 40, then 35, then 35, then 35, then 35. Kate Bush is about to sell for 1 bid. And the Offspring Ignition. The Offspring is sealed, a 2017 reissue, $29.99 on that. And we've got High Violet, the National. Oh boy, another National album, $29.99 on that. Stephen Parton on the Offspring. New stuff here from Laura, awesome titles. I hear her pricing gun. I think she's marking another crate like this. And back here behind me are 2 vintage crates of new stuff that's never, ever, ever, never, ever been shown before. And they're going to be buy it now or best offer. Big crate. Big night for new vinyl tonight, too. Kate Bush 40, Chris Knapp Parquet Courts, Charlie Buck out, Ozzy 60, Josh Brown next on Offspring. We also have, this looks like Radiohead. Yeah, a moon-shaped pool. Radiohead is white vinyl, a double LP, $44.99. Ozzy's at 60, and we have Dr. Dre 2001, 2009, 180 gram, $37.99. All right, we got a no bid on Donna Summer. Donna Summer is a 2021 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to $3,025 buy it now on that. $25 buy it now on that, okay? Also over here, we have what? We got Garrett Cypert on Radiohead. Garrett is in the chat. We got Stanley Richmond on SR, and SR was for sorry, my brain just went completely dead. What was SR, Mark Stanley? Garrett got Radiohead, and then Ozzy 75, Ozzy 66, Jackie Reynolds got Donna Summer for 25. Okay, there's that. These are all sticker price, new arrivals. So Kate Bush, the last bid on Kate Bush, Tracy Songer gets this for $40, okay? Let me show the Aussie bootleg again. It's called Night Terrors. It's live in Montreal, Canada, 1981 with Randy Rhoads. It's on colored vinyl, and this is a final call to Mike Torres for $75. This is a new arrival crate. Buy it now or best offer. No more, no less. As fast as you can claim them. I'm about to put up some more auctions. But first, we have this. Big Star. Big Star is sealed, $24.99. Ozzy has a new bid for $80. And Jet, Get Born. Jet over here is a 2016 reissue, $19.99 for Jet, Get Born. $19.99 on that. Next auction is Kings of Leon. Kings of Leon is Walls, the 2016 OG on blue marble vinyl, which was the indie exclusive with the book, $35 start on that. Also, Velvet Underground and Nico, a 2008 reissue, $27.99. First question is, what was the Future Islands album? Future Islands was called Single. The hop sticker says brand new studio album from Future Islands, $14.99, no condition notes. And then the National was right here. The National, George Burleson, was High Violet by The National, a Gatefold double LP, $29.99 on that. Aussie 80, 82, U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind, 2020 pressing, $24.99. Chad needs to put these 3 silver bars over here, and let me do that ready now. There's that, and there's that. Thank you and thank you. And then let's do this, and then I got to do a little bit of that. Then I got to do some of this over here. But first, let me do this and that. And then there's U2, okay? And then what was behind Jet? Behind Jet was Big Star. Big Star is sealed, $24.99. Also, we have Lou Reed Transformer. That's pretty cool. It's a 2015 on gold and black split, limited to 1,500, numbered $4.99, $64.99 on that. Gabe on Future Islands, and that's going to be sold to Gabe C. Aussies at 85. Kings of Leon, a $35 start. And Pearl Jam Riot Act. No, Pearl Jam by Neural, and this one's mastered by Bob Lugwood. It mentions it on the hop sticker, $29.99. Janet on BS for Big Star. Let me make sure ST doesn't want it. ST does get it. He asked what was behind Jet. That was Big Star, and he said he'll take it. So that's sold to him. And then Kings of Leon's at 35. And then Yes. Yes is sealed, $29.99. Cut from the original analog master tapes by Kevin Gray, 180 gram, fragile, $29.99. This is Ozzy Osbourne, Night Terrors. Live. It's from that same label that we get all those Metallica or Iron Maiden. They're numbered on the back. right there. It's on red cloudy vinyl, and it's near mint. Okay, and this is at 87. Kings of Leon is also an OG pressing. It's on blue, turquoise, and it's OG 35 on that. And then Pearl Jam is sold to Ryan Mashaka, then Josh Brown, and 2001 again. 2001 price again. Dr. Dre. Dunk, 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 dunk. This is $37.99. Dunk, 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 dunk. I'm trying to be very cool and do all those really cool Dr. Dre beats. The next episode, Forgot About Dre. That's the two best ones on there. I don't know what sample that is from that piano, but I think everybody knows that when they hear it. And then the next episode, it's got like sounds like cellos or something. Yeah, there's one more on here. What's the other one? Still Dre. Yeah, Still Dre, Forgot About Dre in the next episode. Oh, man. Now, I'm not much on rap, but those are classics. Those are classics. Ozzy's at 92 and Kings of Leon's at 37. Okay, if you're just hopping back on, we're in great detail about to go back through this new arrival crate that Laura's marked, okay? Now, if you haven't heard, this is what happens. There's a lot left in here. See, we bought an awesome collection out of Nashville. A lot of people get on that night when I make the post, and they think sometimes by some miracle that we're going to be able to go through all that collection in one night. A lot of people do watch, but then they watch less the next night and they watch the next night when in fact the pace hadn't dropped off at all and we're still putting out great stuff. So make sure you have paid close attention, because there's usually, these crates have been getting obliterated. There was only like 5 left over from last night. The night before that, there was 0, Saturday night, when we put out the first stuff. So if you're new, I want you to understand, and if you've been here a long time, you should know this. Every single night, we're putting out new stuff. We don't have to post that we've bought a new collection for new stuff to be shown that night. There is over 100,000 unprocessed albums in this building. They are constantly marking stuff. We go after the newest and best stuff first, and then we go from there. So you want to make sure you're watching every moment you can. People had no idea we even had silver tonight, and we've sold a truckload of it. So always make sure you're at least on and seeing what's going on. Now, 3 people have said, holy crap, are you selling an Ozzy record? I am. It's called Ozzy Osbourne Night Terrors. KROQ, King Biscuit Flower Hour, Montreal, Canada, live, 10 tracks with Randy Rhoads. The last bid on this was $92 of Mike Torrey's Solarplex You're Out, and he says he's done. This is on colored vinyl, and it's numbered to 500. Kings of Leon is at 39 with Chris Kirkley. This is a 2016 USOG Walls with the book, and it's on the original indie exclusive colored vinyl. Let's put up another auction. The Black Keys. I've never seen this before. Lonely Boy and Run Right Back. The Black Keys is a 2011 Record Store Day special cut. It plays from the inside out. So when you drop the needle, you got to drop the needle here, and it goes this way. Wow, that's unusual. I've seen records like that before, though. $20 start. Next thing, I'm going to touch my toes. Nice. Let's run through this crate one more time, because these are always highly desirable crates. Then we got vintage, buy it now, best offer. Kamasai Washington. I hope I'm saying I got the vowels right in that one. Heaven and Earth. A 2018 contemporary jazz fusion album, sealed, $44.99. New and sealed. Pavement, Slanted and Enchanted. Pavement is the 2010 $27.99. I think we're done on Ozzy. Final call for 92 to Mike Torrey's. Kings of Leon still getting bids, and Black Keys just got a bid. Noah Kahan, Stick Season, $29.99. New Americana music, Noah Kahan, $29.99. Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's a Corporate World, $14.99. The Black Keys 20, now 25 with Natasha. Beyonce Lemonade, yellow vinyl, $24.99. These are sticker price, new stuff that Laura marked today. Jason Isbell Reunions, $17.99. Oso is not done. He's in on Ozzy at 100. Mike Torrey's, you're out. Kings of Leon's at 42. Final call. Brent, you've been outbid on the Black Keys. Uncle Bad Touch. Rock album from Nashville, $9.99. Love Revisited, a Rocktober exclusive on red vinyl. This is sealed, $24.99. Yola, Walk Through Fire, $14.99. Brent's back in at 30. Natasha, you've been outbid. Burn Your Fire for No Witness. That's by Angel Olsen. Angel Olsen is $17.99. Back to the turntable on Jason Isbell. Chris Kirkley was second. Oso, you've been outbid on Ozzy. And Willer Durham wants Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's sold to Willer Dunham. We also have Kopecky Family Band, Indie Rock on colored vinyl, Kids Raising Kids, $9.99. And then Coldplay, A Head Full of Dreams, that is sealed, $39.99, pink and blue vinyl, Adventure of a Lifetime. That's a cool song. Kings of Leon over here is officially sold to Chris Kirkley for $42. Now the Black Keys is up to Natasha. And now Oso, it's up to you on the Ozzy. Let's jump over here and grab another auction. This looks like Beck. This is, no, excuse me. Why did I think Beck? Cage the Elephant. This is Cage the Elephant Social Cues. The 2009 OG, they did a limited edition 1000 on dark green vinyl, which is this one, Near Mint, a $35 start. We have Jet, Get Born, the 2003 Breakthrough album. This is a new seal 2016 press, $19.99. Eddie Bruce on Kopecky. Thank you, Eddie Bruce. That's so to you. Velvet Underground and Nico, a 2008, $27.99. The new bin on Ozzy's $110. Black Keys is sold to Brent Robley for $30. And over here we have the National, and this is High Violet, V-I-O-L-E-T, $29.99 on the National. And then we had U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind, $24.99. Lou Reed Transformer, that's on gold and black split, $64.99. And then Yes Fragile, 2016, $29.99 for Yes Fragile. All righty, so there is that $35 start. Mike Torrey's, you do get the Ozzy for $110. That was from the bonus crate, so let's see what else I can pull out of here. How about REM from the bonus crate? Reckoning, a 1984 USOG Purple Translucent VG Plus REM, a $35 start, okay? Let's go ahead and pull up another advertised auction, and this one is going to be Enter the Wu-Tang. And this is the 2014 limited to 1,000 yellow, black, and yellow swirl, numbered 834 of 1,000, a $65 start. Some have sold for as much as 174 sealed. Enter the Wu-Tang, $65 start. The National was $29.99. $29.99. I'm going to move these right over here, and let's go through a vintage crate, never gone through before. Vintage OGs, buy it now or best offer. Let me see if there's another check condition bin. Sometimes there's one, sometimes there's two. This one doesn't have condition notes, and this one doesn't have condition notes. So let's go through this crate. Everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer. Let's get at it. And we got a lot still to go to, okay? Wu-Tang has a bid for $65. Tonight, we've had great auctions, tons of new vinyl, including Start Your Ear Off Right exclusives from Rhino. We have only about a crate and a half left, tons of waiting list. And the other hit tonight's been all the new silver bullion for those who want to pick that up. I figured I'd just show it tonight and have it back here for those that wait for me to do shows on Sundays. I was like, we can't wait to Sunday because we've made a huge investment in some of this. And I got more to show tonight. So part two tonight after 11, when I think we're pretty much done with vinyl, I've got books and coins, okay? Books and coins. That's right up Chad's alley. Hopefully it's up some of y'all's alleys too. These are all new vintage, buy it now, best offer. Great start, a big album from the 80s, Soft Cell, Nonstop Erratic Cabaret, that Erotic Cabaret. We've had that new, and then there is that one. That is $24.99. Live Rust, you may not see it, but right here, it's been signed by Neil Young. So it's $1,275. It's $1,275. It's signed by Neil Young. Of course, it comes with a letter from JSA. I might need to, until we can get a sticky note made for that one, I might need to do this so it's a little bit more obvious what's going on here. Maybe you can see that letter or see a letter and realize what's going on. Paul has a letter too, but I think people can see the price on it plus the signature there. So there's that. Oh no, I lost my chat. Oh no, Wu-Tang 65 Live Rust, and over here we have this. I've been booted out of my chat. Let me log back in right quick. It times me out after so long. Somebody came in the store. I got to show that stuff tonight too before it's all gone. I walked by our showcase and I asked my mom or Tanner, I said, were we robbed? One of our showcases up here, we had all those copper and those gold fractional pieces. One guy showed up locally and he bought everything. He bought all the 5-ounce copper, all the 1-ounce copper, and it's all gone. And he bought all those 1/1000th gold we had left. Now, luckily, there was still more tucked back here in the bag, but evidently he walked in, bought it all, paid in cash, and left. So I like deals like that. And that just goes to show you, if you don't buy it now, oh, man, what's going on? Let's do this right here. I can't get logged back into my chat. Let me see what I'm doing here. Okay, I see what I'm doing here. I'm misspelling this. This isn't good at all. Can't get logged in here. I'm paying attention over here so I don't miss anything. If you're a buyer for Neil Young, I've got about 14 other signed albums. That's one of the best ones I have left, though. I think I've got 14 in stock, okay? I've got 14 in stock. I don't know what just happened, but I got booted out of my chat. Let's go ahead and make Cage the Elephant a no bid, buy it now, $35. I'm going to give REM one more chance. REM is an 84 USOG 35, one more chance on that one. And then Wu-Tang is got one bid with amenities, $65. He's about to get it. I've only shown one record in here. Soft Sale in Shrink, Tainted Love, $24.99. Simple Minds, Sparkle in the Rain. Simple Minds is $19.99. Brent gets Cage the Elephant for $35. Thank you. Boomtown Rats. Wow, more 80s. $19.99. Simple Minds, Boomtown Rats, Soft Sale. Blue Oyster Cult, Some Enchanted Evening. A live BOC album. It has a promo strip and a promo stamp. $26.99. The Pretender self-titled. Brass in Pocket. This has the original on her sleeve, $19.99. Looks like we've hit a pocket of 80s there. Even BOC is technically 80s. Patti Smith, Dream of Life, it's $24.99. And Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. Tom Tiger, who got this? John Kaiser got BOC. Tom Kelly, you were second. Wu-Tang, Sold to Amenities for $65. REM. REM is a no bid. It's a buy now for $35. OG Translucent Purple, VG Plus Condition, Reckoning. You can pick that up for $35.35. We got a request for duck sauce. Yes. We still got about 5 unadvertised auctions to do, plus anything in the bonus crate. Next is Duck Sauce Quack. Duck Sauce is a 2014 limited edition orange vinyl with book, orange vinyl, nice, near mint, $30 start. REM is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $35, Paul Schaefer second. Queens of the Stone Age is already sold. Yes, that was one of our first auctions at 7 o'clock. There were some people that was about ready to fight for that. REM, there's been 3 people do the buy now. Shannon Mashaka's first, then Paul Schaefer. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is gone. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is gone. I think I got more of those copper rounds. I'm going to try to dig them out tonight because we got to put them out for sale. We got Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, $19.99 for Nebraska. Cat Iron sings blues and hymns, recorded by Frederick Ramsey Jr. 2016 yellow vinyl, $39.99 on that. And we have the Style Council, My Ever-Changing Moods, $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Next, from the bonus crate, nice. Dio, Dream Evil, an 87 USOG specialty with the inner sleeve, nice copy, $35 star. These are all new arrivals, buy it now, best offer. Yes, this crate and the next crate until whenever Laura brings up her stuff. Okay, Murphy has duck at 30. Is Barbara Streisand on duck sauce? I don't know, but I can check. Johnny Hancock on Bruce Springsteen for 15 sold. And Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. 1963. Wow, what's this doing in the crate? A Columbia 2-eye, beautiful copy, $64. Barbara Streisand is... Style Council is jazz. No, Style Council is 80s rock / new wave. Robert Plant's already sold. Genesis is $19.99. Dio, $35 start. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show revisited, $19.99. Dio's a $35 start. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. Are you reeling in the years back? Jack, do it again, $34.99. Dio has a new bid for 36. Final call on Duck for 30. And then Lone Justice Shelter, $14.99 on that. And DB Cooper, Buy American, $9.99 on DB Cooper. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Okay. Thank you. Had to get some Monster in my system. I've been drinking Monster on ice here lately instead of right out of the can. Keep it on Monster over here so it stays nice and chilled. I wasted a lot of them over the years, letting them get room temperature and just tossing them. So don't want to do that again. All right, we have Dio, $36. Steely Dan, we have an offer, but then somebody asked what it is. I'm just going to go ahead and sell it to Amenities for $28. Rick Berrien gets Miles Davis for $50. Let's go ahead and let it roll. That sounds like to me that should have been the starting bid, but that's okay. Duck Sauce 35, Duck Sauce 31, Duck Sauce 36, Duck Sauce 40. Let's keep going. The Mike Curb Congregation. Put your hand in the hand. $9.99. It does have a clip corner. Let's go over Dio again. Dio is an 87 USOG Specialty Press EX Plus condition. Nice with the original inner sleeve. It's got one bid for $36 with Rock Show. Murphy has Duck Sauce at $40. Next is Louisiana's LaRoe, $14.99. Now Dio's at $37. Billy Crystal, Marvelous. Billy Crystal's $14.99. And then songs by Tom Lear. Sealed, early 80s press, $14.99. The best of John Coltrane, his greatest years, a double LP, $29.99. The history of Eric Clapton, essentially the best of Eric Clapton through this time. Does have a little bit of ring wear and discoloration, $34.99. Rock Show, you've been out a bit on Dio. Jim B, it's up to you on Duck Sauce. Ryan M, it's up to you on Duck Sauce. And we have The Association. $9.99 for The Association. Now Dio has a new bid for $38. The best of Elvis Costello, $24.99 on that. Amenities offered $22 on Coltrane, sold. And we have Queen Hot Space, sealed. A sealed OG Hot Space with Under Pressure with David Bowie. $44. A sealed original. Also Queen 2. Speaking of Queen, back-to-back Queen, $39.99 for Queen 2. That's a nice copy. It's a gatefold top loader. $39.99 on that one. It's available, and so is this. Bob Dylan, Shot of Love, in shrink wrap, $24.99. Duck Sauce has not got another bid. There's a couple people have not set out. You're officially on the clock. Dio's at $40 with Tim Zarnota. Queen, $40, and that's with D-Kong 52. I'm assuming for the sealed one, of course. That's so to him. And then Elvis, $28. You are offering, sir, $3 more than what it's marked. Or actually, you're offering $3 more than what it's marked. So I'm assuming you'll want to take it as sticker. Michael Thrower is going to get Queen 2 as sticker. And then over here, we have... D-Kong was, Amenities was second on Queen, the sealed one. Then Michael Thrower is getting Queen 2. And then Dio's at 40 with D-Kong. You have, no, that was Queen, excuse me. So Tim Zarnota has Dio for 40, and we're about to sell it, okay? And then next is Peter, Paul, and Mary in concert. That's $14.99. Michael Martin Murphy, Tonight We Ride. That is sealed for $14.99. And Spirit, Clear. Spirit is $19.99. Ryan M getting Shot of Love for $20. That is sold to Ryan M. And we have Quicksilver for $19.99, okay? Let's go ahead and sell Duck Sauce then. This is sold to Murphy Stillman for $40. That is sold. And then Dio's at $41 with Brian Berry. And I'm assuming, Brian Berry, you probably want Elvis Costello at sticker price then. But if not, let me know. I'm going to lay it over here in pending so I don't forget about it. Let's put up another auction right after I show you Brownsville Station. $14.99 for Motor City Connection. Next auction is this right here. This is Good God's Urge Porno for Pyros. Porno for Pyros is a 2016 Record Store Day exclusive. First time ever on vinyl, $50 star. That's now up for bid. Dio's at 41 with Brian Berry. Tim's Our Note is out. Festival favorites, Gospel Bluegrass, Orange Blossom Bluegrass, $9.99. George Burleson on Quicksilver for $15. Brian Berry wants the best of Elvis Costello, a sticker. And Kim Carnes, this one is $9.99. Don't get this one as often. Kim Carnes, View from the House, 1988, $9.99. Also, we have Yes Songs, not a bad-looking copy. No condition notes. The triple LP, Porno for Pyros is at $50. Dio is sold to Brian Berry for $41. Let's put that away. Let's see what else we can find over here. Let's put that away. That goes right there. Porno for Pyros is at $50. Let's move that over, and we have Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. Jerry Lee Lewis is $9.99. Dr. Hook's Greatest Hits, that's in shrink for $19.99. And the Eagles Live with poster, On a Dark Desert Highway. Brian Berry on Kim Carnes, that's sold to Brian Berry. And Nantucket is $16.99. Jackie on the Bluegrass for $7. Porno for Pyros has a new bid for $55. Our next auction from the bonus crate is going to be this right here. What could it possibly be? Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Do what? Yeah, Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Do what? A 1986 USOG specialty press. It has the original under sleeve and it's in strength. It's a VG Plus copy. A $35 star. Brian Berry on Dr. Hook for $15 sold. Porno for Pyro, $57. We're going to do a quick recap of everything that's left in here, and then we're going to go right into another crate as fast as you can say, Chad, you're an amazing person. As fast as you can say that. Chad, you're an amazing person. This is an amazing place. This is absolutely incredible. Wow, you can actually walk around over here in this monstrosity of vinyl that John has finally started trying to chip away at over here. Pretty crazy how much stuff's over here that he's gone through. And yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Here we go. Porno for Power is $55. Porno for Power is $57. Two shorts already sold. Back to the turntable. BG for $8. BG for $8. Not for sure what that is. Iron Maiden $35. And over here we have Soft Sale still available for $24.99. Simple Minds was $19.99. Boomtown Rats $19.99. The Pretenders, if you need a price, let me know. Patti Smith, Dream of Life. Robert Plant. Oh, I thought this sold. Robert Plant is still available. Did somebody buy this? $19.99. I guess not. Robert Plant still available for $19.99. No condition notes. The Prince of Moments. If they did, I pulled the wrong one. Back to table Bluegrass. That already sold to somebody for $7. Porno for Pyros is up to Craig Thomas. Amenities has it for $57. Iron Maiden has one bid for $35. John McPatriot gets Robert Plant for $15. Craig's out on Porno. And we have Cat Iron for $39.99. Nick Bargeron next on Robert Plant. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Style Council's $19.99. Genesis, Dr. Hook, Lone Justice, D.B. Cooper, Mike Curb Congregation, Louisiana's LaRoe, Billy Crystal, Tom Lear, Clapton, Association, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Michael Martin Murphy, Spirit, Brownsville Station, Yes, Jerry Lee Lewis, Eagles, Nantucket. Okay, if you need a price, don't hesitate. You know my name. You know how to reach me. Let me take a peek at the next crate. I think you're going to like this one too. Oh, what a relief to squat down for a second. My back is like, oh, thank you, Chad. All that gravity pushing down on my spine. It's like, oh, what a relief. All right, this is a great crate. Great crate of great titles. Let's put up some new auctions. Let's go ahead and end these. First thing is this. It's the Simple Minds on white vinyl. It is not on white vinyl. No. Tom Lear, Soda Preston Rose for 10. Soda Preston Rose for 10. There Goes Mark gets Style Council for 15. Sold to him for 15. Iron Maiden has a new bid for 36. Price on Billy Crystal. Billy Crystal right here. Billy Crystal was $14.99 in shrink wrap, no condition notes. Yes was $39.99. Triple LP Live. Genesis was $19.99. That's Genesis by Genesis, $19.99. Michael Martin Murphy is right here. Tonight We Ride, sealed, $14.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Louisiana's LaRoe is right here. George Burleson, $14.99. Okay, Maiden's still getting bids, but 4.0 for Pyro is sold, and this is sold over here for $57 to Amenities. Let me start a new crate. We got let's see, Nick Bergeron, Billy Crystal's yours, but it will be for $14.99. That'll make up for the Robert Plant I shot myself in the foot over. Because somebody else has claimed it as sticker. That'll even us out. Okay, that crate's full. We're going to end up selling a lot of vinyl tonight. That's what happens when 6 crates of new arrivals show up that's already pre-sold. Okay, so this is going to be sold to either Nick or Kelly, a sticker. Who asked first about yes? Alan Hagan did. Alan, we got an offer on this for $39.99, now offered at $30. Nick Bergeron said he'll take Billy Crystal. Who asked first about Genesis? Daniel Farrow did. Daniel, there's been an offer on that. Michael Martin Murphy sold to Danny for 10. Daniel Farrow does take the Genesis at sticker. Ryan M., you were next. So that just leaves yes. The first person who asked was Alan, and then we've had an offer for 30. The last bid on Iron Maiden that came in was $37. This is up to Rock Shoal to bid again. This is an 86 USOG specialty press, VG with the original inner sleeve. That leaves Louisiana's LaRoe if George Burleson wants it for $14.99. These are all bought now best offer. Simple Minds, Nantucket, Eagles, Jerry Lee Lewis, Brownsville Station, Spirit, Peter Paul and Mary Association, Clapton, Mike Curb, DB Cooper, Lone Justice, Dr. Hook, the only one that hadn't sold tonight, Cat Iron, Patty Smith, Pretenders, Boomtown Rats, and Soft Cell. And if you decide you want something else other, let me know. We have over here, yes, sold for $30 to Terry Gearhart. Robert Plant is long gone. Those Robert Plant albums are out of print, and I don't know why they need to be in print. He's got all of his kind of more modern stuff, except Fate of Nations. That's not available. But man, do they need to put some Robert Plant in stock. And Susie Brelove's like hot dog, do they? Boy, Susie Brelove loves her some bare-chested Robert Plant. Oh my gosh. She's got drool coming out of her face. It's just like, oh, Robert Plant. We have Iron Maiden and George Burleson LaRoe for 10. Sold for $10. Okay? Those sold to George Burleson for 10. Out on Dio. I think you meant Iron Maiden. Next auction is Lupe Fiasco. Lupe Fiasco is a 2011 USOG EX edition, a $25 start. Everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer. Rossington Collins, formerly of Leonard Skinner Band. This is sealed with hop sticker, $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Also, I have New England, sealed, OG with hop, $14.99. Season of Glass, Yoko Ono, $24.99. Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, Foreigner is $19.99. I want to know what love is. I want to take time to think things over. Brian Ligon, you get the Iron Maiden for $37, okay? That's so to you. There's Lupe Fiasco. That's one of the last advertised auctions. But also over here, I still got Bieber. I got Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber, and this is a 2016 U.S. repress, record store day limited to 7,000, a $25 start. Okay, Foreigner is sold to Josh Brown for $15. Next is bundle price for the rest. I don't do many bundle deals on new arrival crates, but if you want everything in there, it would be 25% off. I'd have to add it up and do a percentage, but I usually don't do big discounts on brand new arrivals. Those are usually for half off records. Okay, moving on. What is our next thing here? We have, what was these? Are these tagged for sale? Not yet. Okay, sorry. I just shot myself in the foot over $5 on Foreigner. Brian Berry was going to pay full price. I got to go a little slower, man. I give it like 10 more seconds, and I've made an extra $20,000 tonight. Pat Benatar in the heat of the night. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Sticks Paradise Theater. Sticks is $19.99. Fab Motion. Howdy, can I burn a smoke? A bum a smoke. Fab Motion. Howdy, can I bum a smoke? Indie Rock from 1987, $9.99. Marshall Crenshaw, Downtown, $9.99. Do you still have Robert Plant Saving Grace from the night? No. There is no Robert Plants that have been recently priced that are still available in this building. Dawkins, our next auction. Dawkins, an 84 USOG specialty press, near mint with the original under sleeve. Dawkins, a $35 start. James Hicks offered soft sale from the last bin. This is sold for $20 to James Hicks, okay? That's sold. Brian Berry on Pat Benatar for $13. This is sold to Brian Berry for $13. Next is Jazz Impressions of Japan. Jazz Impressions of Japan, the Dave Brubeck Quartet, a 70s press, nice and shrink, $39.99. The Move, and that's $24.99. Greatest Hits Volume 1 with Jeff Lynne from ELO, $24. Dawkins has a bid for $35. Allison Moyer Alf, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, Crush. OMD is $24.99. These are all new arrivals, buy it now, best offer. The Orchids, that's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Blood and Chocolate, Elvis Costello and the Attractions. Elvis Costello, $24.99. And Bob Dylan, Hard Rain. Dylan is $24.99. Also, we have What Happened. That's the English Beat, $24.99 on that. Dawkins has one bid for $35. Nobody bid on Lupe Fiasco. That's a $25 buy it now. Nobody bid on Justin Bieber. That's a $25 buy it now. And then Dawkins. This has one bid with amenities. An 84 USOG near mint minus with inner sleeve and OG pressing. A Dawkins just has one bid for $35. Now $36. Kelly Vlodarchek on OMD, Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. Japan, Dave Brubeck is sold for $29 to amenities. And next, Dawkins has a new bid for $36, and Dylan is sold to Ryan M for $20. We also have The Fix, Shuttered Room, $24.99 on that, and Jim Croce, The Life and Times. Nice, $14.99. Beautiful vinyl, gatefold jacket, one less set of footsteps at my door in the morning. Next is going to go up right now. I have, coming from the bonus crate, Who Are You? Who? A 1978 US, a 1978 UK, as in United Kingdom, OG copy. Zero for sale in the United States of America. Near mint minus, a $25 star. I was brought in a Soho doorway. The policeman knew my name. Something like that. Marshall Crenshaw is sold to There Goes Mark for $6. This is going to be sold to you for $6. Victor Guerra on the Orchids for $8. This is sold to Victor Guerra for $8. I am making deals. Sting, Bring on the Night. Sting is an 86 UK, $36.99. We have the Birds and the Bees and all that jazz. Nipsey Russell, $14.99. The Who's at $25. Dawkins $45. Dawkins $44. And we have the Association Birthday, $9.99. Folks, Lore has just dropped off another new crate. If you didn't think it could get any more crazier, button up your bootstraps. Make sure your watches are wound up. Here we go. We have Different Style, Musical Youth. Different Style is $19.99, and All Time Country and Western, $14.99. Fix, $12. I Will Sell You Shuttered Rooms for $15. And then we got Sting at $29. This is sold for $29 to amenities. Anything customer service related, message Ed on Facebook or send us an email through the CollectCo website. Musical Youth, $15. That's sold to Janet Gray. Dawkins at $51.50, $55. Next is Diamonds by the Dozens Country Style, an RCA compilation for $12.99, and then selections from Best of Series Volume 2. Another compilation, $14.99. Solarplex said sold on the fix. That sold a Solarplex for $15. And we have Songs of the Golden West for $9.99. And we have Oh Swing It, Jimmy Revert and his Oklahoma Playboys, Western Swing, $9.99. Also have Pablo, Montrose 77, Count Basie Big Band. That's sealed for $24.99. And we have the Motel Shock, and that's a sealed original with hop sticker, $19.99. What is the Who again, and why is none for sale? This is a 78 UK original pressing. So a lot of times when we look up records, we make notes on how difficult it is to find one in the United States for sale from a reputable U.S. seller. That kind of gives you an idea of how difficult a record may be to obtain. So this particular pressing, this 78 UK OG first pressing of the Who's Who Are You that was made in the United Kingdom, currently on Discogs, this particular variant, this pressing, there are 0 people have it listed for sale. That usually gives you an idea of maybe how difficult it is to get here in the States. Now, over in the UK and other parts of Europe, you might can get it a lot more easy, but that gives you an idea of how hard it is to get here. And that's one note we make. We sometimes will make a note, none for sale anywhere in the world. Some records, they may not even be valuable. There's a lot of records that there's none for sale. That doesn't mean they're worth anything. But there are some rare records and there's just none for sale. I'm talking about anywhere on earth. 0, nada, none. Next thing over here is the following. We have the Who, and that was a final call. And Brian Barry is the only bidder at $25. Dokken got up to 60, then 61, and then another 60, and Brian Barry on the Motels. I'll do that for $17. It's sealed OG with hop. It was marked 20. Next is Rare Beatles. That's $19.99. These are all new arrivals, vintage buy now, best offer. Ray Charles, Rockin' with Ray, $19.99. Now the Who 27, now the Who 28. So we always make notes of stuff like that. None for sale in the U.S., none for sale worldwide. That goes to tell you, like right now, if you try to get online to get one of those, they're probably going to be international. And that means you might be able to get one for $28 or $30, but you're going to pay that much in postage to get it over here. So right now, if you've bought enough records from me all week already, $8 in limit shipping for a lot of people turn into free shipping. So, I mean, just imagine if you buy 8 records from me, that's $1 per LP. At that point, you could say I've paid $1 shipping for those, and now the rest of my order is free shipping. And that's why we only invoice once a week. It encourages, hopefully, a lot of buying. And a lot of these Japanese and foreign presses, if you start trying to buy them individually, you're going to pay a fortune in postage. That's why our Japanese pressings are so popular. 1 LP postage from Japan, you got to sometimes, depending on how great of a deal you've cut with them, got to pay $28 in postage. Plus, you've got to pay now a lot of times duties and imports unless you really know what to tell them, which is there shouldn't be duty and import taxes on media coming from Japan. But a lot of people like our Japanese pressings because they're basically free shipping. After you buy so many, you're getting down to like where you're getting Japanese stuff for free shipping here. $8 in limited. So a lot of people's like that. It's like, man, people love these Japanese pressings. I'm like, well, the people that collect them, you get on Discogs to buy one and you're going to pay that much probably just in postage. Next is the Rolling Stones Love You Live, $39.99, Andy Warhol jacket, Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, $34.99. One of the many perks of buying here at Coletco. Not only the entertainment factor and all my singing I do every night, but the fact that after you buy a certain point, you're getting $8 limit shipping. Now, the other thing can come back to haunt you. Some people have one record or one CD, $8 shipping, and people try to combine invoices. Ed, I've got 2 invoices. Can I put them together? The answer will be no. It's $8 per week every week. If you bought one record and one record, it's going to be shipped together. If you pay them together, and it's going to be $16 in postage. Make sure you pay every week, and it won't be like that. We've had some people like, man, Chad, I've got 3 records on 3 different invoices. Am I really going to have to pay $24 in postage? And I'm like, well, if you would have bought it, if you would have paid it when they came out, it wouldn't have. It doesn't appear that way, okay? So there's that. Next is the Commodore's Natural High. This is in shrink wrap, $14.99. And look at all the bids. I have convinced everybody they really need this Who record, and they're practically getting it for free. Amenities has the high bid at 40. Now it's at 45, and then Docking over here. The last bid was Solarplex at 60, and Sean Miller, 61. Solarplex, 62. Sean Miller, you've been outbid. That's at 62. Now the Who's at $45. And we have here at last the Bee Gees Live. That is $14.99, the Bee Gees Live. And Crosby, Stills & Nash Deja Vu, $34.99. Brian Berry, did he say yes to the motels at $17? I think he did. He said, okay, I'm out. So I'm assuming he did want this for $17. So that's sold to Brian Berry for $17. Correct me if I'm wrong. Gregory says he's falling asleep. He needs more metal. We have Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. $24.99. Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On, $19.99 for Vanilla Fudge. If you bought last week, you should have already got an invoice and hopefully paid for it. If you bought from us last week, invoices went out yesterday on Monday. It should be in your inbox and hopefully already paid for so they can start shipping it. This week, 10cc, the original soundtrack, 10cc, $14.99. Ace, oh man, this has the good song on too. How long has this been going on? Ace is $19.99. $19.99, and it's a white label promo. The Who's at $52. Docking is over here officially sold, and that is sold to Solarplex for $62. There's that, and over here we have the Who at $52. Next thing is Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. Hello, old friend. Hello, old friend. I'm good to be with you again. Hello, old friend. Eric Clapton, 29. Neil Young, Comes a Time, talking about a lot of love, $34.99. The Who's at $55 now. And Sammy John, boy, a lot of hits right here. Chevy Van, $9.99 for Sammy John's. Next auction, what could possibly come out of this 80s metal, thrash, hardcore? These are amazing records, Chad. How do you do this night after night? Well, I have a great staff. I have a great staff here. We got Saxon, Strong Arm of the Law, an 82 US VG Saxon. $15 start for a Saxon. That's now up for bid. There's Sammy Johns, Chad Clapton, thank you. Michael Butler on Ace for $15. Thank you on that. And then we have Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, $34.99. Ricky, don't lose that number. And then over here is the Pretenders, Get Close. Don't forget, we got a new lower crate to go through next. The Pretenders is $24.99. $24.99. I've got a major problem going on with my shorts and my drawstring. It's like almost hanging down to my foot. I've messed up my shorts. Uh-oh, Mom. Somebody call my mom. I need help with my shorts, Mom. Whoops. That's frustrating. Okay, I got it fixed. I at least got it out of my way. Okay. Next thing is this. Ace, $15, sold. Who out? Was that Eric Clapton singing? Yes, he's live with us tonight. Is that Saxon? Yes, it is. Saxon 20, Steely 29, Saxon 25. Steely Dan is sold to Amenities for $29. And then the Who, Michael Thrower, Steely Dan already sold. The Who is officially sold to Amenities for $55. This is Saxon, Strong Arm of the Law. Okay? And this is an 82 US reissue. I think I can remove a couple of these stickers on here. Yep. And let's see how easy this peels off. Seth has a phobia about peeling off stickers. One of Seth's many phobias. This one's a little bit more of a nasty one to peel off, but I think it's going to look better than it on there. There we go. That one peeled off easy. The other one has a little bit of problem. Okay, so this is Saxon, and the last bid was Rock Show at $25. Okay, I'm just going to read the titles. If anybody needs a price, let me know. This was the last new vintage crate. We got another one over here. We'll do some quick recap and some discounting. Tonight, kind of in the, quote, part 2 section, I got Lights. King Diamond, Van Halen. A few new Funkos. I need to start showing those right now. And then the big thing I'm going to be doing tonight is silver coins and books. Silver coins and books. Let me show you a couple of new Funkos that came in. The new ones are $15.99. And I haven't had this guy in a while, if ever, and this is Darth Maul, $15.99. I've got two. These are Star Wars 410, Darth Maul. That is $15.99 from Star Wars Episode 1, Liam Neeson. $15.99. How you telling me Liam Neeson is better than John Voight? Darth Maul, $15.99. Okay. I have two of those. $15.99 on these. Hello, old friend. We need another vintage crate pull. I've got all new Star Wars Funkos. Okay. Hadn't done Guar yet. No. I'll give you an update on lots when we're doing lots. We don't want to start doing lots right now. It will cause absolute hysteria and pandemonium, and we can't handle that right now. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, though. Heaven. Heaven's our next auction, and this one is Where Angels Fear to Tread, an 83 OG EX, 15 on that. And Saxon's about to sell for 15, for 25. I'm going to make sure Chris Gardner doesn't want to bid again. If you need a price, let me know. Rosin Collins Band was sealed. I love the Leonard Skinner Hop sticker. It is sealed, $29.99. And then New England sealed, Season of Glass, Yoko Ono. We got Styx, Fab Motion, The Move, Allison Moyet, Elvis Costello, The English Beat, Jim Croce, Nipsey Russell, The Association, All Time Country and Western, Diamonds by the Dozen Country Style, The Best of Series, Songs of the Golden West, Oh Swing It, Jimmy Reverend, the Oklahoma Playboys, Pablo Montreux, that's Count Basie Big Band, and that was sealed, $24.99. Okay, next thing is RCB, $24. RCB, $24, and that was for Rosin and Collins Band. Sold out to Michael Butler for 24, and RCB, Danny, you were next. Kiss Light be on next week's invoice. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Rare Beatles is $19.99. The old lights are at the bottom of the list right now. So if you don't get in on the pre-order, if you're like on a waiting list for the old ones, those are nearly at the bottom. I would say if you want a lot, make sure you pre-order it or you buy them when they're live, because the old ones are literally at the bottom of the production right now, okay? So like the old ones, like Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Kiss, those are coming, but it's going to be a while. We're trying to do all the new ones. Kind of like T-shirts. Get the newest T-shirt while you can. The old ones may not ever be repressed or remade, or it could be a long time because there's going to be other ones ahead of it. Ray Charles, the Rolling Stones, but I promise they're on the way. Led Zeppelin, the Commodores, the Bee Gees, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Bob Seger, Vanilla Fudge, 10cc, Eric Clapton, Neil Young, Sammy Johns, and the Pretenders. Buy these now or make offer, or you're going to see them in the discount crate in the morning being claimed like a madman because I'm low on vintage stuff to put in the crates, but we're slowly building it up. But a crate of night is really taken away. Brian Berry, I'll sell this to you for $15. It's marked $19.99. All right, that's $15 on that. Make a note. Make a note. Solarplex wants an extra large black Godfather shirt. Okay, make a note on that. Heaven did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $15. Saxon is sold a rock show for $25. Zeppelin is $24. Zeppelin is $34. Zeppelin is $34.99. Okay, if anybody new is a first-time buyer, let me know, and we'll get you registered. All we need is your email address and mailing address. Zeppelin over here is cover variant A. This is cover variant A, Led Zeppelin, $34.99, okay? John Kaiser on Heaven. I really don't have T-shirts on hand to sell right now. It's a pre-order. If you're on Facebook, we can send you a link to our group, okay? John Kaiser on Heaven. Put down Ryan M for an extra large Godfather, okay? I should have extras whenever those come in. Ray Charles was right here. It's on the Everest Folk and Art label. Rockin' with Ray, an early 80s pressing, $19.99. Our next auction is Heaven, and this one's called Bent. Heaven's an 82 USOG Pittman EX, a $15 start. Brian Berry's passing on the Beatles. Mike Torrey said he'll take it for $15. Sold. Anybody else? Any no bids? No. Nothing you can score on, Jim B. Maybe you can score somehow, somewhere else, on something else, somehow, other way. Heaven's a $15 start. Put down Solarplex for a small black Godfather logo shirt as well. Okay, Heaven has a bid for 15. Let's go through this new crate Laura's marked. There's two things that I have to be careful talking about on here because it will completely disrupt the show. One is silver. It almost disrupted the show earlier tonight. The second thing is t-shirts. The third thing is lights, and the fourth is stickers. Those are highly, highly desirable items that are not something I can easily sell on here. Don't ask me why, but I've done this a long time. They're just very complex items to try to sell. Stickers, t-shirts, lights, and supplies too. I could probably name off a bunch of stuff. I try to stick with vinyl because we know what's in front of us. We know how much it is. Anything else could be getting way off track, and then it's hard to keep up with. But when we do have it available, it goes fast. Okay, here it is. Let's do this. Shirts, lights, and silver. Yeah, I got to be careful. If I mention that, holy moly. I think the good thing is Jake and Tanner has made excellent progress maybe working on our website. They're trying to automate this chat. Jake's been doing like literally extra projects trying to get better software to help us tag stuff more accurately and more quickly. And then their second project is website. So all this, you know, it's so complex. Don't get me into that discussion, okay? Don't get me in that discussion. It is so difficult to figure all this out. I mean, it's not rocket science, but to figure out how to keep all this organized for unlimited shipping and people buying stuff on a website and getting it in on their same order. There's no company that offers solutions, not even Square. And you basically have to build something from scratch, have your own servers. It's tens of thousands, if not a six-figure investment. So very complicated. Peter Haas gets Jim Croce, okay? That's sold to him for $14.99. There's that. The Steely Dan. This was a pre-order. I still need to tag some people, okay? Steely Dan. This right here was a pre-order for tonight. And over here, let me pull it up. Steely Dan. This was a pre-order. We had 5 come in. All 5 have sold. The last person was Cynthia Herdren. This is sold to Cynthia Herdren for $29.99. If anybody else wants one, it's a waiting list. This is new. It comes out Friday. This was my last copy, $29.99. Steely Dan, Everything Must Go, $29.99. Okay? Chad, I said 7 for Jim Croce. I will say Jim Croce for $10. That was marked 14. If you're offering 7, I'll do it $29.99. Okay? Amenities wants on a waiting list. Anybody else? One second. Okay? Pass on Jim Croce. If anybody wants this, it's $10. A classic. $10 if anybody wants it. It was marked $14.99. Okay? Over here, Heaven is sold to John Kaiser for $15. Next is amenities on the Steely Dan waiting list, Solarplex on the waiting list. Great stuff tonight in the new vinyl. We'll hit that one more time in just a second. But first, here's Van Halen. An 86 USOG VG minus, a $10 start, okay? $10 start. This is Van Halen 5150. This is an 86 DOG specialty, VG minus, a $10 start. The next auction is this, Iron Maiden Killers. Iron Maiden Killers. Iron Maiden Killers is an 81 USOG. It's a low-grade record, G+ condition, $15 start on that. This is Panda Bear Person Pitch. Panda Bear's electronic lo-fi indie experiment on white vinyl, $19.99. Jeff the Brotherhood, Hypnotic Nights. Alternate rock from Nashville on white vinyl, $17.99. Lady Gaga, Born This Way. Lady Gaga is $24.99. Van Halen 10, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 11, Van Halen 11, Van Halen 15. We have Beck Garrow. Beck is sealed, $19.99, a 2016 reissue. Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly, one of the greatest rap albums ever, is the note from Laura, $27.99. Also, we have Rihanna, Anti. This is on red vinyl, $27.99. Up here at the top, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 15, Van Halen 11, Iron Maiden 15, back to the turntable on PB. PB was for what? Panda Bear. That's so the back to turntable. Natasha Pickett on Jeff the Brotherhood. Next over here is Gabe Calabero on Beck. That is so to Gabe Calabero on Beck. Next thing is Janet Gray on Lady Gaga. Sold. There's that. Iron Maiden 10. Tony Riddle next on Gaga. Van Halen 16. Natasha on Kendrick Lamar. Alan Smith next on Beck. That leaves Rihanna. We have Queens of the Stone Age, Lullabies to Paralyze of 2019, $27.99. Courtney Barnett, Sometimes I Sit and Think, and Sometimes I Just Sit. That's $17.99. Tim Vergara next on Beck. Van Halen's at $17. What about Iron Maiden? I think it still just has one bid for $15. Maybe it's tied. If you think you're in higher, you go ahead and let me know. We got Beach House. This is sealed. Laura loves Beach House. 2-heart rating. $19.99. Awesome crate here. There's going to be very few records left in here. Prince, Sign of the Times. That's sealed of 2016. $29.99. Dude, the Obscure. What does this say? T. Hardy Morris. Dude, the Obscure. That's an alternate rock for $9.99. Natasha on CB for Courtney Barnett. Van Halen 20. Van Halen 22. And then Spikey McVeigh on this is next on Beach House. You were first on Beach House. So does Spikey McVeigh. Now another Iron Maiden. Now another Iron Maiden. Natasha next on Beach House. And Sharon Van Etten, Are We There? This is sealed $14.99. That's under the genre of indie rock. And LCD Sound System. This is a 2016 reissue, $27.99. And this is $27.99. Van Halen's at $27, and Iron Maiden is at $15, $15, $17, $17. Okay, now we have over here, we have a Pink Floyd Naked Ladies puzzle. I have that in stock. Isn't it right over here? Pink Floyd is $24.99. Bareback Ladies painted with Pink Floyd covers. Next thing over here is this. We have Gabe on LCD Sound System. Daft Punk's already sold. All the advertised auctions are gone. We're officially and exclusively in bonus auctions. Let's go back to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything. Natasha got Courtney Barnett. Spikey got Beach House. Natasha was second. Van Halen 27. Iron Maiden 17. Gabe got LCD. And then that's next. Here's next. This is Joy Division Closer, $24.99. Heavy Cream Dandy, $9.99. Heavy Cream Danny, Danny, $9. Cameron Lingefeld on Queens of the Stone Age. I was about to say, is no one going to grab that? That's like $20 below the new sealed price. $19.99. This is The Go, What You Doing. The Go has Jack White. Oh my gosh, $19.99. Brian Call on Hounding. Hounding? Let me know what that is. And then I have Frontier Ruckus, Eternity Dimming. That's sealed $14.99. Vamp, that's Chuck Wilson on the Sharon Van Etten. Alan Smith on Joy Division. That might be what Brian Call was trying to get, and he got oddly auto-corrected. Is that what happened? Sell that to Brian Call on Joy Division. If not, Alan Smith was next. Seth, you're fired on this one with Jack White, The Go. That's sold to Jordan Underhill. Seth, you're fired. There goes Mark second on Sharon Van Etten. Ron Duffield next on Go. Patty next on Go. And now Van Halen's a final call. Van Halen's a final call, and that is a final call to amenities for $27. Iron Maiden is Alan Hagen at 17. Now Alan Hagen 19 because he was outbid. So final call on that for 19. Queens of the Stone Age is already gone. We have REM Out of Time, $22.99. Losing My Religion. Interpol, Turn on the Bright Lights. Interpol is $17.99. And we have this. We have Natural Child, Body Switchers, $17.99. And one more here. Welcome to the Sound of Pretty Odd. And that is Panic at the Disco, 2017, $19.99 on that. Pink Floyd puzzle still available if anybody wants it. $24.99 on that, okay? All right, I think we're done on at least Van Halen. Over here, this is this, and we have Jeff the Brotherhood. This is called Dig the Classics. Purple band from Nashville, sealed $14.99. Alan Smith on Interpol sold. Kelly Vladicek on Panic at the Disco. Van Halen is sold to Amenities for $27, and I think that means we're done on Iron Maiden. It is sold for $19, and Iron Maiden for $19 is sold to Alan Hagen. Next is the Libertines, and this is on red vinyl, $22.99. And we have Blink-182, $19.99, and this one's called Take Off Your Pants and Jacket, $19.99. Mike, MT Matt says he'll take the Pink Floyd puzzle. This is sold to MT Matt for $24.99. Natasha on Jeff the Brotherhood, that's sold to Natasha. And we have Kraftwerk, Trans-Europe Express. Kraftwerk is $24.99. Also, Kelly Vladicek on Blink-182. That's sold to Kelly Vladicek. Our next auction is Judas Priest. Judas Priest is going to go up right now. This is called Screaming for Vengeance, a 1982 USOG Pittman. Has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG minus condition. That's a $10 start. Next on Blink-182 was Cameron, then Natasha, then Ron Duffield. Radiohead, Amnesiac. Radiohead is sealed to 2016. Laura loves Radiohead, a 3-heart rating, $34.99. Matt Kamer wants to know what's the REM. Out of Time is the 2016. $22.99. Michael Snare on Kraftwerk, and then Mega Blast was next, and then Queens of the Stone Age in Times New Roman, silver vinyl, $24.99. Judas Priest is a $10 start, and the Cardigans, Gran Turismo, $27.99 for the Cardigans. The next auction is going to go up right now. Black Sabbath, Live Evil. Black Sabbath is a 1982 USOG Jacksonville Press, near mint minus, a $55 start with the original on her sleeves. Mark Stanley on Q for Queens of the Stone Age sold. Kelly Vladicek on Cardigan sold. And we have Best Coast, The Only Place. That's sealed $14.99. The note from Laura is Great Indie Rock, $14.99. Judas Priest $15, now $16. And Prodigy, The Fat of the Land. Prodigy $27.99. How much is Radiohead? Amnesiac is sealed to 2016, $34.99. Tame Impala Lonerism. Tame Impala is $24.99. This is SZA Control. It's on green vinyl, $24.99. SZA $24.99. Doug Jefferson on Best Coast. That's sold to Doug Jefferson. Judas Priest $16. MT Matt says, Chad, send the Pink Floyd puzzle to Solarplex and Bill Me. MT Matt wants to pay for this puzzle, but send it to Solarplex Studios. We can take care of that. Judas Priest $15.16. Black Sabbath's a $55 start. Matt Kamer does want REM Out of Time. That's sold. And then we have Lily May. This is called Lily May Forever and Then Some. That's a country album. $9.99. Matt Kamer does want REM. I've already pulled that. Tame Impala sold to Alan Smith. Judas Priest $20. And then Darren Johnson gets the Radiohead. Let me make sure Gabe Calvarero doesn't want it. And then we have the Jesus and Mary Chain, Damage and Joy, a 2017 OG, $27.99. Nobody been on Black Sabbath. This is a buy it now. Live Evil for $55 if anybody wants it. That's Live Black Sabbath, a double LP, near mint minus. Let's put that right over here, okay? Pass on Radiohead, so that is sold to Darren Johnson. Wrong record. That is sold to Darren Johnson. Tim Vergari on Lily May. And then we have a putback on Tame Impala, Lonerism. So if anybody wants that, that's still available, $24.99. Judas Priest, the last bid was There Goes Mark at $20. Let's put up another auction. And this is Do What? This is Van Halen, OU812. Do what? This is Van Halen, a 1988 U.S. club copy of OU812, near mint minus, a $40 start on this. That's an awesome crate. Everything in here should sell. Let's try one more time. I have Rihanna, Anti, red vinyl, double LP. That's only $27.99. Those are new, $46.99. I know because we just put them on sale at the end of the year. Prince, Sign of the Times, sealed, 2 LP, remaster, 2016, $29.99. Tame Impala, Lonerism. Tame Impala is $24.99, a gatefold. This is Dude the Obscure, T. Hardy Morris. Alternate rock, just $9.99. Heavy Cream Danny is alternate rock from Nashville, $9.99. Frontier Ruckus, Eternity Dimming, Folk Rock Indie, sealed, $14.99. This is Natural Child Body Switchers, Indie Rock Colored Vinyl, $17.99. The Libertines, Up the Bracket, Red Vinyl, 22. Prodigy, a 2020 reissue, $27.99. Caesar's, $24.99, Green Vinyl, and Jesus and Mary Chain, $27.99. These are all near mint minus and pristine. Van Halen's a $40 start. Judas Priest is sold to There Goes Mark for $20. Tame Impala is open. Jim B. Tame Impala is open. Adam Bonham wants it if you do. Adam Bonham wants it if you do. So that leaves in this crate, everything's near mint minus and some things are sealed. These are all very nice records. And over here, Van Halen OU812. That's a $40 start. Gregory's in. We got Jesus and Mary Chain. We got Caesar. We got Prodigy. The Libertines, Natural Child, Frontier Ruckus, Heavy Cream Danny, T. Hardy Morris, Prince, and Rihanna. Okay, and then let's put back this record right here. Best Coast is a putback, and Doug Jefferson said he already has it. Best Coast is sealed, $14.99, okay? How much was Jesus and Mary Chain? Jesus and Mary Chain was $27.99. That's Damage and Joy, a 2 LP. And then over here, Tame Impala is sold to Adam Bonham, okay? John Durden asked about Prodigy. Yes, it's his dibs. It is a 2020. It's near mint. It's $27.99. If he doesn't want it, Adam Bonham does. Van Halen's at $40 with Josh Brown. What is the Van Halen? Van Halen OU812 is an 88 US Club, Carrollton, near mint, $40 star. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Gabe, if you want it, let me know. If not, Alan Smith. Okay, Adam Bonham gets Prodigy. That's either sold to Gabe. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Laura's already priced them so cheap, they're basically free. Van Halen's at $40. That's going once, going twice. Over here is our next auction, and this is Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. Nice. A 75 OG VG++ specialty press, complete with the inserts. $55 start on that. Van Halen has a new bid for $42. Gabe says he'll take Best Coast. Anybody else? Anybody else? We've almost filled up another crate. One second over here. All right. Zeppelin 55, Van Halen 45 is between Gregory and Josh, okay? The Rihanna over here was $27.99. Zeppelin's at $65. That's a nice OG VG++. Okay, so what I'm going to do, it is 10:47. Let me do a quick condensing over here. Let's go right into another crate. All right, let me put the Pink Floyd puzzle right over here. Awesome sauce. Okay, righty. Time to eat a bunch of chocolate-covered raisins. These are still available if anybody else wants these. Janet wants to know how much is QI's price. Jesus, Mary Chain, Caesar, Libertines, Natural Tried, Frontier, Heavy Queen, Do the Store, Too Hardy. What was QI's price? Queens of Stone Age is already gone. Okay. Jim B said these are so cheap, you're practically getting paid. Black Sabbath, $45 if you still have it. Black Sabbath is sold for $45 to Alan Hagen. All right, let me step right over here, and we have filled up another crate. That is awesome. Let me put that right there. Let me grab a new empty one over here. Let me do some condensing on vintage. There's that crate. I need to put all these in here. All right, there's this. Prince is Sign of the Times, new and sealed, $29.99. Okay, there's that. And then over here, Zeppelin 67. Prince, is Sign of the Times, sealed, $29.99. Wow, we almost have a half of a lower crate left over tonight. Almost a half of a crate. I'll probably put those in the 6 a.m. video, just FYI, because a lot of stuff is new and sealed, and we do sell a lot out of there. So what happened on Van Halen? It was basically tied. It was stereo first. It was up to Josh Brown. And then Zeppelin's at 71, okay? Thought Queens of Stone Age was a putback. To my knowledge, Queens of Stone Age was not put back. Something called Best Coast was, but that's the only thing I remember. If whoever got Queens of Stone Age originally, if you've put it back, I have not seen that comment. All right, great, fantastic stuff in here. Josh Brown is back in at 46. Gregory's out. Zeppelin's at 71. John Kaiser, you're out. Here's one of the best sounding copies of Black Sabbath Paranoid you can get. I guess it is the best copy right now. It's going to be hard for them to ever top this. Rhino Hi-Fi, Kevin Gray, limited edition. $39.99. I'm trying to put back 3 times now. Oh my gosh. Chad, I need to put back Queens of the Stone Age. And then up here, put back on Queens of the Stone Age. I have it already. And then up here, he said, I'm trying to put back Queens of the Stone Age. So that was sold to Mark Stanley. And he put Q for Queens of the Stone Age. Let me make sure nobody was next. Nobody was next until the person, so the first person who asked about it, Queens of Stone Age, Mark Stanley putting it back, Janet Gray, I think it was $27.99. $27.99, okay? Claim Prince, I want Prince, is Prince still available? So first thing is, let me find this Queens of Stone Age. Boy, I did not see that. It's weird how my brain, I guess because I'm just trying to ignore putbacks maybe. Maybe my brain's saying, ignore that comment, ignore that comment. So the first person who asked about this, I think they seen his comment that said, what was the Queens of the Stone Age? It was, let me find this. Man, I think it went to, well, there's where he claimed it. And then the first person who asked was Janet, and she said she'll take it. Okay? So this is sold to Janet. Janet Blue 004. And I think this is the one. No, which one was it? God, see, I don't even know which one it is. There was 2 in here. Are we talking about, oh no, I don't even know. Was it Times and New Roman? I am lost in last week's Easter egg. Okay, I have no idea. Mark, which album was it? It wasn't that one. That one was sold to Cameron Lingefeld. That one, I think, was sold to Cameron. It's Times New Roman. Okay, let me see here. Times New Roman. Okay, Times New Roman. This is sold to Janet Gray. Okay? That's sold to Janet Gray. Van Halen is at $46 of Josh Brown. He bid $46 about 4 minutes ago. It was a final call, and then Ryan Mustaine bid $45. We've went backwards $1. 46. Led Zeppelin's at 78. Did anybody want a Black Sabbath? Black Sabbaths are new and sealed. Gatefold, Paranoid, Rhino Hi-Fi, 39. This is new for Friday. My last copy. This is Faces Long Player, cut from the original Analog Master, 1971. Ronnie Lane, Rod Stewart, $31.99, $31.99 for Faces. Now Van Halen is still getting bids, 48, and now we have the Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones. Cut from the original Analog Master tape by Kevin Gray, limited edition 5,000, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Next is John Coltrane, Ole Coltrane, cut from the original Analog Master tape by Kevin Gray at Coherent, Rhino Hi-Fi. That's also new for Friday. So Coltrane, the Monkees, all Rhino Hi-Fis. So is the Faces Long Player, also Analog 31. Zeppelin is sold to John Kaiser for $78. Van Halen's at $48. Now several people's out. Nick Bargeron has it for $48, okay? Nick Bergeron has it for 48. Amenities wants Coltrane. Josh Brown, you've been outbid. It came down to the last person. Sorry, when I stepped away, people got back on the feed. They want to know what it is. I've told them. And now all of a sudden, it's like the auction has been resurrected. Next thing over here is Black Sabbath. This is a 1970 OG pressing, green label, VG minus, a $35 start. So the disc over here has just a couple of light marks. Other than that, it's a 70 OG. That is that. And then over here, Prince. The last bit on, yes, there was some other stuff when I stepped away too to take care of the Queens of the Stone Age fiasco. And that was Natasha getting Prince, and Christina was second. I have not pulled that yet for her. Natasha Pickett did get Prince. Larry Gonzalez was also trying to buy Rihanna, I think. Larry Gonzalez, I don't think I ever showed this to you here. Coltrane is $39.99. This is Rihanna. It's called Anti. It's on red vinyl, and it is $27.99. Van Halen is at 48 with Ron Mustaine. You have tagged Nick Bergeron. You have tied Nick Bergeron. And then over here, John Coltrane, 39. Next is the Black Sabbath self-titled. So I went ahead and pulled this up because I knew this was coming up next. Here is the Kevin Gray, all analog, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Here's a 1970 OG that's been well-loved but still playable, $25 start on that. Here's another jazz album, Roland Kirk, The Inflated Tear, Rhino Reserve, pressed at Fidelity, Matthew Luthen's The Mastering Lab, $36.99, new for Friday. This is also new for Friday. The last few copies I have light sing splits. These have light sing splits, $29.99. The Ramones Greatest Hits, Black Ice colored vinyl, the Ramones, the Definite Hits collection, the Ramones Greatest Hits. To my knowledge, I've never seen this in print. $29.99 for the Ramones. These last several have sing splits, okay? Over here we have Gordon Lightfoot, another new Rhino Reserve. If you could read my mind, this is $36.99. Amenities wants a Roland Kirk. That's sold, and then Van Halen's up to one person, Ron Mustaine, final chance on Black Sabbath. Here's another Rhino Reserve, America, self-titled, all analog, $36.99. The next Rhino Hi-Fi is another John Coltrane, Coltrane Sound, $39.99. Limited edition Kevin Gray gatefold jacket, and then one copy left of True Romance. A lot of these I've already got extra copies on the way. This is True Romance. It's on Alabama Worley turquoise vinyl, $38.99. Janet Gray, I'll give you the best looking worst sing split. This one doesn't look too bad right there. These are very light. They're not how they normally look, but Ed always goes over them when he's unboxing them. Janet gets a Ramones. This is the Fight Club soundtrack, the iconic Dust Brothers score. That's a 2 LP. Also new for this Friday, Start Your Ear Off Right, $39.99. Faces, A Nod as Good as a Wink. A classic, Stay With Me, Ron Wood, Rod Stewart, $29.99. And another Coltrane. This one, Coltrane Plays the Blues, the original mono mix remastered, $39. Van Halen is sold for $48 to Nick Bergeron. I lost Ron Mustaine somewhere, and then Black Sabbath is a no bid. Somebody can pick up a great one there for just $25, okay? Rihanna is sold to Larry Gonzalez, and Black Sabbath is a $25 buy it now. Thank you for all that's bought something tonight, that will buy something tonight, and that has bought something before and maybe just not tonight. Thank you. John Kaiser gets the Black Sabbath for $25. I was expecting that to get bids for $25.30, $45.50, $75.80. It was sniped by John Kaiser at $25. Never think that when you're going to snipe it, you're going to hit the target, because there's probably somebody else that has BS 25 loaded in their chat, and they're just waiting for me to end it. They're just waiting for me to just say, it's a bot now. And then boom, and look at all the people that missed their target. Cameron missed their target. Seth, you're fired, missed their target. Tim Zarnota missed their target. Back to the Turntable missed their target. And Matt Lawson wants a Ramones Greatest Hits. Could I put back Best Coast? Someone else wanted. I actually don't need that one. Sorry on that. We have another putback. Boss, Janet Gray got Prince, not Natasha. The Prince album from earlier was sold to, what happened over here? Natasha said, did I get Prince? Susie said no. Natasha said, okay, thanks. Now, Susie, why would you think that Natasha didn't get Prince? Over here, we have the following. Gabe needs to put back Best Coast. That's the second time that album's been put back. Let me go back and say who was third in line for Best Coast. The third in line earlier for Best Coast, I have no idea at this point. I'm going to have to go way up here. Gabe says he'll take it. There was no, maybe Alan Smith. Alan Smith, I'm going to put your name on the Best Coast, okay? I'm going to put your name on the Best Coast over here. Let me go find this. Best Coast. Let me change that to Alan Smith, okay? Alan Smith. So change this record here to Alan Smith instead of Gabe C, okay? There's that. And then Amenities was the 7th person. Amenities was the 7th person trying to get the Black Sabbath for the buy it now price. Man, if all of y'all would have bid, we would have actually had a live auction there. That was insane. 7 people was trying to snipe the Black Sabbath OG. Unbelievable. Ryan Mustaine wants John Coltrane. Do you want Coltrane Plays the Blues? Do you want Coltrane Sound? Or do you want Ole Coltrane? There's 3 different Coltranes, okay? Do I not have Van Halen? Ryan Mustaine, if you can hear me, your chat is a good 5 or 7 minutes behind. I mean, you are way, way behind. You were tied forever with Van Halen. I did a final call 4 or 5 times. I never did hear back from you. I think you're watching. You need to make sure your bar at the bottom of YouTube is dragged all the way up to live, because I think you're watching in the past. Amenities wants Coltrane Sound. That one was this one right here. This is sold to Amenity. Okay, next over here. There was like a target for Black Sabbath. Everybody had BS lined up in their chat. Everybody hit the button at the same time. 9 people missed. 1 person hit it. Make sure if you really, really, really want an auction, as soon as I lay it down, you bid like there's something, your house is on fire and you're trying to put it out. That is the best way to make sure you're going to get a record you want. Otherwise, somebody else is going to have it on their turntable listening to Black Sabbath and Ozzy, and you're going to be at home twiddling your thumbs. Here is Metallica, Berserker 1.0. Metallica is a 2019 unofficial. This is on Parachute, gray and black splatter, sealed. $40 start on that. Ryan Mustaine, you're very far behind. Yes. Now, you commented Coltrane. There's 3 different ones in here. Coltrane Plays the Blues, Coltrane Sound, and Coltrane Ole Coltrane. All Rhino reserves. Metallica's now up for bid. Hopefully everybody's going to bid like their house is on fire and you're trying to put it out. Let's go through one more crate just like this. Okay. And here was the rest of tonight's newest stuff. Metallica's a $40 start. Here's what's left. I have Faith No More Angel Dust, $64.99. Night Terror, Return of the Witches, $29.99. Oz, Third Warning, $44.99 for Oz. That's Magenta, a 2LP. Eric Gale's Crown, $39.99. Eric Gale's The Bookends, $34.99. Faith No More, King for a Day is $59.99. And we have Brown Acid, the 21st Trip. Brown Acid is $36.99. Alice Cooper, Dirty Diamonds, $33.99. And Al Green, Let's Stay Together, $33.99. Ryan Mustaine wants an Ole Coltrane. That was our last copy. I still have those other 2 in stock. And I'm pretty sure I've got a couple over here I hadn't tagged yet. Okay, and I still got a few things over here to tag. And that was these right here. So first thing is this and this, okay? And let me do those in just a second. Over here, Janet was the next in line for it. After she put it back, she said she would take it. Check on Twitch. I think the first person who asked about Prince was Natasha. Over here at the top, the Prince was Natasha's. Which Prince? It was 100% sold to Natasha, without a doubt. Natasha was first on Prince, 100%. Definitely. Chris Knapp on Brown, and that was the Brown Acid compilation, sold to Chris Knapp. Now, the rest of these hadn't come in yet. We only had one show up. This was another Coltrane. I skipped over it a long time ago because there was only one, and I didn't want to get too confused on all the Coltranes. So this one here is also new for this week. We have a total of, we got a lot of pre-orders on this one. My Favorite Things, John Coltrane, was sold to Mike Vandergits. Here's everybody still on the pre-order. Greg Layton, Donna Turner, Sean Fairweather, Derek Cesaro, Scott Beebe, Kelly Gabney, Fred Cardinale. There's still 7 people. We don't have to write down those names, But if anybody else wants one, those are the rest of them are due in this week. If anybody wants added to that list, let me know. And then I had a wait list for ZZ Top Recycler. ZZ Top was a waiting list. Let me go ahead and pull that out right now and figure out who wanted this, and we'll go from there, okay? Here we go. So ZZ Top, this was ZZ Top, and the waiting list for a recycler was Brian Thurman. Thank you, Brian Thurman. I got you down for ZZ Top Recycler. This is so to Brian Thurman. It was only one of another copy it's supposed to be due in, okay? Metallica has 2 bids. It has a bid for 40, and it has another bid for 40. Solarplex bid 40, John Kaiser bid 40. It's a 2019 unofficial Berserker 1.0. It's tied at $40, okay? There's that. Now, it's 11:05. Here's what I'm about to do. We have are these alternate versions of MFT and Coltrane sound. These audiophile pressings, they just use different covers. They're doing original French artwork on all these. So they're doing original French artwork. 180 gram original mono, cut from the original analog master tape by Kevin Gray, pressed at optimal medial, gatefold jacket, alternate art from the original French pressings, and that's how all of them are. So that's why all these Coltranes look slightly different. This one, and then one of them really looks like it's in French. Looks like it's completely written in French, okay? This is sold to Solarplex for $40, and that was Metallica. Oh, so just asked what it was. I just sold it, and then somebody just bid 47. Dang, that's going to cost me. That already sold. He had it for about 5 minutes at $40. Well, that absolutely just stinks. Too bad on that. Moving on to something else in just a second. And we have, let me move these right over here. Okay, so what I'm about to do tonight, we got to go through maybe at least one discount crate. I'm about to do that pretty dang quickly, okay? I'm about to go through a discount crate over here pretty dang quickly. But first thing is I'm going to condense all the new vinyl together. And we're about to do a discount crate. I've got to tag all the lights, okay? I got to tag the lights. That's one of the big new things in for tonight. I got to start with King Diamond. There's only about 10 or so of those. And then we got to do Van Halen. While I'm doing on sale vinyl, we got to tag all that. And I'm going to start showing everybody silver. Okay, because a lot of people wants to see, I think, what individual bars I have. Because some of them are different and unique and different companies. Whew. I think I've caught my breath. What a night this has been. We're going on 8 crates of sold vinyl. We had 8 crates of new vinyl. Everything left is in 1. There's only 1 crate of that stuff left. John's 4 crates is left in 1, 2. Yeah, a lot of his stuff left. I'm going to need a whole crate of that just to make a flip crate in the morning. So you consider all that pretty much gone. The new vintage check condition especially. There's everything left from yesterday. These are empty crates that are currently in my way, so let me move these around. And let me move these right over here. Okay. All righty. Let me find at least 1, possibly half-off crate to do, and then I'm probably going to try to show you as much miscellaneous other stuff tonight as we can. I've got $6.99 crates too, but I would rather make sure we have a bundler on. Do we have any bundlers on? Is Come On John Barry watching? I still got 2 crates left over I've tagged from yesterday to make sure he's, when next time he's on, we can go ahead and sell them to him. That would be wonderful. Plus anything new that's been added tonight. Okay, let me pick out this crate. And we need new auctions, obviously. Trust me, I hadn't forgot. Okay. So we need a nonsense half-off crate. These were marked December 27th, December 31st, December 31st. All right, let's do these. Some stuff Paul, I think, marked. Here we go. Alrighty. I can see clearly now the crates are gone. No more something in my way. I can see clearly now. And this thing is a what? A King Diamond. 10 King Diamond lights. All right, and switches. Those dang switches. All right. Give me a second. We're transitioning past the 11 o'clock hour. Boom, boom. Ba-da, da-da, da-da. Da-da, da-da. Da-da, da-da. Oh, crazy. That's how it goes. Millions of people. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love. Awesome. Okay, can anybody still hear me? Jerry Rock, they said Facebook has crashed. Is that true? Jerry Rock, do you still currently have the Pink Floyd Wish You Here remaster in stock? I do. Do you want the last copy? Test 1, 2, can everybody hear me? Test 1, 2, can everybody hear me? Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Send me something. Let me know where you're watching from. Anybody out there, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, I think Facebook might be down. Is Facebook down? Facebook has crashed. We might have to start a new feed. It says, ad recently viewed. Facebook is live now. It's still live as of right now. Let me see if it connects. If not, we'll have to restart. Okay. Jerry Rock says he will take Pink Floyd. All right, that was my last copy over here of How I Wish You Were Here. No Facebook comments. I think Facebook is down. Let me wait for it to end. Yeah, we're done over there. Let me restart Facebook, okay? The last thing, this is so to Jerry Rock, I got to start a whole new feed. Facebook has crashed on us. I'm sorry. Facebook has crashed, okay? And we're going to start a half-off crate. I literally had a nonsense half-off crate ready to go. So let me end. I got to start a whole new feed. It'll take me 30 seconds, okay? Yeah, we went from 253 to 152 people. So let me end. I'll be right back. Come right back. Don't go anywhere. Please don't be sad. It won't take too long. This